our fear. But we were curious, and we learned to use it as a tool, unlike anything we'd ever used before. We forged things that made us infinitely more capable. It was a new power with the potential to change everything exponentially. Today, artificial intelligence is our new fire. With it, we're building cities that can think, homes that can protect themselves from intruders, robots that can perform complex surgeries, and even neural implants that promise to make us smarter. And that's just a taste of what's possible. The new fire of AI brings more opportunity and hope to us all. The time is now to embrace this new fire that will light the way forward for humanity. And the place is DeepFest, where the sparks of our ideas will ignite AI innovation beyond imagination.
Everybody, and a very warm welcome to day 2 of DeepFest powered by Schneider. I am delighted to be here. We've got so much to talk about. We're going to be looking at how today's technology is really paving the way for tomorrow's advancements. Now, I met many of you yesterday, but just a quick introduction for those who weren't here. My name is Susanna Streeter. I'm a former BBC business anchor, presenting programs like World Business Report and Business Matters on the BBC World Service and BBC World Television News. Now I'm a financial commentator, and I'm still on television daily reporting on all of the latest developments in the business world. And as you can imagine, my days have been very busy recently, explaining all of the repercussions of advancements in AI for financial markets, businesses, and our daily lives. So I am delighted to see that there are so many movers and shakers in the AI world representing here at this conference. The innovators, the enablers, and the implementers. They are all here, and we've already had some fascinating discussions. So yesterday, we looked at what was happening in the world of robotics, in the world of healthcare, and also for our creative industries. And we had a keen eye trained as well on ethics and the impact on society. That's also going to be part of our focus today, and also what will be the ramifications for governments. Many world leaders have been gathering in Paris for the AI Action Summit, and there is a lot to debate. And some of that debate is going to be had here on this stage about this tricky balancing act between the need to try and foster this technology, but also the ethical and social implications. We're also going to look at the big bang of ChatGPT 2 years on and the repercussions for financial markets and companies and our daily lives. And we are going to also focus on what is ahead in this realm. I am very curious about the introduction of avatars. I bet some of you are too. I want to find out whether a SUSE bot can help me answer questions from investors about financial markets. But will it be able to help me broadcast in the future? All will be revealed. We'll have a deep discussion about how you can create your digital counterpart and how the technology is already allowing for this, and what will be the repercussions for all sorts of walks of life. And we are going to look at how AI is already transforming where we live and where we work, and how the concept of smart cities, well, AI could really be a game changer. So we have an awful lot to get through. We are here till 7:30, but we have such a packed agenda. I know that you're going to want to stay glued to your seats and find out everything that is happening. But to really set the scene for today, I am very delighted to welcome onto the stage Dr. Yasser Al-Anozin, who is the CEO of the National Centre for AI from Sadaya. And he's going to focus on where AI is headed in his welcome address. So please do give Dr. Yasser a warm round of applause.
Thank you very much, Susan. My name is Yasser Al-Anozin, and for the next few minutes I'll be giving you a glimpse of the future. But before we get there, I wanted to speak about what AI is and where it is right now. The promise of AI obviously has been around for many years. I have been in the field for 30 years, believe it or not. Some people have been in the field longer. And every time it was the promise is that it is just around the corner that AI will revolutionize your life. In 22, that became closer to reality, and now it is becoming an indisposable tool in the box for many people. It allows people to search for information more effectively through interacting. It allows you to do many other tasks that you have not been able to do without AI. So the promise of AI will make AI around and will be in everything that we do and we touch in our everyday life. For it to be effective, though, it needs to be invisible. It cannot be on your face, forcing you to behave in a certain way. It should be invisible. It should be listening to you. It should be understanding you, and it should be doing things on your behalf. And that, I think, in the future, in the past, it was all about making AI visible to you and understanding, that it's in your face and you'll be able to interact with it. The future, AI will take the back seat and will be doing things on your behalf without even you asking sometimes for them. However, I just wanted to give a little bit of history of where we were and where we headed, just to give you a glimpse of the future also. So in the past, as I said, this is a field that has been around for many years. People talk about machine learning and statistical modeling and all that stuff, and this is what are the early stages of AI. Then we got into, with the last few years, we have got into large language models. Language models has been around for many years, and it is really about understanding how language is constructed and understanding the sequences of words that people generate so that the AI can do things on your behalf. So now we got into the stage of large language models. What does large mean? Large means in many different ways. It means that it has been trained in millions and millions of examples of text and audio and video, but it also means that there are many parameters that get trained as part of the deep learning process to be able to create these sophisticated model that can do many different things. So then now, we started with many languages. The support of Arabic was not served as a first language. So now with Allam, what we have been doing in Sadaya for the past couple of years, we have been able to support Arabic natively from the get-go. And this is with the Allam large language model that supports Arabic and English, but primarily serves Arabic and the Arabic culture. Then we got into multimodal. What does multimodal mean? That you can actually need to obey the laws of physics when you are able to generate these type of videos and so. So the models themselves now need to understand all the things that we as humans learn through school, but it's not just by reading through them. It's actually by experiencing the physical nature of things. So when I'm a robot, I need to know that when I'm moving closer to the stairs, that I need actually to move and there's a distance that I need to know that, this is how you move your foot on the ground so that you don't fall, on your face and so on. So that type of nature will bring in a new set of challenges for learning machines. And again, you cannot program them because they need to be interacting with the physical world that changes instantaneously. So we have to have these brains embedded in these models, embedded in those robotics, that able to understand the physical world and so on. And that's going to be the new challenge of, that will bring in the set of challenges and advances in the field later on. So this is, in a nutshell, this is where we think AI is heading in the next couple of years. I just wanted to give example of the things that we do when we are talking about deploying to the edge. So a lot of you use ChatGPT and DeepSeek and so on. You typically use it when it's running actually on the cloud and you're interfacing through the internet to get there. But in many cases, you don't have access to the internet, or you're concerned about privacy and you're concerned about other things. So what you want the thing is to be running on your own device, isolated from the network. And so what we have done with Qualcomm in the past few weeks is to take Allam, which is the Arabic large language model we have developed at Sadaya from scratch, and we actually deployed it on the device itself, on the PC itself. And now the LLM actually can control the device and interacts with everything on the device. So just a few of the use cases that we have been able to develop in the last couple of weeks is, for example, your ability to interact with the model to be able to schedule a meeting on your behalf. So I can say, I need a meeting with XYZ, I need it to be next week, for example. And then the LLM will interact with your calendar to figure out when is that particular person is available, is there a room that is requested to have the meeting, is it physical or online, and go through that and then schedule the meeting on your behalf, and it will be added to your calendar. So through that interaction, it's not just giving you information about the other person's availability, it is actually going back to the agentic framework, it's actually doing something on your behalf and scheduling the meeting. So the other thing that we have done is also bringing you a digest of your email. And I don't know about you, but I receive hundreds of emails, and I apologize for the many people that I don't respond to, because it's just too overwhelming to respond to email. So this feature actually summarizes your email. It gives you the email digest in the prompt. And so you can interact with it. You can say, respond to such and such, and it will actually go and draft an email based on the email that came into your inbox, and craft the right response to that person. It will maybe solicit some additional information from you and so on, and then you can go and send that email if you eventually you will trust it enough to send it automatically. But for now is that we just bring it up in your email client, and you actually have the last word in pushing send to send the email. The third thing we do is related to interactions related to the email. So anything that happens in your email, you can bring it in, and then you can ask questions about it. You can ask clarification questions. You can ask for more details, for example. So if somebody gives you, for example, the annual revenue of certain XYZ company, and you have additional questions, so you can actually interrogate the LLM to solicit more information and so on, and then you can go and draft a response to the email. So this is the type of things is where the LLM now is actually sitting on your device, and it's listening to you and responding to your needs, and be able to automate many of the things that you have been doing on your own. While LLMs have been helpful in sitting on the side and helping you, and in the past you had to go and copy from the the LLM into the email client and so on. The wave of the future is that will be the interface of the PC. You will no longer need to be able to no longer need to type, use the mouse, and go through menus and stuff like that. You will interact with it as if you're interacting with a very effective secretary, essentially. So that's really, one of the things that we have done. There's also some things that we have done related to summarizing meetings. You have been sitting in meetings. Many times you have good scribes that take notes, but in many meetings you don't have good scribes. So this is actually automatically transcribing things, summarizing the meeting, and identifying the key points. And eventually it will have also the action items, and will automatically follow up on those action items, and so on and so forth. So you cannot actually hide in meetings anymore. So, you will be actually, this scribe is monitoring everything that's happening in the meeting, and will be able to record it. And, so we do that now in Arabic, and English as well, but, our primary focus is in Arabic. And this is an integration of speech recognition, and as well as the large language model that we have done. So this is part of the multimodal LLMs that we have doing. I think that's all I have for today for you. Thank you very much for your attention, and hopefully we will take this journey together in doing useful things with AI. Thank you.
And Oyzan, and it was really interesting to see that a real-world example. And of course, one of the issues the doctor mentioned there was the fact of privacy. That clearly is an ethical issue for many people going forward. And our next presentation is going to focus on the immediate and long-term impact on societies of emerging technologies. Because while, of course, each technology does empower us, it also changes society to some extent, and to us as human beings. Once we can be augmented by AI in so many ways, will it be acceptable to be a kind of plain, unaltered person? And with AI being able to carry out more and more tasks, which unique strengths will humans bring to the table? You may have seen the robot coffee maker in the far corner of this hall. It does strike you about what will happen to all the baristas. But then again, you don't get the chat, do you, that you get with your regular barista every day when you order your cafe latte. So all of these implications of the effect on society of more and more augmented technology being integrated really does need a close focus. And I'm very pleased to say that is exactly what Lambert Hogenhout, who is the Chief Data and AI at the United Nations, has really been looking at. So please do welcome Lambert Hogenhout to the stage now.
It's going to help us in business, in science, in our personal lives. We have high expectations of how it's going to improve our lives, increase our collective happiness, right? And I think there are indeed a lot of opportunities in education, agriculture, infrastructure management, and the list keeps increasing. It's absolutely exciting. At the personal level as well, it's never been easier to do research on any topic. In minutes, you can become knowledgeable about any topic. Writing, personal emails, work emails, letters, blog posts, it's become so much easier. You can have an instant tutor, a math tutor, or any subject you want to know more about, or just be inspired by AI. So lots of good things coming out of AI, lots of positive change. But I wonder, might there be other changes that AI is going to bring us that probably we hadn't accounted for, that we hadn't thought of? Now, when I think about change, I separate it into short term, the now, the next couple of years, the medium term, let's say 5 to 10 years, and the long term, 20 years. Now, in the short term, I think it's pretty clear we can see that AI is giving us lots of ways to improve our business and our private lives, to make it more efficient. It's pretty clear, right? In the long term, 20 years, I think nobody can predict at this point what the world is going to look like 20 years from now. Some people have a very positive view, where the robots do all the work and we can spend all our days playing golf or watching interesting movies or anything else. We don't have to work anymore. Or there's dystopian views, where we lose our purpose in life and where life for humans is going to become quite miserable, maybe except for a few AI billionaires. I don't know about that. What I'm mostly interested in is the medium term. At the medium term, I can sort of extrapolate from where we are to what is going to happen in the next few years, sort of likely. And yet, in 5 years, the changes are going to be significant. And that's what makes it interesting. And I'm going to give you a prediction that AI will change who we are. It will change how we live, who we are as human beings. And maybe that sounds dramatic, but don't forget, we've had many technologies that have changed our lives. How many of you have a smartphone? Probably everyone, right? It has changed who we are. It has changed how we communicate, how we work, how we navigate in cities. It's changed everything. AI is going to have even more effect on us. It's going to bring even more change. And I'm not the only one who thinks so. Many philosophers, futurists, AI researchers are saying the same thing. The changes are going to be enormous. This is Joshua Bach. He's a German AI researcher and philosopher, writes very interesting content. He says that coexisting with AI, he sees a world in the future where we are coexisting with AI, and that requires cultural change in our society, and even force us to reconsider the role that we as humans have in society. Amy Webb is an American futurist. She does an interesting report every year, and she sees us being in a super cycle, which is not just AI, but a lot of different technologies that are coming together, and this synergy is reinforcing. And she sees that super cycle as reshaping human existence. Now, these are very broad statements, of course, and I want to make them much more concrete for you. I want to give you concrete examples of what might change. And I'm going to focus on 3 different topics. I'm going to focus on autonomy, identity, and purpose. 3 things that are very core to who we are. And I'm going to talk from a perspective of the technology that is already there. My medium-term view is like 5 years from now, and I'm sure 5 years from now, we're going to have way more AI and other technology. But I'm just going to look at what is possible with AI now, and what are the effects on our existence from that technology. So let's start with autonomy. Now, I don't know how many of you use a calendar app. I use one. I have one of these apps that allows people to use a link and find an empty spot in my calendar and book a meeting. And then they get an email back saying, this is when your meeting is, and I'm really looking forward to your meeting, and it has my name, but it's not me sending that email, right? And the previous speaker from Sadaya mentioned an app as well in the Arabic language that can do that. It can book your meetings. So I've delegated that part of my life to this app. It's sort of determining what my day is going to look like. which is okay. But it's a part of my autonomy that I've given up. And there's other tools that we're getting now. We're getting assistance in our productivity software, in our email, and in our word processing that will help us write letters, respond to letters. And I actually like it because I've always wanted to be funnier when I respond to messages from my friends. I've wanted to be more eloquent when I write emails for my office, when I write emails to my boss. And now I can, with the help of AI. I can be funny, punchy, eloquent, anything I want. But it means I rely on AI for every communication that I do. And soon we'll all start to do that. And when everybody does that, when everybody is perfectly funny when they need to, has perfect empathy in their letter when they need to, or professionalism, can you afford not to? Can you afford to be the only non-augmented human that does things by hand? Maybe not. So we're going to be forced to augment ourselves with AI. And that gives up another part of our autonomy, of who we are. Katinda Sivi is a futurist from Kenya. And she puts it even more bluntly. She says that we might relinquish our abilities to think and feel if we allow AI to help us interpret messages, respond to messages, summarize things for us. Let's move to the next topic, identity. Now, there's lots of videos of me online. People can very easily take those and use AI to make a fake me. You know deep fakes, right? It's become very easy now. You can find instructions online and in 10 minutes learn how to create deep fake videos. So you can make me say things that I never said. It used to be only images. It used to be Photoshop, where you could manipulate an image and make me have green hair or something. Now it is video as well, and audio. People can emulate my voice. What about knowledge? What if people, these LLM these days, they can take content and learn from it. They can be trained with certain content and be able to respond based on that content. What if somebody takes everything I've ever written, emails from me, blog posts, everything, and puts it in an LLM, and it knows how to respond like me? And there's actually companies doing that already. There's an app called Hereafter, and it's meant for elderly family members. Like if you have a grandfather who's old, you can have them do an interview with this company, with this platform. It takes 4 or 5 hours, and it asks them all kinds of things about their life, their stories, and how they think about different topics. And it records all of it. And then once Grandpa dies, you can get an app on your phone that has Grandpa's voice, and that responds even to today's things, like what's happening with the Super Bowl or with the football match. It responds exactly like Grandpa would have. Now that forces us to think, is that Grandpa or not? And if not, what distinguishes us from an app that has our knowledge, our likeness, our voice? Is it the flesh and blood? Is it... and that's the matter of identity. It's going to force us to think about what makes us us. The last topic I want to address is purpose. Now, a lot of the purpose we find in our lives comes from the work we do. And I think it's already clear to us that a lot of the jobs we do are going to be replaced with AI. If you work in marketing, if you're a content producer, or even if you're an accountant, or many other jobs, if you analyze the stock market. All of that is probably going to be done by AI in the future. So we're going to lose all these jobs. How come? We thought that was what gave us meaning. That was what made us special, that we could do these things. And now AI can just do it. How is that possible? Well, I think that actually, if you think about it, we do dumb stuff a lot of the time. We have incredible skills and abilities, but we spend a lot of time every day moving cells around in the spreadsheet, applying for vacation with our boss, or filing a quarterly report, things like that. How come we do so much dumb stuff all the time? So maybe all these abilities of AI are a wake-up call for humans to start focusing on what we're really good at. And that means we have to start asking ourselves, what are we good at? What distinguishes us from animals or plants or robots or Tamagotchis? And I think there are a number of things that we can focus on, that we're good at, and that also make us happy, because I think that's also important. I think we're very good at cooperating. If you look how, as a species, we have organized ourselves and have seamless interactions where I order a cup of coffee and somebody else gives me a cup of coffee, and we send emails to each other, and there's enormous collaboration in the world. I think that's what makes us quite unique as a species. Creativity is also something very unique. And I put entrepreneurship there. And what I mean with that is we have this sense of not accepting reality as it is, that they keep running back and forth and etc. They're not entrepreneurs. They don't say, you know what, we've always had ant nests on the ground, let's try and make one in the trees, or let's try and build something else. They don't do that. They just keep doing what they do. And I think humans have this unique quality of entrepreneurship. I think we can also look at what makes us happy as people. I think autonomy and agency, the ability to influence things, to take decisions, are things that are very important for us to feel happy. Fulfillment, whatever it is that we decide we want to focus on, should give us a sense of satisfaction that the job is done. So I think we need to keep that in mind. And then, if we look broader at the level of society, things that make us happy as a society. I put 2 examples up here, but maybe you can think of more examples. One is connection. We're not just individuals. There's a reason that we're all together here at this conference, because we want to learn from each other, listen to each other. These connections are very important in society. We don't want to lose those. So whatever role we have as AI, we want to make sure that it increases or enhances human connections, does not eliminate them. And inclusion is important to me. Everybody should feel included. That makes a good society. A society where a number of people are excluded is not going to thrive. It's going to create problems. So my message is, AI will change us. But that is not necessarily bad. But we need to be intentional about it. And at the moment, I think we're too passive. We're just sitting there and waiting for the next version of an amazing AI system to come out. Buying all the latest gadgets because it's so interesting. And we're not thinking ahead. We're not thinking 5 years ahead and thinking, how is this going to affect my life in the long run? How is this going to affect society? And that's what I mean with making intentional choices. Thank you, and I hope this gave you some ideas for reflection.
Lambert Hogenholt, thank you so much. There was real food for thought there. So many repercussions for society that we have to take on board and find a path through the clouds ahead, because there are still quite a lot of clouds out there, and we're trying to illuminate that path here today. Let's focus now on the past 2 years since the big bang arrival of ChatGPT. Now, AI, we know, offers both opportunities and challenges. The company, though, DeepSeek, it's had real impact on the financial markets over the past couple of weeks. It's upended the market. It's far from clear, though, exactly what the repercussions will be. But it's now time, I think, to explore, value creation versus the potential hype that we've seen, open source versus closed source models, and big tech strategies ahead. What will they be with this new kid on the block arriving? But just how should investors and companies manage the FOMO effect? This is, the fear of missing out on the next big thing. It's led to a frenzy of investing. How do you spot the real emerging opportunities in robotics, enterprise AI, and beyond? These are all questions that I know many of you will want the answers to. And here to explore all of this is Lamia Youssef, who's the chairperson and chief executive of Jazz Computing, the board of directors of Stanford University. So please do give Lamia a warm round of applause.
How's everyone doing today? So ChatGPT, a lot has happened over the last 2 years, and a lot have changed. So today we're going to be talking about not just the last 2 years, but the last 75 years of AI and what have been happening as a way of trying to predict the next 2 years. And especially from an investor point of view, investors is one of the most critical component of the innovation ecosystem of what's happening. So my name is Dr. Lamia Youssef, and I'm visiting today from Silicon Valley. I'm very excited to be here with you folks in Riyadh, my first visit. And before diving in there, so I would like to take a moment to describe how I got here. Specifically, was asking the questions of how do we make our technology useful, and why AI can be a changer of the different areas and the different projects as well as innovations around the world. So I started my career pursuing a PhD in computer science, UC Santa Barbara and MIT, asking the specific question, how do we make technology useful, specifically in the HPC and AI area. And from there, I decided that I'm still not getting the answers. So I went to the industry, becoming an executive, founding engineer of Google Cloud, and then becoming an executive at Meta, Microsoft, and most recently Apple, applying AI skill in multi-billion-dollar use cases. But still, the question was not answered in my mind, and that's when I went back to academia, to the business school, in order to be able to understand how do we build innovative applications and innovative technologies that actually can capture the use case and the different technologies around the world. And this is some of the things that we do today. One of the things that I noticed very quickly is the huge gap between what we see in the technology innovation space and where investors are following and investing in. And that's the gap, that's the bridge that we want to build at Jazz Computing. And specifically, we do that through due diligence in AI deals. We do that through AI advisory roles, as well as AI webinars and keynotes. And we have a research center, we have a podcast and webinars, as well as a newsletter. All of the 3 last resources are all free on our website. But the case here is that we are pursuing to build a bridge between the deep tech understanding of what's happening in AI and the investment landscape. And over the last 2 years, I've been speaking with perhaps at this point 1,000 investors. And there is a question that always comes to mind whenever I speak with them. There's always this dilemma. They always raise the question around how AI investments is very expensive. The valuations are very high. There is a smaller number of portfolio companies. And there are riskier portfolios that they are creating because the higher financial risk from the smaller portfolios. On the other side, they cannot set aside. They cannot just not invest. This is due to the risk of missing out, or the FOMO, missing out the next big trillion-dollar company that's being built in the AI field. So there is always the question between what's the value that's being created and how we're capturing this value in the industry. And this is the gap that I see today with some of the different basically technology investments that we have seen, but also the very quick reactions to the market. DeepSeek coming to mind from 2 weeks ago, where everybody was just responding very quickly to a new technology without a real foundation of what this new technology is doing and what's creating in the market. So before going there, in order to be able to predict the future, we have to go back to the past. And I'm going to start with a surprising knowledge. I don't think many of us here would realize that actually AI is a very old technology, older than man landing on moon. So AI was invented in the 1950s. The term was coined in 1956 exactly. That was actually before Bill Gates was born. This is how far back we go. And this is exactly the kind of journey that we have taken over the years in order to make it to where we are today with ChatGPT and where we're doing today with large language models. And it's super critical to be able to understand this whole journey in order to be able to see where we're going next. But through what we call winters and summers, and through 2 specific inflection points that happened over the years, one of them in the big data era, being able to bring digitalized knowledge all together in the form of big data to train models. And then the second one is the cloud computing power, being able to consolidate and bring together computational resources in one place in the form of clusters or in the form of cloud computing in order to be able to provide it for training is what made all of the difference. And these 2 inflection points is what opened the door to what we see today and what happens since the launch of ChatGPT. This is critical to know because these 2 technologies is what paved the way to where we're going, but also to the main foundations of where we're investing today. And as we all know, in the last 24 months, ChatGPT have launched in November 2022. Everybody started about AI. Everybody started talking about AI. So AI became a household conversation, a dinner table conversation. And before that, it was not. It was just science fiction. So today we're talking about the GPU and NVIDIA and the market reaction to the new models in NVIDIA. We're talking about humanoids and how they potentially can help us in the home and in the housework. We're talking about building larger and larger data centers. We're talking about ChatGPT and new language models. This didn't happen before. And that's the power of ChatGPT. And when you look at it as a technology, it's a conversational technology that have paved the way. However, it have been in the works for almost 75 years before. But in order to really understand the value that's being created, we need to look at it from a foundational first principles approach. And that's where the AI value chain comes in. Being able to understand what are the different components that goes in the value chain to the different layers and to the different levels of the stack in order to be able to build what we see today as an applications, but also the applications of tomorrow and possibly the trillion-dollar company that we're looking for, the next Facebook, the next Google, that's going to shape the future and shape our human experience. And in order to do that, I want to remind you with 3 different concepts. The value creation, the value capture, and the margins, which are all common concepts within the AI value chain. So value creation is when a software or when a component creates a value on the market. One example of that is open source technology creates a value chain that actually builds on different components and transfer the value from the bottom layer all the way up to the top layer. So having said that, every one of these layers of the value chain is creating a value of its own. When we talk about, for example, the models open source versus closed source, every model that we have out there is creating a value. We're using it, it's bringing different use cases to our lives in and out. However, the case here is that, are we able to capture this value? Are we able to monetize it? What's the margins around this value? So let's take a closer look. For example, if we look here on the model side, and we can break the models that we have today in a 2x2, open source versus closed source, or large language model versus small language model. And the case here is that each of them are very important in the ecosystem. However, I might argue over here that all of them are doing the same and building the same value and eventually going to be commoditized. Because the case here is that they are living in a component at the very middle of the stack that's likely going to be squeezed out from the players on top of it and taking advantage of the capabilities, the technical capabilities that's being provided. However, if we look at something like the top layer, the apps layer, again, a 2x2, there is the vertical layer, there is the horizontal one versus the consumer versus the enterprise apps. And this is one of the most exciting part of the stack. This is because you have direct connectivity with the end user. You have direct connectivity with the use cases where you're applying AI. And therefore, that means that you're not only creating value, but you have a better ability to be able to capture the value, and you have a better ability to be able to align your margins with the use case that you're serving in this and that you're basically utilizing in this space. I've been involved with a number of VC firms in this space. Red Bridge Ventures is one of them. I see Faisal in here. And basically, they are doing such an amazing work in being able to invest in this area, specifically at the vertical AI and horizontal AI enterprise applications, seeing the value and seeing the opportunities that lays in this field. Roa Gross Ventures is another one that's also investing heavily in this space. The question here is that when we come to the consumer space, there is a big question around big tech versus startup. Specifically, when we talk about consumer space, there is a big question around distribution, being able to get to the end user, being able to provide the services to the end user. And usually it comes down to big tech, which have access to users in billions of numbers around the world, billions of individuals, billions of devices around the world. And this is when many of the startups are going head-to-head with the big enterprise. But I might argue as well, this is where the $1 trillion opportunity is today. Because we're looking for one application, we're looking for the next Facebook, we're looking for the next Google that's going to be able to go and capture the space in order to be able to scale to the next level, in order to be able to provide the services for a use case that didn't exist or hasn't existed yet. And one of these is around the agentic AI that I'm going to be talking about in a little bit. What we see here when we talk about big tech versus startup is disruptor and innovator dilemma. Can a startup disrupt a big tech? And then innovator dilemma. Can innovators in big tech being able to disrupt themselves internally and to see all of the dynamics? And this is something that we're monitoring very closely in Silicon Valley, seeing all of the innovation that's happening around us. So this has been the last 2 years of our lives. News are coming out almost every hour, sometimes, with new announcement, new launch, new models coming out, new innovations that's happening. Let's think about the next 24 months. What's going to happen in our economy? What's going to happen from a technological innovation as well as from an investor and investment landscape? And I was recently asked about the technologies that I'm most excited about, specifically when we come and talk about AI in the next field. And there was 5 of them that I'm most excited about. And that's in order of excitement, if I'd like to say, but also in order of horizon of innovation. Enterprise AI is one of them, followed by action and agentic AI, then robotics, then causal AI, and then spatial AI. When we talk about enterprise AI, this is what I call the AI enterprise migration tsunami. We're going to say every company and every small business and Fortune 500 under the sun looking for opportunities in AI in order to be able to innovate and in order to be able to introduce optimizations for their systems, whether at the top line, bottom line, or by introducing new products and introducing new revenue streams. And that's where AI can get very handy. By being able to address current processes at the bottom line, improve savings, improve the workloads, and create opportunities for end-to-end users. Excuse me. Then we're talking also about the top line, the ability to be able to create new opportunities where we're basically looking at how do we streamline and optimize the products that's going to market in order to increase our ARR per enterprise. New applications, new systems, new products is the third area where enterprises are going to be innovating in, keeping a very close eye. That's actually where there is a huge opportunity specifically for cloud providers and hyperscalers, being able to recently build larger and larger hyperscalers, larger and larger data centers in order to build around the scale and waiting for the opportunity of the enterprises migrating to the AI future. And that's where hyperscalers have a huge opportunity in that space. So enough about enterprise AI, agents and agentic space. And I know many of you have been hearing about agents and agentic space for quite some time. And if you come to Silicon Valley, everybody today is talking about how they are building the next stage agent, how they are building the agent technology, how they are building the agentic software of the future. That hasn't been the case actually 2 years ago. But there is a huge opportunity over here, specifically when we talk about agents and specifically when we're talking about how to break down the workflow of different agentic software. So when we talk about agents, it's the ability of the software to do actions on our behalf as users, as end users. And in this case, agents need to have 3 different capabilities. Number 1, to be able to take commands from us, to converse with us in the form of large language models, as how we see today in some of the conversational models, ChatGPT being one of them. Number 2 is the ability to be able to break it down into chain of thought, break it down into steps of how we can execute on. And number 3 is to take action. So let's take some examples. Let's take some specific example. I want my agent to order me a sandwich. I take a picture, I upload it to an LLM and say, okay, order me the sandwich. So number 1, it needs to understand what's order and what's a sandwich. It needs to take the picture, analyze it through a multimodal LLM to be able to find what's involved in the sandwich. It looks like there is some, food in here. There is some tomatoes. There is some greens, and being able to recognize what the different greens, and then realize that in order to be able to do that, it needs to break it down into chain of thought steps. It needs to break it down into what's in the picture, what's the components, where can I go and order, use a credit card to pay for it, and send it to the address that that the agent haven't filed. Third step is actually to do the action, go through a browser or go through different apps and being able to control all of this. This is one of the most exciting areas. Take the sandwich example and apply it to order me a flight, apply it to take my driving license, apply it to any number of use cases. I am actually tech advisor to a startup in the Bay Area, Silicon Valley, that's doing some of this work specifically on agent and agentic software on the consumer market. And my expectation is that this is going to be a great opportunity moving forward in this space. Robotics and humanoids is another extremely exciting space that's happening right now. Maybe it's going to take more than 2 years, but we are at the cusp of a really big innovation and revolution in this space, specifically in the area where robotics and humanoids can interact with humans through human language. Robotics for a long time have been confined to either the research labs or confined to spaces that are basically around the warehouses or the factories. But today we can actually just starting to integrate humanoids into our different use cases day in and day out. Driverless cars is one example of these, but we're not going to stop over here. In fact, over the last 6 months, there have been a lot of innovation around building large language models or robot foundational model, RFMs, that basically have the ability to be able to understand the different actions that can be done with the robot and connected with the human. So you can tell the robot, pick me an apple, and it would know what I mean. It would go, it would use its like hand or claws to pick the apple and come back to you. This has been a big step, have been in years in terms of innovation. One of the most critical and difficult, I would say, challenges in this space is specifically around finding the data to train these models that can interact with the different robots, but also can interact with the different use cases that you're going to ask them for. Amazingly, Google, for example, have been using YouTube data in order to train the robots. Not efficient, not enough, because basically they don't have 3D imaging and they don't have 3D spatial values for the different robots because YouTube videos are 2Ds. Most recently, Tesla have announced some humanoids where they are using emulation or some kind of humans who are doing the job of a robot and then takes all of this data and basically use it to train the robot foundational model that's going to run later on a robot. Enough, but not enough data because you need a huge amount of data for this kind, and emulation is just like really starting very early on. So some challenges over here, but also a great opportunity from how it's going to change the future. In the back room, in the green room, as we were chatting about how awesome it would be to see robots take over some of the housework day in and day out and take away some of the cognitive and intellectual workload that we have to do in order to be able to focus on the more important things. Imagine you don't have to order dinner, you don't have to cook dinner, you don't have to basically do the housework, rather than you have a robot that can take care of all of that for you. And that's going to remove a lot of the overhead that we usually handle day in and day out. So in order to get there, we need also an understanding of our world as we see it as humans and being able to digitalize it back to the technology, to the AI. And this is where spatial AI is happening. Specifically, most of the data that we see today being fed into different models are either 2D data or video data. So 2D data in the form of images, pictures, or in the form of videos. And that's problematic because our world is not 2D, our world is 3D. So for example, if we're training a robot on 2D data, it can move from here to here, but it cannot go like up, down, left and right, and like in the physical world. So being able to find a way to be able to digitalize this knowledge, bring it together, and put it in a way such that we can train different models in is a new area where different startups in Silicon Valley have been investing in, one of them coming out from Stanford most recently. And one of the open questions of how fast can we move there, how confident are we to move there? This is one of the most exciting areas for me personally, causal AI. And causal AI have been a question mark for many years on different reasoning capabilities. And causal AI is about root cause analysis or being able to see the cause and effect. And for us humans, we know if we push this, it's going to push. It's pushed because I pushed it. Simple as that. However, when we're looking about huge amount of data, when we're looking about like the huge amount of processing that we need to do, usually that's not as relevant as that. For example, why did the stock market fail? Or why did this stock or that stock have hit 5%? We cannot pinpoint it to a specific cause. And this has been a research area for many researchers for many years. The question now is, Can we build AI with the reasoning capabilities that can predict and can tell us what's the interconnectivity between this cause and effect, this happened and therefore that happened? That's going to be huge. And today we're getting closer in terms of implementing this, in terms of how we're approaching this from a system point of view. These are the 5 different technologies that I am very excited about. These are the 5 different areas that I want to see in the next year. However, before I conclude, I want to remind you that AI is here to serve humanity, to serve all of us collectively. And it's very important to make sure that AI is being used for good use cases, to serve humanity, to be able to advance our human experience. While we can be excited about this app or that app, the app that orders a sandwich or the app that's actually creating for us the new, can make dinner for us, or the humanoid that's going to do the housework, it's very important to also question the data and the quality of data that we use in different apps, and to be able to question whether this is the use case that's going to advance humanity or going to harm us. Thank you very much. Such a pleasure being here.
Thank you so much, Lamia. Really fascinating. Looking at the trends ahead, we truly are on the cusp of revolutions in so many walks of life, from an enterprise level to home life. We were talking backstage about how great it could be, and already is, to open the fridge and say to ChatGPT, what should I cook tonight? That's happening, but really relieving that mental load for so many people in the home has great potential for private and home life. But you can see, for example, from my point of view, being able to really pinpoint a cause and effect on the stock market really could upend analysis and research. So a lot to take away from that presentation. Now, with such fast-moving technology, it can be tempting to rip everything up and start again, especially when it comes to infrastructure. So we are focusing now in the next session on sovereign cloud infrastructure and looking at how to innovate without reinventing the wheel, and specifically focused on really changes and developments here in Saudi Arabia. So I'm delighted to welcome senior leaders of 2 really big players in the market here on stage. So please do welcome Sharon Varghese, who's Senior Vice President AI at Oracle, and also Anton Zorayev, who's a Senior Business Development at NVIDIA. So please do welcome Sharon and Anton to the stage.
Good afternoon to all of you. It's really a pleasure to speak to you today from Oracle and from NVIDIA's side. I have the unique privilege of speaking about Oracle, and my colleague Anton here, who could talk to you about the NVIDIA. Just to start, I would like to say that Oracle and NVIDIA share such a fantastic relationship. We are powerhouses in our own sense, where we own the data center and the data, and the chips are powered by our friends in NVIDIA. So it's a relationship which is unbreakable, and we have done fabulous heights to see the transformation of AI in this journey. And it's such a pleasure to have you on this stage. Why don't you share something about yourself?
Thank you very much, Sharon. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I'm Anton Zorayev, and I'm responsible for the enterprise business development at NVIDIA. And again, it's a pleasure for me to be here. And actually, this particular place, I like it more because it's warmer here. The screen is giving some hot. So, let's keep the conversation.
Thank you, Anton. I'm sure you've been in Saudi multiple times. Is this your first time in LEAP?
Actually, for the LEAP, it's first time, but okay. For Saudi, it's second.
Anton, I always say, the land of Saudi Arabia is a land of promise, of tradition, transformation, and most importantly, fabulous talent. So I say it is the TTT, which is absolutely tradition, transformation, and awesome talent. And here we are together to speak about this partnership. This market is actually booming so much right on data center growth. It is booming on data. And really, NVIDIA and Oracle are at the forefront of it. You've been sitting on from the NVIDIA side. As Oracle, we are almost 30 years in this market. We've been operating for the last 30 years, and we've seen this transformation and growth. What are the key trends you are seeing in this market and in general within the region for AI, and how do you see this market booming?
That's a great question. I would start with the following. So we live in a very interesting time. It's actually the fourth industrial revolution that is happening right in front of us. And the major driver of this revolution is the AI, the most, let's say, the most computationally demanding application that humanity ever met. And definitely one of the latest trend, or one of the most important trend, is generative AI. As we can see, large language models, image generators, video generators, and so on and so forth, those are not only being used by business teams all around the world, but also by private users. Even my kid, he is using this thing to, to make videos for YouTube. And it's very widely adopted. Another trend definitely is the multimodality, because it's very obvious. Virtual assistants today, they understand the language, so they understand speech, they understand text, they understand video, audio, and so on and so forth. So multimodality is another trend. And agentic AI is definitely going to be another important trend, because this is not just the way to work with data, but it's the way to perform actions in real world. Actually, AI agents are the autonomous systems which are based on AI, which perform tasks or do things on our behalf. So it's kind of next step, and it's definitely going to be another trend. And all these trends are forming the revolution that is happening. And behind this revolution is this huge computational task. So most of nations, most of countries around the globe, they understand that, and they're trying to have everything that is needed to have this revolution in their place. They try to have everything that is needed inside in these countries. So the computational infrastructure, which is AI Factory, the data, the expertise, all these major things should be in, and then we call it sovereign. So in that case, the AI is sovereign, and the computational part of it, which is AI Factory, is actually not only the compute part. It has the services and the software which makes use of it. So this is the way we deliver the technology to users, to developers, and actually the way to access it is a cloud. So people use it from cloud. And I got a question to you.
Sure.
What arguments would you use to highlight the benefits of using GPUs from cloud?
And what we are seeing especially, and I think I would speak specifically to Saudi Arabia's perspective, right? As Oracle, we've been in this market for the last 30 years. We had a very strong data presence. And Oracle as a company is actually been the custodian of data in this market. The banks, the large public sectors, they all have been using our data intensively from form of our databases and our applications. Fast forward, we've seen a mega leap into cloud computing. And really, the push of the cloud computing helped us to circumnavigate and bring in our data centers into Saudi Arabia. We are operating out of Riyadh, we are operating out of Jeddah, and this cloud data centers propelled the growth of cloud in this particular market. And actually, as we propelled in is when we saw the power of NVIDIA branching us together into it. We started to infuse these data centers with the GPUs from NVIDIA. whether it was L40S, whether it was the A10s, the H100s. And this is the common phenomenon and theme across the Middle East. And Saudi specifically is at the forefront of actually leading this. Their adoption is fast. You spoke about some of the trends earlier, and we see that banks are transforming. Contact centers are becoming completely humanoid kind of a format. Bank transactions are powered by AI. And all these factors are purely because we have got the ability to service a cloud closer to our customers. So no matter which industry you are in, if you are in a public sector or a bank or a small and medium customer, no matter which industry, you are able to use the power of Oracle Cloud Infrastructure and of course adding NVIDIA chips on top of it and achieve that sense of transformation like never before. And that's why our Oracle Cloud Infrastructure story, especially in Saudi Arabia, is a beacon of transformation for this country, and I would say for the whole continent itself. And with the same trail, Anton, if I were to ask you a question in return to say that the image when comes into our mind about NVIDIA has always been chipsets, the A10s, the H100s. Why don't you explain it to our audience, the power of NVIDIA software? I know that they're branching out, they're becoming powerhouses in networking, they're getting their data centers right, and most importantly, a software which is really propelling hard. Why don't you share something with our audience to say, how is NVIDIA propelling the software industry?
Thank you. That's actually a very great question because definitely not too many users know everything about our software. And so we are a full stack company. We develop hardware and we also develop software. For the hardware, these are GPUs, CPUs, networking, interconnection, so on and so forth. So the things which allow us to build the complete system, the complete supercomputer, to make it the most efficient, the highest performance. But only hardware is not enough, obviously. You have to have software that manages it, you have to have software that uses it. And to make the most out of this hardware, you have to have the optimized software. And that's actually the NVIDIA Enterprise proposal. So with AI, which is very computationally demanding, the more performance you have, the more intelligence you have. So performance directly transforms into intelligence. And to get the most out of this, you have to use software. And with the software that we provide, we build multiple tools which allow data scientists and developers build their products or services based on AI in a very efficient and a very simple way, without reinventing the wheel. I can give you an example. There is a tool which is called NIM, which stands for NVIDIA Inference Microservice. And this NIM is actually the container which has the model, let's say Llama or DeepSeek, a model in this container. And this model is already optimized to be run on GPU. It has everything that is needed to be run, like all the libraries, all the environment is within this container. So it's kind of complete thing. And it also has the API. So you just run this container and it instantly, you download it, you got it onto your OCI instance, you launch it, and you're instantly getting this service. You know, it works already. And there are NIMs for multiple tasks, like NIM for different LLMs, or NIM for speech recognition, or NIM for image generation, or video generation NIM. So this is the thing which allows developers to build their product without making complex steps. Just run it and that's it. And it's completely production grade. It's like ready to be deployed. And it's supported by NVIDIA. Or another example, we call it blueprint. This is when you get the whole pipeline. For instance, there is a blueprint which implements visual understanding. So basically, you upload the video. So you launch this blueprint, for instance, on OCI, GPU instance. You upload the video to this blueprint, and it does summarization. It allows you to make search across this video. Actually, you can quote system on what's happening there, could you please find me the object in this video or something that is happening there? So this kind of intelligence was not possible like even a couple of years ago. And today, to launch this kind of service, you don't need anything. You just need GPU or access to the proper cloud with GPUs, and this blueprint, and that's it, and it works. And you are fine to update, to fine-tune, to change something. So it's the way to start. So basically, NVIDIA Enterprise is the software product which allows developers or users to simplify the development and the deployment of AI-based services. That's the software part of NVIDIA proposal.
Thank you, Anton. Thank you. Really, it's interesting to hear about a software portfolio from NVIDIA, because usually when we talk about NVIDIA, our general perception is, oh, it's a chip maker, it's always used as a chip. But really strong proposition. Congratulations, and I'm really impressed about listening about your software portfolio.
Yeah, we are so much more than just chips. For this particular region, so some time ago, NVIDIA and Oracle announced a joint Sovereign AI initiative. And I just wanted to ask you, what do you feel different about our partnership in this particular region, in this particular country? Given this country is very, let's say, serious about sovereignty.
Anton, a fantastic question, right? I think as far as being in Saudi Arabia, sovereignty stands out, actually, because to be successful in a country like Saudi, or I am from UAE, so even for UAE as a matter, I think countries have started to develop sovereignty as a pillar of their strategy. If you look at the 2040 strategy, 2030 strategy for each of the countries, sovereignty of data is the most important parameter. You see what's happening in world politics. Every single country today wants to hold their data closer to their heart. They want to ensure that data is absolutely protected. Data is absolutely become the fulcrum to use it for their own form. And you see the various data models being bought out. It's about trying to make sense out of it. So sovereignty in a complete ecosystem globally has taken such important parameter that every single country wants to ensure that they use the data right. And this data right could be for healthcare, for new vaccine development, it could be for defense, it could be for banking. So it's important that the data lies within the sovereigns of your country. You are able to control the data, slice and dice the data, and make sense out of it. And I think this is where Oracle's partnership with NVIDIA makes the difference. Now, because we have the ability to work in the country with our own data centers, of course infused with NVIDIA chips on top, it gives the customer, especially the public sector, the ability to use the data internally within the parameter. Use it for right donations of their inferencing. They could use it to train for the future. So I think every single parameter, sovereignty becomes very, very important. And as you see, that is the reason why not only public data centers are informed, you would see the new partnership. We had a partnership signed up with STC in this part of the world. And STC is setting up a sovereign data is a very strong foundational layer with the data integrity and sovereignty to come by, for sure.
Thank you for comment. I do completely agree. And on the other side, sovereignty means competition. And competition is always too good.
I absolutely agree to that, Anton. And I think the future looks exciting. And I think as I started off this whole start of the program, I actually spoke about, and I said 3 words, right? Saudi is known for its tradition. Saudi is known for its transformation. And Saudi is famous for its beautiful talent who's sitting on this side of the room. I think with this 3 combination, this country is just set to boom. And I'm sure the partnership with Oracle and NVIDIA will be a catalyst for this growth. Oracle is so grateful to NVIDIA for this partnership, and I'm sure between the two of us and our organizations behind us, we can serve this country and this region very well. Anton, such a pleasure to have this conversation, and really great to have you on board.
Pleasure is mine. Thank you.
Thank you, Anton. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Sherian and Anton there on the great partnerships being forged in terms of sovereign cloud infrastructure and the progress already being made. Thank you so much for that chat. Now, we're going to get ready for a demonstration because Grok are in the house to explain how to build the future of computing. So I'm sure you're all going to be extremely excited about this because Grok is transforming AI processing with some pretty cutting edge architecture focused on delivering speed, efficiency and scalability. Chris Stevens is their field CTO and he's going to be here to do the demonstration and explain all. So please welcome Chris. He's going to be explaining this groundbreaking technology. Welcome. Thank you.
Hi everybody, my name's Chris Stevens. I'm the field CTO at Grok. Anybody here happen to be at the keynote yesterday? His Excellency El Swaha made some really wonderful announcements about Grok, about the work that's happening in Saudi Arabia. Anybody happen to be there? I'm going to talk about a little about what happened yesterday and who is Grok. So first, I want to acknowledge the keynote that was given yesterday. Grok is incredibly proud to be partnering in Saudi Arabia to bring the world's largest AI inference center to the kingdom. There were some incredible announcements made in terms of investment. We've been partnering for just about a year to bring this capability to life. We've built an AI inference center in Dammam in the Eastern Province. It is live today and we are open for business. The work that we've been doing over the past few months has brought 19,000 of our specialized AI chips called an LPU. We've brought those to life. Like I said, they are in a AI inference center in Dammam. They are live today. We've been serving tokens, billions and billions of tokens per day from the region. We have developers around the world building applications every day, running in the US and in our second region here in Dammam. We have been partnering with great partners like Sejong, who's going to join me in a second, to really bring innovation to life here in the kingdom. We talk at Grok a lot about inferencing. So what is Grok? Grok at our core is fast AI inference. So if you wonder what fast AI inference looks like, let me give you a little bit of a demonstration. So what I have here, I just want to set this up for you. What I have here is a bit of a horse race, okay? You can see here on your left, this is Grok running Llama's 3.1 model, 8 billion parameters. I've chosen that model because it's about the same size as the other models that I want to compare it to. You can see down the middle here, I have the exact same model running on NVIDIA NIMs. I'm comparing that also to ChatGPT 4o Mini. I've chosen 4o Mini because, again, it's about the same size as Llama 3.1, 8 billion parameters. And then I'm also running a model called Alam. Alam is a Saudi-based model developed by the Inside team at Saudi in Sadaya. We have that model running on Grok. The two models on the end that are running on Grok are running in Saudi, running in the Dammam data center as we speak. So what I want to do is show you the speed. We talk about speed at Grok. We talk about the importance of fast AI inference. But I think the best way to understand it really is to see it. So I want to ask these models, how will AI support Vision 2030 in Saudi Arabia? So you can see Grok and Alam are already done. GPT-4o is thinking about it. NVIDIA is thinking about it, thinking about it, thinking about it. Now what you'll notice at the top of each box, now there's a number there, 750 tokens per second, 71, 37, and about 1,200, 1,100 tokens per second. Those are the number of tokens produced by our inference engine running these live. And again, the two models on either end running on Grok are running in Saudi Arabia live today in the Dammam data center that we built in partnership with our partners here in the kingdom. Okay, so that's what fast AI inference looks like. But just in case we're not all on the same page, what's inference in the first place? And I think this is important to talk about because inference is the process of running AI. So in your organization, when you set out to use AI to bring value to your customers, to bring value to your business partners across your organization, you're going to do that during the process of inference. We spent a lot of time as an industry training models, the work that OpenAI has done over the last couple of years, the work that our partners at Meta have done on the models like Llama, with all of the data and processing that they've done, that's training. They've made these models intelligent. These models have learned how to understand language and vision and sound. That's not what you're likely to be doing in your organization. What you're most likely going to be doing is running these models and bringing value to your customers, and that happens during inference. The graph that I have on your left is from Menlo Ventures. They happen to be a Silicon Valley venture firm, but if you ask McKinsey, BCG, Accenture, you name it, they're all going to tell you basically the same story, and that is the vast, vast, vast majority of AI workloads out into the future, including today, are going to be running in inference. So inference is the important workload that you need to be thinking about in your organization. In fact, and I mentioned my friend Sejong, he's going to talk about some of these applications coming to life using agents. We've all heard about agentic AI, and 2025 will be the year of agents. AI copilots, conversational AI. Imagine having a conversation with your customer and you're using AI to interact with them, and it takes 4 seconds for a response. That's completely and utterly unacceptable. You need the kind of response time that I demonstrated on Grok. And these use cases don't work unless you have fast, instantaneous inference, low latency inference, as we like to say at Grok. My call to action to all of you is to get started with us. I mentioned that we've built this AI inference center in the kingdom, and we built that for you. We built that so that you could contribute to the AI economy here in the kingdom, so that developers around the world could contribute to the AI economy here in the kingdom. And in fact, as we heard yesterday from Mr. Khawaiter during also the main stage keynote, the intention is for AI tokens, AI compute, to become the next great export from this nation. And Grok is a really proud partner in that. To date, Grok has just under, I was hoping this would become 1 million by today, but we almost made it. We have just under 1 million developers on Grok. We launched Grok about a year ago, and as of today, we have just over 910,000 developers on Grok, building applications, experience the kind of inference that I was just talking about every single day, bringing value to their organizations, developing new applications, building startups, and so on. On Grok, we are committed to the open source community. The work that we do is open. Our partners are open. We are a launch partner with Meta, for example, on the Llama family of models. We all saw what happened in the AI industry just a couple of weeks ago. DeepSeek, their open model, was launched and kind of sent shockwaves around the industry. We had DeepSeek running on Grok within a couple of hours. Gavin Sherry here runs our engineering team. Him and his team had this model running on Grok within a couple of hours. That's amazing in and of its own right. However, the data that I'm showing you is about the speed of DeepSeek running on Grok. So you can see that the orange bar, the fastest DeepSeek instance in the world runs on Grok. It's the fastest by far, by the way. It's worth noting that in second place is also Grok. But what I want to point out about this is this instance of DeepSeek that's producing this incredible speed is running in Saudi Arabia. This is running in our data center in Dammam in the eastern province. I mentioned we're also partners with Meta. So the fastest Llama 3 70 billion instance in the world runs on Grok. Runs on Grok in Saudi Arabia, in Dammam, in the AI inference center that we built and launched last month. And by the way, the data that I'm showing you, these are third-party benchmarks. There's an organization in California that does this testing and publishes third-party benchmarks, so I encourage you to go study and understand the data for yourselves. We talk a lot about language models, but Grok also supports multimodality. The world that we live in is more than just language, more than written word. We experience the world through vision. Grok has Llama's latest vision model running today in Dammam, in Saudi Arabia. You would use the vision model for document understanding, for image and video. Because again, your customers, your business, your organization interacts with the world in more than just written word. And it's important to have the ability to understand images and vision through vision. Most importantly, perhaps, we communicate with one another through language. Whisper is an open source speech to text model. So again, if you saw the demonstration that our CEO, Jonathan Ross, did during the main stage keynote, he was speaking to the AI. That would have been running on this Whisper model in the background. So we're proud to also offer speech to text. And we do offer text to speech, by the way, which I'll show you in a second. And then also, we talk about speed and inference, the models that are running on Grok. That's obviously incredibly important. But as an enterprise, the problems that you solve require more than just access to an API. They require more than the chat interface, for example, that we have all probably played around with on ChatGPT. They require enterprise services. So this is just a sampling of some of the services that are available on Grok Cloud. So you can see they're organized in a way to make it easy for you to use and consume Grok. They're organized in a way that we're bringing the latest in open source models to the community. I've mentioned Arabic native Alam a second ago. We're partnering with Insai and the Sadaya team to bring Alam and run it on Grok. It is available, like I said, in Saudi Arabia in our Dammam data center. Dr. Arib, I see you. How are you? The mother of Alam, folks, by the way. She's humble. Thank you. And also, I wanted to mention function calling, tool use. These are things that enterprise development teams and enterprise teams need to build real applications. It's more than chat. It's more than the fun little things we can do on ChatGPT. But in order to build an enterprise application, you need these models to be able to use tools so that you can write code, for example, to do function calling so you can build complex systems like Sejong's going to show you here in a couple of minutes. So you may be wondering, you should be wondering by now, how do I get started? I'm excited. This sounds like a lot of fun. I want to get going. We have a URL here, grok.com, with the Leap extension on it. I encourage you to navigate to that URL, sign up. We can connect you with our developer community. We can get you started with an API key, and you can begin developing and innovating today. Okay. And then the last thing I want to talk about before I bring Sejong up here is, if you don't know who Kent Beck is one of the forefathers of modern software system design, and in fact was a part of the movement that literally invented agile software development. So he's been someone for me that's kind of a beacon as I think about the world and navigate technology over the course of my career. You've probably read this by now, but this is a tweet that he posted, and you'll see the date is April of 2023. That's important because that's about 4 months after ChatGPT was launched. And this was his reaction. And again, this is a forefather of modern software systems in software development. And this is what he thought when he first interacted with generative AI. I know you've read it, so I'm going to summarize. He was reluctant to try it. He finally got around that reluctance, and he was reminded of exactly why he was so reluctant. And I find this last statement to be so impactful. I actually think about this all the time as someone who spent my career working in technology. He says, the value of 90% of my skills has gone to zero. However, the leverage for that last 10% has gone up 1,000x. So it's time to recalibrate. And so I encourage you to just let that soak in, think about that. What are the skills that you're bringing to your team, to your company, your organization, to the world that fall into this 10% that we can leverage to help each other as we innovate into the future with AI and leverage that by 1,000x. Okay, foundational principles. Now I want to bring my friend Sejong up here to talk about an application that he and his team have built using Grok. Good.
Hi, everyone. It's a great honor and pleasure to be here. My name is Sejong, and I'm the head of product for NorOS. NorOS is a product that is built in the kingdom, and it serves as the single source of truth, the enterprise operating system that aims to power your enterprise from HR, finance, legal, procurement, and beyond. Now, before I dive into NorOS a bit more, let's begin with what is the problem that we're trying to solve here with NorOS. We live today in a very fragmented world. We have multiple software across the enterprise in different departments. There's data silos. It's also not only that, every application has their own user interface, which associated with that is a learning curve, which means that in order for you to make any adjustments or any changes to the system, you need to rely on an expert, which takes time, and it slows down the enterprise. So at NorOS, given this current landscape of fragmented enterprise software, we thought, what would users want now and 10 years into the future that would not change? What will be some core truths that the world would want that will not change from now until the next 10 years? And we thought of the following three things. Number one, people will want faster time to outcome. It's not about the clicking around and navigating and the beautiful UIs. It's more about the outcome. How can I get to what I need faster? Second is all about more simplicity. How can I get to what I want without having to memorize the user interfaces, the workflows, and all the complexities associated with enterprise software? And third, I want to just have the system get me. I want to be understood. I want it to understand how I think, how I behave, and be able to look 2-3 steps ahead of me to serve me better. These are the founding principles and tenets upon which we built NorOS. NorOS is a single, simple interface through which you, as a user of an enterprise, can have full control over your enterprise landscape. Let me give you a small demo and a demonstration of that in a video that we made.
Saudi Arabia is investing boldly in AI, and NorOS is here to lead the way, making it simple and safe for companies to bring AI into every part of their operations, from HR to finance, procurement, and beyond. Today, we share a real example. Meet Amar, leading the Smart City Infrastructure Development Project.
Let's set up the project. I'll call it NEOM, Smart City Infrastructure Development.
NorOS gathers project details from Amar and intelligently generates a project plan, breaking it down into relevant work streams and tasks. With NorOS, find the root cause of a risk by drilling down through simple questions.
Why there is a delay in the urban design and planning work stream?
Don't work alone. Brainstorm with NorOS on the go to get to a better and faster resolution. With NorOS, Amar is not just managing a project, he's shaping the future of Saudi Arabia. NorOS, designed in the kingdom, ready for the world.
NorOS is a completely new way on how you can engage and interact with your enterprise software. I believe personally, gone are the days of the very complicated UIs and all the buttons and all the different screens that you have to learn, basically. Your voice, your intent, your words should determine the action. And it should be that simple in an AI-first future, where you're not tangled up in the different complications of enterprise software. Your intent basically carries out action within the enterprise. What's more, can you go to the next slide, please?
Saudi Arabia is investing boldly
We're not
in
only
AI.
limited to basically having the AI decide the different workflows for us. Our system is fully configurable with natural language itself. Enterprises don't simply work, and you cannot basically outsource AI agents having to decide the different workflows for you, although it's tremendously good at it. You have standards, you have processes that follow policies and abide rules. You can configure those policies as easy as uploading your policy into our system of record and have it parse the information and then train the agents based on the different policies that you have in your company, significantly shortening the time of implementing complicated ERP solutions into your ecosystem. Our team has also worked really hard for the past year to fully complete and automate the full functionalities in HR, project management, and productivity suites, but our ambition doesn't stop there. Our goal is to become the single source of truth, the single enterprise operating system that allows you to control all the different parts of your enterprise, from HR, from finance, from legal, procurement, productivity, and beyond. And I get this question a lot, so I added this one slide here. So what is NorOS? How can I use it? NorOS is composed of 3 stacks, as you can see over here. The bottommost stack is the system of record. We have our own homegrown ERP system, our own CRM, HRMS, procurement, and finance systems. On top of that, we have our own AI intelligent controller layer that basically abstracts these ERP systems. And the layer on top is a single pane source of truth through which you can control these interfaces. If you're an established company with your existing instances of SAP, Oracle Fusion, etc., no worries. You just have to use layers 2 and 3 and then have that sit on top of your existing system of record, and you let the agent drive the actions that you want. If you're a new company, you might be interested in using all the 3 stacks with us and build a future together. Last but not least, I'd like to end on one note. This is a technology that is built in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We are not trying to resell. We are building technology that is from the kingdom, by the kingdom, to the kingdom. And we would like to really eagerly onboard all the new people who would like to take part in this journey with us. And I'd like to close with one last note. We are actively hiring, aggressively hiring in our team to make this dream become true, not only in Saudi Arabia, but for GCC and globally beyond. So I highly encourage you to come visit me. We'll be at the Aramco Digital booth in the Aramco section. If you're looking for a really interesting boost in your career, really interested in taking a front seat and transforming the AI landscape in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, please come see me and our team. Would be very happy to talk to you. Thank you very much, and back to you, Chris.
That's it. I think. Okay, I was hoping I could end with just one more quick demo. For those of you that weren't there yesterday, I want to show you something. Okay, so first, you'll see I'm running on Alam. I'm going to ask it to write a sentence saying 3 positive aspects about Saudi Vision 2030 and AI, but I wanted to do so in Arabic. Okay, there's my sentence. You saw how fast that was. But as I mentioned during my presentation, we don't interact with the world only in written word. We primarily interact with the world through speech. And so what I'm using here is Grok. I mentioned that we also have text-to-speech capabilities, so this will be fully AI-powered, fully AI-generated voice.
رؤية السعودية 2030 وتقنية الذكاء الاصطناعي ستساهم في تطوير الاقتصاد المعرفي وزيادة الابتكار المحلي ودعم الابتكار الرقمي لضمان مستقبل اقتصادي مستدام وديناميكي.
Thank you very much.
Sejong and Chris, thank you so much for that demonstration. Great touch at the end there, looking at the potential for AI exports from the kingdom. But also, isn't it refreshing to hear about job creation rather than job destruction for a change? So thank you very much for that presentation and demonstration. Just a taster of how we are on the cusp of such rapid technological change. The question is, are all governments ready for this? That's the focus of the next session. We're going to examine the challenges and opportunities that governments face in adopting AI, covering policy development, technological integration, and ethical considerations. And I'm delighted to say we have a true panel of experts who can tell us more about that really tricky balancing act of creating AI frameworks that really do align with national priorities, while also ensuring that there is enough space for innovation and international collaboration as well. So, without further ado, let me introduce the host for this panel. You might have seen him yesterday. He was here at DeepFest. That's Sanjay Puri. He's the founder of Knowledge Network Group. So please welcome to Sanjay and his panel.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you can hear me. Welcome to the Government AI Readiness Panel. Every nation around the world, at least most major nations, are running to put AI for their people, implement large AI systems around the world. That raises major challenges and opportunities. It leads to discussions on policy frameworks, ethical frameworks, national priorities, and other issues. Well, the good news is we have an amazing panel for you today that has worked on nations implementing AI for them, and they're going to try to get detailed discussions into this issue of what countries should be doing or their suggestions towards doing that. The framework for our panel today is going to be, I'll start with asking them to briefly introduce themselves, answer one simple foundation question, then we'll get deeper into our discussion, and at the end, since it's post-lunch, we'll have a rapid-fire question asking them some answers. Hopefully that'll be engaging and fun. So are we ready to go, Margaret?
Yes. Ready to go.
So Margaret, why don't you start with an introduction? And the foundation question is, what's the number one challenge that countries face and the number one opportunities that countries face in terms of implementing AI?
So I'm happy to be here with you today. So thank you for joining us and in this interesting topic. So taking this question, first let me put that we all know, since we are all here, that AI is shaping our current life and it will shape our future. And it will shape the future of all the next generations. So for us, it's, I'm convinced, the most exciting time where we could be. And I was just telling to somebody today, I wish I could be alive in 80 years and look and be here at LEAP and see, or here in Saudi Arabia, and see what has happened. We are in the core of this transformation, and it has just begun. the biggest challenge is to take everybody with us. So think of yourself and what you are missing, think what you need, think about the fears you have, and your neighbor will have the same. We are not 100% sure what it will all lead to, but what we can be sure, if we take the effort and we put the positive side to the stage and we concentrate on the positive side, we can make lives of people easier in the area of work. We can make it easier in the area of learning and teaching. We can make it much easier and better in the area of health. So this is only 3 of the examples in the major fields where AI will fundamentally change our lives.
Thank you. Lama, how about you? Introduction and answering the biggest challenge and opportunity for AI for countries.
Thank you very much. Hello everyone. Assalamu alaikum. I'm Lama Arabiyat, the Director of Artificial Intelligence and Advanced Technologies from Jordan, from the Ministry of Digital Economy and Entrepreneurship. Our role based on AI, leading the AI transformation in Jordan. So basically, we are into the implementation, and maybe I will talk about the challenges that we have witnessed during the implementation of AI. From my point of view, I usually divide the challenges in implementing AI and developing AI into 2 parts. The first part, which is the technical challenges for using artificial intelligence, from data preparation, as we have witnessed that 70% of the projects that needs a huge data preparation, our data should be there in the correct format, proper format to be used in the AI models, especially when we are talking about predictive AI, not only generative AI. Also, we need to have the good talents that can handle the complexity of AI models. Besides these technical challenges, we also need the digital infrastructure right in place, like having GPUs so we can implement and use AI in a correct way. As we know that AI models needs a heavy computational power that needs a strong digital infrastructure to be used within. This is from technical challenges. If we want to talk about regulations challenges, we also have some challenges about the regulatory framework, how to deal with AI with not, let's say, in a responsible manner and ethical way, and in the same side, having the innovation there without killing or stopping or avoiding the innovation. So we need to balance between ethical use, between regulations, and also between the innovation of AI use. Also from the regulations, frameworks, challenges that we are facing, maybe the whole world is facing these challenges, is to protect data and the data privacy. We all know AI models is based on a huge amounts of data. This data could be personal data, could be governmental data, could be confidential data. This data should be governed, should be protected, has its own privacy to be used in the AI models. This is basically the main challenges in using AI and developing AI from technical side and regulatory side. If we want to talk opportunities, to talk about the opportunities for AI in general in the whole world, let me just to talk about some figures and statistics I have written down. Due to a PwC last study, that AI will contribute to the world economy by $15.7 trillion, which is a huge number, which will make a huge change in the economy and the portfolio of the economy in the whole world. Also, we can witness that the job market will be changed in the coming years. There will be some new AI jobs that's created due to the needs for the technology that is integrated in our world. And also there is some displaced jobs will be eliminated from the job market. So we need to be prepared as governments, as communities, to the change in the job market. So based on the World Economic Forum, it states that from the Future of Jobs report, that 170 million jobs will be created, and another 92 million jobs will be displaced due to the technology integration in the job market. AI itself will be contributed to creation for 11 million jobs and displacing 9 million jobs, which is need to make a huge attention for that job market transition, and to be prepared for the future, to have empowered our talents, to be having the right talents in order to be suitable and to prepare use for AI models and also for AI development. There is a development for AI and there is use for AI and utilization for AI. Both should be prepared for the future, for the new coming AI era, and be well prepared for that. Maybe I can also talk about increasing the productivity in work and reducing and cutting costs. Also, I have some numbers I would like to highlight it. Due to McKinsey report that AI, generative AI itself will automate 30% of working hours right now. So we will witnessing a huge change in productivity, increasing in productivity, and at the same time cutting costs for the large-scale companies and governments. This is in general about the challenges, the main challenges, and the main opportunities that we will be witnessing in the coming years by AI and artificial intelligence, and also by the new technologies itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Abdullah, biggest challenge and biggest opportunity for AI for countries, AI adoption.
Great. I hope you can hear me well. Great. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. My name is Abdullah Dawad. I'm the Senior Director of Data Analytics in a company called Takamul. If you allow me to give a quick introduction about what we do in Takamul, that will set the stage to what I would call an opportunity to use AI. Takamul is a multifaceted company. It's a business solution company, but a major pillar in Takamul, we focus on creating digital transformation in the labor market. We do have a suite of products that we have developed and operated, from a platform called Qiwa, which means workforce in Arabic, to another platform called Ajir, which means a recruiter or a worker, sorry, to another platform called Mu'ama. Mu'ama is the Arabic word for alignment. And I will tell you the story of these products and how AI and digital transformation is a true enabler in achieving our objectives. 8 years ago, our Crown Prince announced the Vision 2030, which is a very ambitious initiative to take the country to the level that we think we deserve to be. There are a huge number of targets that we aim to reach. And if you've seen the Vision 2030, all of these targets are very ambitious. In order to get there, you need to be smart, you need to be efficient, and you definitely cannot do it in a conventional way. Maybe I will touch on a few objectives that we have in Saudi, and that I believe Takamul can significantly help the government reach that stage. Obviously, the biggest target that we can impact is the employment rate or the unemployment rate. I believe the baseline was 12.3%. Where we stand today is 8%, and we hope to reach 7% by 2030. Now, that small margin will take a lot of effort to reach. This is where we are trying to incorporate AI solutions to help job seekers find the right opportunity in our products. We have launched one in our Ajir platform, and we are also developing similar technologies in Qiwa and other products. One of the very interesting objectives that we have in Vision 2030 is the participation of the disabled individuals in the workforce. I believe the baseline was around 2%, and we aim to reach 15%. And guess what? We are at 8.2%. So we are roughly halfway there, and there is a long way to go. I truly believe incorporating AI technologies would greatly help disabled individuals feel more accommodated at the workplace and deliver similar value to other workers in the work field. There is also a third objective that we are trying to reach in Saudi Arabia, which is the funding for the small and medium businesses. We want it to be 20% of the total funding for all establishments. And guess what? In order for a small establishment to be funded, they need to be successful first. We have all the platforms that help them get into the labor market, be successful, get their workforce in a very easy and a very efficient way, and take them one step further or closer to get that financing that we all hope we will reach one day, inshallah.
May I add something? So, taking from my experience, so I was 15 years CEO of tech and IT companies in Europe, and of one of the biggest telecom operators, like something which is STC here in Nemza, it's called A1. And on the other hand, I was 5 years minister. And the biggest challenge I see now is about the transformational fatigue. So I don't know if you've heard about it or if you can feel this sometimes. We're all talking about transformation, digital transformation, AI transformation, this transformation, and we are getting a little bit tired. At least organizations do, and organizations are always people in those. And and this is true for smaller companies like SMEs that you have mentioned, large companies, big corporates, and it is the same is true for countries. I cannot see this fatigueness here in Saudi Arabia because it's a young nation. We have Vision 2030. By the way, I live in Saudi Arabia now. I have chosen to live here. I don't live in Nemza anymore. So this is something which has attracted me also, this passion, the freshness of the youth in Saudi Arabia. So at the same time, this fatigueness in many regions, especially in Europe, is still there. Yeah? So how to overcome it and how to overcome the fears of starting to work with AI, because we have a lot of SMEs out there which are the cornerstone of our economy, I would even say our culture, and they have never done anything with AI, and everybody is telling them, you have to do AI, and they stand there, including the employees, and said, yes, but how, and what, and where should we start? So from my experience, what helped most, especially in the region, is building on this and working on the ecosystem, to include the universities, to include the schools, the startups, the SME. Never forget about the SME, because transformation and based on AI, we always need to include the small and medium-sized companies in each country. That's key. For me, a country cannot be successful if not the SME, where many, many people work in, is also successful. So building an ecosystem and working hard from all angles continuously is one of the key factors to be successful in a country. A second one is to have the right balance between the regulations on the one hand side and the freedom on the other hand side. Whereas Europe overdoes it with regulation, sometimes we have too much freedom in different markets, which means less protection for your privacy and your personal data. So the balance is the next important topic. And the third one is build platforms. So what I did in Austria when I was minister, we built an AI platform where all the different contributors put their contribution on this and shared it with the others. It was not only sharing the data itself, which is key, but it was also sharing and showing the achievement, the best practices. So these are the three pillars which I find which are important for a society to make the most out of it.
So 3 pillars she's talking about: build an ecosystem of SMEs, have a balance between regulation and innovation, and then finally share data. Those are very important points from your experience with Austria and Europe. How about you, Lama? Your experience is driving AI in Jordan. Give a couple of key points to our audience. What are the 2, 3 things, 4 things that you have seen that work well in terms of the path that you're doing? It's a new journey. You're the first director of AI in Jordan. What would be helpful to people in the audience who are from different parts of the world?
Thank you very much for this question. Maybe I need to highlight on Jordan AI journey through the few years before and where are we going nowadays. The Jordanian government have been launching its first national AI strategy. That's through the vision of the Jordanian government where to go within the AI. It was developed in 2022, and it has an execution plan for the 5 years from 2023 to 2027. Basically, the execution plan and the national strategy is focusing on 2 parts. The first part is to building the national AI ecosystem for Jordan. When we are talking about AI ecosystem on a governmental or a national level, we are talking about building capacities, also having experts, Jordanian experts in AI, through education, through universities, through upskilling programs to have the new generation equipped with the needed skills for the future. Also, from building the AI ecosystem in Jordan, we are focusing on promoting investment and entrepreneurship in the field of artificial intelligence, and as well to promote also the research and development in the AI part. All of that cannot be happen without the partnership with the private sector and the academic sector itself. So we are talking about the golden triangle, which is government, public and private, and also the academia. We need to have all 3 sectors working together in order to implement and develop the artificial intelligence in the right way. It's an ongoing developed science. We need to be updated with that new technologies and the new era. So the academic, the research and development is very important to be on board with the public and private as well. On the other part, we are looking forward to implement AI within the priority sectors and enhance the governmental services using artificial intelligence. So basically, we are focusing on developing an AI ecosystem, and the other part is where to use the practical AI tools within government, economic sectors, education, health, transportation, energy, water, agriculture, and other sectors. We are focusing on 12 sectors mainly, which we need to implement artificial intelligence within. Our execution plan, that's span for 5 years, is already in place, covering 12 priority sectors. Each sector, we are looking forward to implement 2 to 3 projects as a pilot, as a first phase, to see how we can enlarge these projects and pilots and proof of concepts in the larger scale. Also, we are working on enhancing Jordan ranking on global indexes. As for Jordan now, we have ranked as 49 over the world in the Oxford Insights, which is government AI readiness index, which is a good, but we are looking forward for an ambitious rate in that domain, especially that we have some young talents who can develop more in artificial intelligence. And from governmental perspective, we need to empower these young and youth in order to proceed with the advancement in artificial intelligence.
Thank you. Abdullah, the potential for AI is it's going to create many new jobs, but there will be many jobs that will go away, especially in white collar. That's what most analysts, McKinsey, IMF talks about. What should countries who are thinking of implementing AI be thinking, especially from a workforce labor perspective? Talk to them and tell them what should they be thinking about.
That's a very interesting question, Sanjay. So to me, the equation has two parts. You need to worry about the technology itself. You need to worry about the people. Let's not take it for granted that the knowledge and the general understanding of everyone about AI is equivalent across the board. You have specialists who understand AI fairly well, and then you have the normal workforce who don't usually understand what AI can do for them, not against them. So you cannot blame them for seeing AI as this vicious enemy that is going to take their jobs, while in reality that's not the case. AI eventually will augment us as humans. We will be more efficient as humans. We can do more as humans. In addition to that, I think governments should be smart in selecting where to implement AI as opposed to throwing AI everywhere. You need to be selective. You need to do a lot of communication, a lot of change management, which is one pillar. The other pillar, you need to upskill your workforce. And by upskilling, I mean make them more AI native, for the lack of a better term. Just like what happened with previous generations, where computers were first invented, the existing workforce couldn't handle them very well. Now, handling a computer is a basic requirement. I believe in 20 or maybe less than that, in 10 years, being AI proficient will be a basic requirement to enter the workforce. And that barrier is not too high of a barrier to uplift the workforce to reach that level. Luckily in Saudi Arabia, we are doing both. We are incorporating a lot of AI solutions in our systems, government and non-government systems. And we do have a lot of initiatives for upskilling. We do have boot camps for students, for fresh grads. We have on-job trainings. For instance, in Takamul, we have a vertical for upskilling that does specific training programs for specific entities targeting specific levels of seniority. So collectively and hopefully within the next few years, we can do enough upskilling to elevate the labor market to meet where we project the AI and the intelligence will be in that period, inshallah.
Can I add here? I fully agree with you. The upskilling, you both mentioned it, and the education is key. And here, I'm convinced that we can do a lot of theoretical training. If there is no practical use immediately afterwards, then what we are teaching, we will lose a lot of it. Yeah, we see that what we learned in school, when we do not work on it regularly and immediately, we call it this action learning experience, then we lose a lot of it. So the most important thing for companies, countries, whoever is responsible, organizations, is to make sure that there is a very close contact and a very close bridge to the implementation, what you have learned. And I think this is really key because we are doing a lot of trainings, a lot of education, and a lot will be lost. And it's just, we could have done without it. We should concentrate on certain areas and then ask for the implementation. And I think this is important that companies and countries see this and act accordingly. So this implementation part is key for, and I think, and I'm convinced that those countries who are able to do this and bridge this gap quickly will be the most successful. Also, it will not be the countries who own the large language models who will be the most successful, but those who have the best talented people that can do this from an idea to like the concept and then to the product, but then to make it successful on the market and finally earn money with it, because this is what makes an economy go. It's not just for learning's sake and then maybe not doing anything, but finally it needs to end in some product, some solutions, some innovation, some ideas, some intellectual property.
Yes, I want to elaborate more about what has been mentioned by Ahmed and Her Excellency about talents and how to make the proper capacity building in that domain. We know that world is changing very fast. When I was in university, there is no AI majors or artificial intelligence specialization in university. I studied engineering. Later on, some specialization dedicated for artificial intelligence and data science has been in universities. So I joined my master's. I take my master's degree in artificial intelligence and data science to cope with the new digital era. However, now we are witnessing that most of universities are integrating artificial intelligence as a dedicated major and specialization within its curriculum. So in baccalaureate degree, there is in Jordan, for baccalaureate and master's degrees, honestly, we have more than 27 universities who's providing these majors for students. Most of the universities in Jordan are providing these majors and education about artificial intelligence. And we have more than 7,500 students and universities are learning artificial intelligence, which is show you how the world is moving very fast. Also, I want to elaborate more about before universities, we have students at schools. We need to empower these students from schools. What is artificial intelligence? How the world is changing now and how they can being empowered by artificial skills and digital skills to adopt with the new AI era. So in Jordan, we are working on developing digital skills curriculum. One of its main pillars is artificial intelligence for all classes, from first class to 12th class. So we can have our students from students from schools are empowered by AI, and then they can continue their journey in artificial intelligence through universities and can be equipped with the new skills that's needed in the market.
Well, that's very helpful. I have a lot to ask, so we'll go briefly on some of these things. A question for any one of you. There are people here from countries saying, I want to have the innovation of AI, but I want to balance it with ethics. I want to balance it with data security and things. How do these countries balance it? Any of you want to talk about that? Innovation versus regulation versus data security.
So maybe if I start, because Europe is the master of regulation, and we often see regulation as a competitive advantage. I do not say that it is not the case. It can be a competitive advantage, but at the same time, as I mentioned, we are sometimes overdoing it. I think it's one of the reasons why is also our age. So if you look at the age structure of Europe and of Saudi Arabia, so we are much older in general, and when a nation tends to get older, you tend to be more, caring and thinking and trying not to be so pushy. So a good thing of balance in between is the best. One way, if you have a strict regulation like Europe has, and what helps actually in each country is like regulatory sandboxes. Yeah? This is key because I like this because it's practical. It has been proven that it's working. In a certain field, you can move quickly and you can implement very quickly. The ethical part is important, because we are at the stage now in the history of mankind. So I started out my education, actually, I have my first laptop when I was 20, when I was at university. So if I tell the young generation set that I didn't have an internet when I was young, they look at me and say, okay, how could you have lived with this? And that I got 2 emails a week, maybe, no WhatsApp, no other platforms at that time. And within my lifetime, so far, So much has changed. As you are also, you're much younger, you're expressing the profound changes that are going on, and also for you. So if we look at it and put it in a nutshell, regulation is key. It needs to be balanced, not overdo it, but you have to have it as a country. And you have at the same time pools and islands of the freedom with the regulatory sandboxes that are that keep you moving like a speedboat and not to slow down.
Thank you. We have 5 or 6 minutes left. I have 3, 4 quick questions I want to ask. Lama, for you, there are countries who might not have very big resources. How do they decide which AI use cases to pick, or what should they focus on with the resources they have?
Yes.
What would you tell our audience?
Yes, from my point of view, that we need to have some kind of analysis before starting any projects, and maybe we can have a feasibility study if we shall go with this project or not. And from AI point of view, that to start with the pilot projects, POCs, proof of concepts, if it's successfully implemented and achieved, you can enlarge the project and extend its scope later on. But you need to test it first in order to know, is it worth to go with this approach, or we need to change the approach for another thing?
Mr. Abdullah, when they are looking at policies, they're trying to figure out what skill gaps should they initially focus on. Are there areas of skills that when countries are looking at, they should be focusing on? Usually the world's talked about STEM, science, technology. Do you think AI is changing that, where there is a little bit of a difference in the, what would be your message to them, that what skill gaps they should be focusing on?
AI is definitely changing the skill gap scene. Skill gaps 10 years ago is drastically different than skill gaps today in every country. I believe to efficiently address the skill gap problem, we always start from business. Start from the businesses and from the regulators in each to their own field, and they can easily tell you what they're lacking in the market. I believe AI can also bridge that skill gap in the sense that when you improve the efficiency of the existing labor force, you can easily remove that gap, or at least mitigate it. You have a lot of examples for this with the virtual assistants being all over the place. People are much more efficient nowadays, and previous skills are becoming less and less relevant. For instance, content writing. Now it's much easier to develop your own content than to recruit content writers. So that closes the gap for one part, but might affect the job security of another group.
No, that's very helpful. We've seen in the past few weeks, DeepSeek has come out with an open source model. When countries are looking at open source, closed source, some of our guests who are here, anybody has views in terms of what should they be thinking in terms of open source, closed source model? Anybody?
Open source. I'm a big fan of the open source model. It brings down the cost, as we have seen. It challenges and includes a larger community. In the long run, I'm convinced these models can contribute a lot to the general wealth and positive development of society.
Regarding large language models, you have two types. The first one is open source. The other one is like ChatGPT, which is you can have a subscription by APIs and license. For, let's say, companies or organizations who cannot develop their own large language model, we know that it's need a lot of investment. They can have an open source model and pre-trained already, and get it and fine-tune it to the scope of work that they are specifically working on. So open source for large language models is useful for governments, for corporates, for organizations who cannot build their own large language model, but use the pre-trained one and containerization that model and using it for the scope that you are needed to.
So one thing to add here, I'm pro open source. of course. But governments and entities need to be careful that working with open source comes with an engineering overhead with it. So you might want to outsource that and go to a licensed solution if you cannot afford the engineering overhead. It's not necessarily always cheaper. It's cheaper if you have these extra resources to handle all the operation and the engineering part.
Yes, exactly. And this is also can help you for having your data in a private place, not to have your data processed in a third party or outsource engines. So maybe the outsource can solve some parts of challenges in data privacy and data security, but as Ahmed mentioned, that it has some challenges as well to be taken into consideration.
Finally, we have this rapid round of lightning questions. So I'll ask each of you yes or no because we are running very close to our time. Starting with you, Margaret, do you believe AI will create more jobs than it'll lose jobs? Yes or no? Will create more jobs?
Yes, we'll create more jobs.
Yes, of course.
Definitely yes.
Okay. Is a regional regulatory framework for AI more effective than a national or a global regulatory framework? Yes or no? Regional versus national, Margaret?
It depends.
Yes, also it's yes to a certain limit. When you need to have international cooperation, there should be some standards, some guidelines for all countries together. But inside the country, you will have your own regulations that govern the use in your own country.
No, the answer is no.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we have kind of run out of time, but I hope all of you got some amazing perspectives from a global view from our panelists in terms of what should countries be doing as they march towards AI adoption. I really want you to thank our panelists and give them a big round of applause for amazing insights. Thank you so much.
That's okay.
Thank you very much, Sanjay and the panel. Really great to walk that tightrope of change that you're all going through. So thank you so much for your time and all of your insights. Now, as we discussed that, I mean, building confidence in AI is absolutely key to transformation. We've heard already at DeepFest that organizations really do face a lot of challenges when it comes to AI-enabled change. And we've got everything from data quality issues, a shortage of skilled AI professionals that we heard more detail about in that panel just there. We've got difficulties as well of integrating AI with legacy systems. And of course, we've got all these security risks and regulatory concerns. So adoption obviously needs really careful planning and data governance and ethical practices as well, really to overcome all of these challenges and harness the full potential of AI responsibly. So here to tell us more about this, how you can do it, or what the steps are on that path, is Global AI Clients and Markets Leader from Ernst & Young, Natalia Martin. So please do give Natalia a warm round of applause.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you today. My name is Natalia Martin, and I'm a global partner with EY. I've spent the last couple of years at the heart of our EY.AI's own AI transformation at EY. So the question that we're asking today is really, how can we build confidence in AI? To me, that's actually probably one of the most important questions of our time at the moment. So to start, let's take a moment to reflect on AI today. What's happening? There's continued exponential growth in the AI market. Only last year, in 2024, the US startups attracted over $11 billion in funding. There's massive projected IT globally spent this year, fueled by AI investment, estimated at around $5.74 million. And ROI expectations continue to be high. 80% of business leaders now expect ROI on Gen investments within the next 1 to 3 years. So the hype is very much still there. Meanwhile, there are some emerging paradigms here. So adoption is still front and center. The number of organizations that report regular use of Gen AI has doubled since last year. And there's something I call disruptive innovation on the rise. The emergence of MOE model architectures like DeepSeek that will activate only the necessary computing resources for specific tasks, therefore massively reducing costs and energy consumption, are fundamentally changing the AI landscape. Thirdly, there is the rise of open source advancements, which is further democratizing access to advanced AI capabilities and accelerating innovation across all industries. And finally, the fact that the speed of change, as far as I'm concerned, that we're currently seeing is becoming the new normal. It's not going away, as the field of AI is continuously evolving. So one only needs to look at the past days and weeks as new techniques have emerged and shaken fundamental assumptions we held about even the basics of the AI value chain itself. So everything's happening really, really fast. So one challenge is keeping pace with the rapid evolution of the tech, but perhaps the greater challenge is in discerning and deciding whether new iterations or techniques are robust enough to be part of your enterprise's AI journey. It seems that just when you adopt a certain path to incorporating AI into your business, a new set of tools, techniques, models emerge, and then you're left wondering if the path you're taking is really already obsolete. So back to confidence. In such a fast-paced environment, how can business leaders feel confident about their transformation journey? I'd like to try to answer this by turning to our own story at EY. So our challenges, our lessons learned, I believe, can bring some good insights into the path of other organizations. And I'd like to tell you a story, and the story goes back to 2017. We found ourselves at EY navigating an incredibly complex landscape, one that was having to have us manage 60 different cloud environments, 40 operational tools, and 30 different methods of building applications. This fragmentation was a barrier to efficiency, and we recognized that to thrive, we really needed to consolidate our efforts. Thus, we made an investment. It was a massive investment on our end. And we built something that we called EY Fabric, which is essentially a unified platform that integrates cloud, data, intelligence, developer, and business enablement capabilities into one place. And this was actually really fundamental. It was the first step that we took towards creating the powerful foundation for AI that now has propelled EY forward in EY.ai. It's really notable that something that took us 8 weeks to build an analytics workbench back then now takes us 4 hours. Right? So this has really been transformational for us. However, the technology is there, the technology is well and good, but we knew that technology alone wasn't going to cut it. So to ensure success, we needed to empower our people. So we welcomed over 3,000 new hires with AI skills. We launched various initiatives in learning, including AI badges, which we call our e-learning modules. We created an MBA tech program, which we offer for free to all of our staff. We really invested in fostering a culture of innovation and adaptability across the firm. And as we made a number of acquisitions, we also built a number of AI COEs across the firm. So really, it was very much around technology, yes, but humans and people all around it. And then you fast forward to 2022, and ChatGPT hit the market. That's when everything accelerated. It really catalyzed our transformation. We had a choice, frankly. We could either sit around, put PowerPoints together, get all of the leaders in the different areas together, get the perfect setup, get the perfect structure, and cautiously think about what we were going to do, or we could act. We could act boldly, and that's actually what we ended up doing. Boldly, but not unintentionally. So we had a lot of intent in the way we did this when we launched what we call EY.ai. EY.ai was a program. It was a transformation journey. It wasn't just a platform. And it was really an above-business initiative that centered on 3 key pillars. How do you transform ourselves? How do we transform our clients, or help them transform themselves? And how do we help the world transform? And across those 3 pillars, we essentially drove the journey further that I'm about to talk to you a little bit more about. So fast forward to 2024, we've actually just launched our all-in strategy, which really looks at commitment around our AI vision and ambition. But confidence is at the center of that. Building the future with confidence is where we've landed with that strategy. So let me tell you a little bit more about what that actually meant. First of all, I mentioned the creation of Fabric. What EY actually did is we've actually got possibly one of the largest private instances of an open AI LLM in the world. And with the launch of ChatGPT, we were also the first to market with our own version of ChatGPT EYQ, which was actually recognized by Microsoft at the time as the largest enterprise chat integrated with data from them. So by launching a central online marketplace, we offered our people and our clients a huge amount of confidence and a huge amount of possibility. 1,000 Gen AI POCs were built. 81% adoption, it's actually 85% today, of EY.AI EYQ, which is market leading. 85 million prompts processed on EYQ only in the first 9 months. 4.1 million lines of code over 1 year, and 8 billion tokens consumed on EYQ. These are all massive stats, but they are possible because we actually build the infrastructure and everything around it. But as we said, at the center of the transformation was also people, humans at the center. Our own research and our conviction across all these years of being consultants and working with a lot of organizations in transformation tells us that only 38% of transformations of any kind are actually successful. When you apply and you put humans at the center, that number actually rises to over 75%, no matter what transformation you're talking about. How and why should it be different with technology? So we applied this to our journey, and we did 4 things. We created empowerment by creating a federated free model with a low-code, no-code environment for all of our people to participate. There's 400,000 people at EY in 180 countries worldwide, right? So we made a bold move to empower our people as citizen developers. Our AI champion communities became the on-the-ground owners of that transformation. Talk about confidence. We then looked at the second thing, which was collaboration. Here we created an environment that encourages connectivity through the ecosystem approach, where we created a UI and a UX that made it much easier for our users to see value. Thirdly, there was responsibility. We made AI everyone's business. We invested in our people development through a learning program that I mentioned earlier, badges, boot camps, master classes, everything you can think of. And then finally, inclusivity. We sought to inspire our people through comms, through communications, forums, through community channels, a Power App Store, and of course, our EY.AI site. And today, 83% of EY's 400,000 people have completed a foundational AI learning. And again, we keep going, right? So I think there's a point there, which is you need to take the human with you in this journey. The next thing you see here is responsible AI. So throughout the journey, we found that the success of this transformation depends on our ability to do it responsibly. When the EU AI Act came around, we had to go back to basics, actually, as an assurance organization, and revisit a lot of what we had in place on AI at the firm. We reviewed and actually pretty much set out our 9 AI responsible AI principles framework and ensured that these frameworks and these principles were very much tied to the organizational values. We set up an AI governance structure and kicked off the risk management assessment with a flagship methodology composed of, very simply, 26 questions. It was a frame, but it worked. And of course, we created a plan with a milestone and execution track. We then ran an inventory analysis and analyzed over 17,000 entries to identify historic AI systems in line with the AI definition. And most importantly, we engaged over 150 stakeholders across all geographies in 5 different regions, engaged in risk management, in client services, and in technology. Because you cannot do any of this without having responsible AI and ethics at the core of every part of your transformation journey. I think this is really key to us. We also looked at reinvention of our own services. So we had 2 parallel initiatives here. Building future-ready EY.AI solutions to showcase our market's leadership, and launching what we call the AI engine rooms, which were designed to disrupt the way we deliver our services to our clients by putting AI at the center. As an example, we deployed to 4 services in the last 3 months, and there's an 80% reduction in the level of effort and expanded client value that we see. So again, as you see, there are all these different components of the wheel, but honestly, they all have to be so interconnected. Finally, and not least importantly, for us, building a better working world continues to be a massive part of our identity, really. And so AI for good is really, really important to us. So here we've designed and are delivering a portfolio of initiatives focusing on AI in education, AI in social innovation, and AI for the environment. And in doing so, we have collaborated with our tech alliances and the nonprofit community and have mobilized over 7,000 people already at EY across the globe to play an active role pro bono. Some examples of this include the Bespoke Accelerator Program for Impact Enterprises, which leverages AI solutions and their solutions, first in EdTech and secondly in regenerative agriculture, or training social innovators in the responsible use of AI, with the most latest publication in the WEF, or AI Skills Accelerator for Girls, where we reach over 1,000 girls so far in 12 countries in 6 continents. So, I told you a little bit about the wheel. I told you a little bit about that holistic view. Let me tell you a little bit about what we've learned. We've learned a couple of key things. And I think these are really important when it comes to that confidence piece. So we've learned that you need to have leadership and tone from the top. When EY.ai became a program and we decided to go on this journey, within 10 days, we had the entire board of the firm and all of the leadership teams come together to understand that this was something we were going to be all in together. The board actually created sponsors, executive sponsors, for each of the different streams of work that we're overseeing and on a monthly basis following up on everything we were doing. Because if it doesn't come from the top, how can it percolate into all of the depths of an organization, particularly one like ours, which is incredibly decentralized. The second thing that we've learned is that you need to plant a flag. You need to have a central marketplace for AI to build confidence by bringing everyone together, by allowing people to experiment in a safe environment and being able to come together to ideate in a low-code or no-code environment that sustains all of that innovation. Thirdly, humans at the center. I've talked already about this, but bringing that whole program of change management and making what we call mandatory mastery compulsory. This is not a choice. We cannot have people thinking that they can opt out of knowing about AI, using AI, embracing AI. It's here to stay. You're not going to be someone that's going to be replaced by an AI, but you might be someone that's going to be replaced by someone that uses AI. So this was something that we took very, very seriously. Fourthly, be the disruptor. Can you imagine many organizations, many actually industries that are going to be as disrupted as professional services, where we charge on time and expense? This is fundamentally going to change everything about our own firm. And so we decided to tackle it head on and to self-cannibalize to survive and to move on. But that also instills confidence in our people, in our clients, that we are aware that this is happening and are actually tackling it. Remaining agile, having a governance, having an investment structure, and acting with speed and course correcting, key, right? Things are happening so quickly, we have to react. And then this is really, really key, flipping the execution path, embracing transformation over use cases. As part of that journey, we actually looked at how do we do this in a way that we drive value? And what we did was we deployed what we call the value accelerator that we now do with clients to ourselves. We looked at the fact that over the first couple of weeks of EY.ai, of ChatGPT hitting the market, we had over 1,000 POC proposals come in front of the CTO. And we thought, wow, this is just the beginning. What do we do? How are we going to tackle the immense amount of potential across the business? So we took the same approach that we take with clients, where we approach their value chain, the value pools underneath their value chain, and we try to identify on those value pools which use cases are going to be the most impactful to their EBITDA. In our case, we did this, and we narrowed down what was thousands of use case potential into 4 key areas. And these 4 key areas we found were representing a potential of over $1 billion of savings and productivity gains. That's $1 billion that we put on paper and said, if we just focus on these 20 opportunity areas, use cases, we can actually reap the highest ROI possible. And because we were able to do that, we were able to focus, and we were able to just look at our journey in terms of value creation and be very laser focused on it. And finally, do it responsibly from the start. I've talked about this already, but I cannot stress it enough. Responsible AI has to be core, front and center of everything we do. And if an organization neglects this part of it, they will fail, because you need to have your users trust and believe in those solutions, in those systems. There is huge amount of reputational risk, there's huge amount of other kinds of risks, and frankly, the value upside of being safe, secure, and responsible is very, very high. So, back to confidence. Actually, before I go into confidence, I just wanted to flag a couple of the challenges here. These were challenges that we faced and that we continue to see being faced by organizations across the globe. So along the way, there was a huge amount of issues with understanding how to tackle what you cannot control, right? If you think about the POC hunger across the organization, there was a fatigue that started to emerge. Even as you try to control it from the top, it's there. Disparate AI initiatives were still popping up in the organization as much as we try to avoid them. So we try to be quite relentless at letting people experiment within reason whilst driving the investment to the right place. Regulatory and ethical considerations. Regulations are continuing to evolve and to change, and we needed to stay abreast of this very, very much. Prolonged ROI expectations. You see a lot of organizations find themselves in this trap between how much do I invest now versus how much am I going to get tomorrow, right? This was no different for us. Thinking about the infrastructure, the advanced technology, and, given everything that's happened over the last couple of weeks, even more so, emerging new technology that we need to handle. Cost management and scalability, a massive issue even for us, right? Were our systems ready? Were our people ready? And finally, talent and upskilling. I cannot stress it enough. Unless we're able to move the dial there, we fail. And we see consistently all of these challenges and more being faced by our own clients and the organizations we work with. And my slides have got up. So, back to confidence. I've got a couple of closing remarks for you, really, and they are really quite basic around confidence, right? So, first of all, remain agile and scan the horizon. Everything is moving, everything is changing. We need to make sure that we're keeping up with that ability to see what's coming, to course correct, and to change. And only if you're vigilant, only if you're agile can you do that. Second of all, continuous learning mindset. We have to learn and evolve, we have to adapt, but we have to keep learning, and we have to keep understanding what is coming in the near term. Third of all, have a plan. A path to transformation is there. A lot of organizations we see at the moment are basically walking into POC here, POC there, trying to course correct. No, stop and look ahead and think, where am I going? What is that path? And do it by design. Fourthly, responsible AI. Anything you do here has got to have an element of responsibility, right? If we're not paying attention to our governance, to our compliance, what frameworks are we adhering by? Where are the risks and where are the opportunities and how high are they? It's really core to everything. And finally, keep the human at the center. At the end of the day, that human in the loop, as things progress so quickly, is going to be key to everything we do. So these are just a few thoughts from our story at EY, from what we're learning, from what we're seeing, to hopefully inspire a little bit of confidence in the hard job of trying to get confidence for the future in AI. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Natalia. Absolutely crucial, isn't it? Building confidence, be a disruptor, but keep that human right in the center. That whole concept of mandatory mastering, I think, is certainly one to take away with you, because it's vital that we keep abreast of the developments and keep your colleagues abreast of them. They may not want to, but that is the direction of travel. We're going to focus in on large language models now and how to scale AI with purpose. So our next guest really has been on a mission to make advanced language models accessible to businesses worldwide. And that really means bridging the gap between AI innovation and real-world application, and really empowering organizations to harness the power of language understanding. So please do welcome onto the stage Aidan Gomez, who is the founder and CEO of Cohere. He's going to be in conversation with Isabel Kumar, former Euronews anchor. You met Isabel yesterday. She's back here again today to lead the discussion. So please do welcome Aidan and Isabel.
Welcome, everybody. It's great to be back here with you. Now, there aren't many people who can say they've grown up with AI and have a fully grown beard and be standing here with me and explaining some of the complexities of AI in enterprise. So, when only a graduate in his 20s, Aidan co-authored the Attention is All You Need paper at Google Brain, and that basically changed everything. And is that fair to say it changed everything?
I think so. It changed a lot. It changed a lot. It unlocked a lot. We got a lot smarter machines, a lot smarter computers.
Yeah, which paved the way for what we're seeing now. So now Aidan heads Cohere, co-founded Cohere back in 2019. Last valuation, $5.5 billion.
I can't confirm or deny.
I think it's about that. And so what Cohere is doing, as Suzanne was saying, is building secure AI solutions for enterprises. So a quick question, maybe off topic, but you have said that AI, well, fascinates you, but is magical. So what's the magic?
I think, it's magical that we went from a world where models could barely spell a sentence properly to ones that sort of just woke up and started speaking back to us. I think the surprises along the way to that reality have been pretty magical. The things that work turn out to be very simple, very scalable, and they're not the things that we all thought would work. We thought it was going to be much more complex, much more burdensome to actually deliver what we've ended up delivering. And I think for everyone in the field, whether you're like a PhD in machine learning or you're someone who's applying it, it feels like we're existing in this magical reality that when we were kids, it was just a dream.
It's amazing, because as a kid, you were really into gaming, so
Yeah,
if I get it right. So
yeah.
this is this magical
Big
reality that you imagine. Come on, let's grab a seat. So we're going to dig into that magic now. So there are three main pillars at Cohere. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Generative models, search models, and workplace systems. Now, what I'd like you to do is bring this to life for us using kind of like a real-world example.
Yeah, I think there's a bunch of examples of our customers deploying the technology into different verticals. For instance, we've partnered with Oracle to power their Fusion suite as well as their ERP NetSuite. And that spans pretty much every vertical. They have software for sales teams, for supply chain, for HR, for finance teams. And it's sort of the place that work gets done. And so what we're doing is we're bringing AI into that experience, and the humans who use this software, they can now shift some of that work that they want to shift over to the AI to help speed them up and automate things. But I think the great thing about large language models and generative AI, it's a horizontal technology. It's not specific to any one vertical. It's a bit like a CPU in that it can be deployed anywhere. And so we're seeing applications in finance, in healthcare, in the government sector. And so it's going to impact virtually everyone. And it's going to become a natural part of our day-to-day work and jobs.
Okay, but I want to pick up on something you just said, because you said AI is going to kind of get into every part of that experience. And when you're saying that, you're also saying that those models are going to be able to touch some very sensitive data. Security has to be paramount. So how can you ensure that security when a data breach could be, relatively disastrous?
Yeah, and the thing about these models is that they're used to learn. And so if you're not controlling where you send your data to, and if you're being a little bit too trusting with the services that you put your data into, it's very easy for it to accidentally get picked up and trained on. And then once that happens, it's too late. It becomes public domain, it's trained into the model, it can be regurgitated by anyone. And so you have to be extremely strict. And that's something that's unique about Cohere, is our deployment posture. So we deploy in a way that is zero data security risk. It's on your hardware. Instead of asking you to send your data out to our models somewhere else on our services, we'll move our models to where your data is. And so there's zero risk of us training on your data and leaking it to other customers.
Okay, so that's one of the risks, I guess, and one of the challenges you've been able to surmount. But what are some of the other challenges that you say exist when it comes to kind of enterprise adoption of AI?
I would say the other major one is, maybe you could call it customization or integration. The models and the systems that you build on top of models, they're only as useful as the data that they can access, or the systems and the software that they can control. And so your business, it uses tons of different sources of data. Your employees use tons of different pieces of software. And if your model isn't plugged into those, it can't do the work on the employee's behalf. So another big barrier for enterprises actually seeing value from the technology is that integration with the ecosystem of applications, software, data that's inside your business. A couple weeks ago, we launched a new product called North, which is targeting exactly that. It's an agent platform, plugs into your CRM, your ERP, like Salesforce, finance software, and the models can actually control that software like humans do. And so you can put this in the hands of your employees, and they can start offloading their work, their tasks, to the model.
That's a paradigm shift, isn't it? So you're basically saying that these agents can reason to a degree? Are we getting to a point where we're seeing kind of reasoning learning?
Is definitely, that's been a major breakthrough the past 6 months, is the ability for models to work through problems. It's a huge unlock, especially in agentic settings where even if you gave a complex problem to the smartest human, the best person in that field, they would probably fail the first time. If it's a hard enough, valuable enough problem, it wouldn't be trivial for them. So in those cases, you need something that can reason, that can fail, understand why it failed, and start to navigate a path towards success. So the previous paradigm was very much one shot. I try once and I either succeed and fail, and hopefully I succeed, which isn't very adaptable. It's quite brittle. The new paradigm of reasoning actually gives the model the ability to try again, to
like
learn
us.
from failures and improve.
Like humans.
Exactly, like humans, yeah.
Okay. Well, listen, talking of humans, or possibly humans with super abilities. I interrupted you there, sorry, Aidan. But when I was chatting to Aidan a moment ago in the green room, I was talking to him about the fact that how I felt he was almost kind of like had oracular, I don't know if that's a word, he was a bit like an oracle. He basically read the future, but you said you didn't. But I'm talking here about DeepSeek, because back in January, I think you made a post where you just said things are going to change this year. The whole model of throwing loads of money into AI is not sustainable. We are going to stop seeing this kind of throwing loads of compute at everything at a problem. And this year, 2025, is going to see a shift. And then we saw DeepSeek. How did you know? I don't think you knew DeepSeek was going to happen, but how did you know that we were at this inflection point?
I think the DeepSeek story, the public reaction to it, I think it surprised me as well. I thought I think it wiped out $1 trillion of stock market value. That shocked me, and I think is probably an overreaction, to be clear. But it certainly was validating, because for Cohere, we've been saying for a long time, this work can be done dramatically more efficiently. And Cohere's raised a lot of money. We've raised about $1 billion. But compared to some others in the space, we're burning dramatically less. We're dramatically more efficient, and the models that we're able to build are extremely, extremely competitive. And so that something wasn't adding up, and we've known that for a long time, and we've said that quietly. But I think DeepSeek actually publishing their numbers and giving a healthy shock to market about what it takes to build this technology, I think in net, it's a very positive thing. It might be a little bit scary for the folks who want to spend more and more billions, tens of billions of dollars a year on training. But I think it's good, it's healthy, it's the truth, it's the reality of this technology.
And so, if we're thinking about the billions that are spent on developing technology, where do you see this technology going? Do you think it's kind of reached a plateau where it's time to take stock and see new applications, or do you see some kind of major developments coming in the short term?
There's a lot of key capabilities. Reasoning is one good example where humans reason, right? And it was so obvious that models should be built with this in mind, this ability to reason, because we had this setup where the model, it could be asked anything by the user, and it would use the exact same amount of compute to solve that problem. So whether you were asking it what's 1 + 1, or you were asking it to solve a millennium math problem or something like that, it would use the same amount of energy to solve both of those, which is ridiculous. This new paradigm lets the model deploy different amounts of energy against different complexities of task, and it's extremely obvious that we needed that. We've known that forever. The other major missing piece in the technology is the ability to learn from experience. The current paradigm is, we'll spend all this money building this technology, we'll spend hundreds of millions of dollars a year or tens of billions of dollars a year, and then it's frozen. And we put it out into the ecosystem, but it's frozen. Everyone talks to the same model, it doesn't learn from you, it's just a function that you call and it returns, and then forgets. That's a broken paradigm. If you think about our intelligence, humans, we learn from our failures, we learn from experience. When someone tells us how to do something better, we remember that forever, and it completely changes our behavior going forward. So that is another, similar to reasoning, core cognitive capability of these models that is obvious. Obviously we need that, and missing in the technology. But I expect it to come in the next 12 to 24 months. We'll start to see the first productionized learning from experience models. And that will unlock a lot. If you think about it, you can imagine you working with your model and teaching it and correcting it and teaching it your tone over time. And it's kind of like an intern. Initially, it's quite dumb, it makes mistakes, doesn't know how to talk to you, it doesn't know how to talk like you. And it messes up in using some software, that type of thing. But over time, you correct it, you teach it, you show it how to do stuff properly, and it grows with you. It becomes this partner of yours that learns over time, and it becomes an indispensable partner. So I think that reality, that product experience for working with this technology is just so much more delightful. So that'll come, and that will just unlock a whole new tier of utility.
You're so passionate when you talk about all of this. Where do you get your inspiration?
All over the place. I think I love media and movies, and definitely growing up, the thing that pushed me towards AI, I critique it now. I quite often say, sci-fi has scared everyone. People think that this technology is Terminator because of that. I criticize science fiction and this sort of creative media often, but in reality, it's what inspired me to pursue it. It's such a magical technology. It really felt to me one of humanity's final mysteries was understanding intelligence. This thing that is unique to us, that makes us different from every other thing that's around us on the planet. If we're able to create that ourselves, I think we find a deeper understanding of what makes the universe work or what makes it tick. And so I think it's the most exciting problem that exists.
A lot of people are frightened of this technology evolving so fast. Is that fear holding you back? Is that holding other organizations back? And do you understand that fear? Do you think that those fears need to be allayed before progress takes place, more progress takes place?
Yeah, no, I think fear is healthy. And I think, a healthy amount of fear means mitigating risks and making sure that we deploy the technology in a safe and thoughtful way. But there's too much fear, and I think that is where we're at today, is there's a lot of fear about risks in the far future, these Terminator-style stories. I've seen that narrative start to shift. People are less afraid of that. They're more familiar with it. The best thing that happened was people actually getting firsthand experience with the technology. Once you're actually using this thing, you get that this thing is not super intelligence Terminator. It's just like really smart calculator or word processor, right? Like search on steroids. So I think the ability to actually interact with it directly gives people a lot more comfort, and I've seen that shifting. But yeah, that has held us back. There's been a lot of discussion of what I feel are unproductive regulations about the far future, instead of practical regulations about how do we deploy this in healthcare, how do we deploy it into financial markets, how do we deploy this into the real, actually existing world, instead of, maybe the models will take over our nuclear weapons or something. It's just, there's a lot of insane fears that I don't think are worth thinking about from a policy perspective, and I certainly don't think the general public should be worried about.
Okay, but then one practical thing that I think that you haven't touched upon is jobs. So you're talking about AI agents, you're talking about them being literally our assistant in daily life. That means a lot of people not having jobs. It also means excluding a lot of people from this technology in other parts of the world that might not be able to access it. Is there enough action taking place in that realm that you're seeing that should actually help hinder this kind of massive job loss and this widening division of society?
I don't think it means job loss. I don't think it means people not having access to the technology or not having jobs. I think instead, one thing that Cohere has been very focused on is multilinguality, making sure that it speaks everyone's language. Countries that have a population not speaking English or not speaking it as their first language, if they can't get access to the productivity lift that this technology delivers, that's a fundamental strategic threat to the country. Like it needs to be a national imperative to prevent that from happening. And so we've tried to do our part. One piece of that is with Cohere for AI, which is our open source non-for-profit. We did the largest data collection effort for multilingual data that's ever been done, then and since. And we open sourced it. We just published the data so that our competitors, they can pick it up and incorporate it into their models. And it spanned over 100 different languages. So we're trying to push accessibility. To your second point around jobs and displacement, I think something that's fascinating about this technology, I think there's very, very few jobs that can be fully automated, certainly with the technology as it exists today, but even where we can see into the future. The way things will shift is that we use this like a tool, and we're kind of managers of these little agents, and we tell them to go off and do something for us, and they do it. I think it's augmentation. We're working alongside them as opposed to they're taking away our jobs completely. So I really don't see mass displacement. There are specific fields or jobs that might get impacted more than others. There's a gradient. But in terms of jobs that could be completely automated away, there's incredibly few. And another interesting thing is over the past 15 years, 20 years, there's been lots of writing and thought about what happens if we automate away all this low-skill labor and there's mass unemployment, and what sort of, should we create UBI? Like, how do we keep people a part of society when there's no more jobs? And that was mostly focused on robotics and the automation of low-skill labor, stuff that any human that can control their body can go do. Turns out, with generative AI, the robotics stuff isn't solved. with generative AI, it's actually not the physical labor that's getting solved, it's the intellectual labor. And this is the place where humanity is actually supply-side constrained. We don't have enough humans who are able to do this. And so what it will let us do is more. No one will lose their job. We never could have trained enough people to answer all the questions we wanted to answer. And so we'll be able to use these tools to just do dramatically more. We'll increase the supply.
So you've got a pretty optimistic outlook of where things are going. To close off, I just kind of want you to delve into some philosophy and kind of put your philosophical hat on. If you can help steer society, AI together in a certain direction, and you're in the driving seat, whether you may admit it or not, where do you want to steer where this technology and where society is going?
I think it needs to be workers who make the decision on what to do. You can't force people to use something. You can't. It doesn't work. We've tried many times. It's super inefficient, very ineffective. You have to build something that people want to adopt, and you have to build it for them. And so it's very important to remember that humanity is the market. We are the market, and we are the ones who decide how we adopt this technology. And so much more integration. I was saying earlier how the best thing that happened for AI was people started getting first-party experience using it. And that opened their eyes to what it was and what it wasn't, importantly. I think that same thing is true in the workplace. We need to be using and promoting use of this technology. There are key roadblocks to that, like security. And so I think it's the enterprise and the organization's job to take down those roadblocks, to give the humans in their organization access to this technology so that they can make use of it.
Thank you so much, Aidan Gomez, for this very reflective conversation and opening our eyes very much to what you're up to and what you're thinking.
Thank you so much.
A big round of applause. Thank you.
Thanks.
Fascinating stuff, and a real message there of empowerment, really, for workers. You have to make sure that it's a product that they want to use, otherwise there won't be widespread adoption. So I think that kind of enforced mastery has to come side by side, certainly from what Aidan's pointing out there, with the best possible product to be deployed. Now, the possibilities of AI really do appear endless. But where should the priorities be? We've had a number of different guests pushing forward the potential steps on a roadmap towards adoption. I mean, all these rapid advances in technology and the promises that they present really can be overwhelming. So how and where should AI be deployed? Well, I'm very pleased to say we have a presentation and a demonstration to try and illuminate the path forward right now and explain how you can start building this. So please do welcome Kaveh Vasali, who's a partner at PwC Middle East, and also Farouk El-Hamzawi, Strategic Accounts, Open AI. Please do welcome Kaveh and Farouk.
Thank you. Everyone hear me okay? Thank you so much for having us. It's wonderful to be here. Look, I can't speak for all of you, but I know my head is spinning from all of the changes in the last couple of years. The rate of change in AI has been absolutely dizzying, and the question I hear most often for those of us working in organizations and trying to figure out what to do with it is, what is usable now? How do I deploy it? Where do I deploy it? How do I use it, whether it's to empower my employees or help me with better decision making or improving outcomes? We're going to try to address some of those questions today. I'm going to hand it over to Farouk, who will get us up to speed and provide some of his perspectives. And then I'll come back and I will, at the end, walk us through one example of how we've been embedding these capabilities into organizational operations directly. All yours.
Awesome. Thank you, Kaveh. Riyadh, it's fantastic to be here. It's the first time that the OpenAI team gets to be in here in person. And so the team and I kind of just wanted to spend a bit of time to bring you a little bit up to speed on what is sort of changing within AI. We also want to share with you a little bit of perspective, right? What we're seeing, where things are headed, and especially for you, how AI might impact kind of your organizations and your day-to-day. So before we get into all of the content, I want to take a step back and share a few things that might be a bit surprising to hear, themes that our enterprises should know, but can sometimes be a little bit overlooked. I think the first thing that really we want to sort of double down on is no matter how fast you think AI is changing, it's going to kind of continue to move even faster, right? The pace of progress with this technology is actually accelerating, if anything, right? And actually, if you kind of like think back to advancements and use of AI, that sort of happened, maybe like once per year, which was already a relatively fast pace, right? But starting in 2023, it started to move a lot faster, right? Every quarter, we brought sort of a new major frontier model, and we're sort of now at a pace where the AI leaps forward are kind of every month, more or less. And a little bit looking into like what we're planning for 2025, the pace is sort of looking to accelerate almost at a weekly basis. So what we're saying here is, you should bet on AI getting better and better and cheaper as well, and the pace of that to kind of continue over time. The second thing to kind of also highlight here is that tying it back to the theme of like enterprises by default are sort of set up to lose in an AI environment, right? For whatever your company does today, there's a very, very good chance that someone is out there trying to do it even better, leveraging AI. And so we think that AI is sort of disrupting sort of that traditional progress curve that you typically see. And we believe that in time, AI will sort of help companies of maybe 100 people to do what a 1,000-person company does today, right? And so for us at OpenAI, we're sort of very much team enterprise as well. And I think we see that these models do their best work with sophisticated, complex, and interconnected kind of workflows and systems overall. It can very much sort of automate and improve every part of the enterprise tech stack that we see. And when you kind of embed these throughout your sort of workflows, the balance sort of tips very much in your favor. And so in many ways, AI is the antidote to AI. And then that kind of brings me to just maybe my third point that I want to touch on, which is don't buy from people sort of selling the instant AI transformation. I very much sort of call it that AI snake oil. And there is actually a lot of companies out there that are sort of selling this broad AI innovation, but they've never actually built an AI product, and I think that's something to look for. They may themselves not use AI, they're not very close to the research, and so we think that AI as a technology works very, very differently from that perspective. And you can't necessarily deploy it in the same way that you would any sort of like cloud application. More often than not, it very much sort of demands that you do things differently and not incrementally better. Switching kind of gears here, I think one of the key things we just want to touch on is, most of the companies that we've been able to kind of work with are seeing that lasting impact with AI have kind of worked with us for months, if not years, to sort of get there. One of the key things that we've sort of seen as a part of that is that they very much like prioritize being close so they can capitalize on the pace of things that are moving very quickly and getting insight in terms of like what's next. They also want reassurances as well that what they are about to deploy is both safe and scalable and won't be disrupted by the next thing that's coming down the pipe. And we're seeing a lot of these patterns sort of emerge, right, in terms of how these companies are getting the right results, and we'll be sharing some of those kind of learnings today. Speaking of learnings, I think one of the things that we typically see is that for everyday use of AI, a mix of three things can really help define a strategy for you in the long term, right? I think primarily, and I think a theme that has been seen across the conference this week is first enabling the workforce, helping them reskill and upskill to really understand at a basic level what this technology is, what it can do, and sort of not fear it, but actually embrace it. The second is sort of enhancing your operations, right? If you think about all the intricacies of ways of working, there's so many low-hanging fruit, or so much low-hanging fruit that you can actually deploy these models to support with those capabilities. And then the third is sort of infusing AI into your products, right? How can you sort of enhance these digital interfaces that you offer to customers and users out there to make it more exciting and easy to use as well? And I think the best place to sort of start is actually just kind of refining a little bit of how some of this technology works, right? The first one that I kind of want to touch on is really around the most exciting paradigm that we've just embarked on, which is around reasoning, right? And we look at these kind of O series of models, which we first launched about 4 months ago and then introduced O3 just last month. And we kind of just see this as a significant step change in how language models can solve very, very complex problems that we see in the world today. We see kind of reasoning as that, again, that next step on our path towards artificial general intelligence, a big part of our mission and what we strive for. And you kind of think about where we are today on the paradigm of GPT-2, 3, and 4. We're still very much in that GPT-2 era. And traditionally, these AI models have sort of been very good at sort of predicting that next word in string of text, which is sort of really useful if you're doing something simple like generating an email or summarizing a document. But the drive for reasoning kind of came from an acceptance of the way that people think, right? And so we needed to teach the model how can you think before you speak to get better results. And that's essentially how reasoning is different, right? Instead of just predicting the next word, it stops and thinks about the question that produces a hypothesis and challenges that hypothesis. Very much how an intern or us as individuals think about solving any complex issue. And it does this many, many times to help catch any mistakes before giving you a final response. And this dramatically, obviously, then improves the accuracy relative to the existing language that you see. One of the key things that has sort of helped us sort of get there was initially we had this initial paradigm that we were working towards where you can continue adding data and compute, and that would, in a sense, improve the model's ability to produce smarter models over time. But one of the key things that we're able to sort of identify is actually this new paradigm, which is called inference compute. And essentially, we're able to kind of give the model more time to think, and over time, that is what results in improved responses from the model, which you kind of see here today. And so we see this kind of creating compounding rates of progress over time as we kind of continue to step up the scale of this in training and inferencing of compute together. And the one thing we do love to talk about is kind of these benchmarks at OpenAI. And when we kind of look at how we tested these new model capabilities against our human expert trainers to see if they could come up with better responses. And previous models that we did this with, we actually saw that our experts are about 20 to 30% of the time more correct. But actually with reasoning, we've actually seen a 2x leap in performance. And so this model now beats expert humans at over 50% of the time at specific tasks. And again, this will sort of continue to accelerate over time, but it's something that we need to sort of really comprehend and embrace. Another way we kind of looked at this as well with reasoning is test time compute, right? This is basically the relationship between time spent thinking and the accuracy of the responses, right? So you can actually see in this diagram here that the accuracy level increased by 20 to 80% to the model when you kind of give it more time to think. And this is important, right? Because reasoning for us is not appropriate for everything. The thinking takes more time and it costs more money. But it's not really for everything, and we really should think about applying it for the most complex task. The other kind of area where we see the huge benefit of these reasoning models is that it's actually made, in our benchmark of O1 specifically, at the time, our safest model yet. By actually taking the time to sort of think and iterate and test on an answer before responding, it scores significantly higher on all our safety evaluations. And also, with O1 specifically, it scored significantly higher on our hardest jailbreak safety evaluations, which measures how well the model resists deliberately tricking it into providing unsafe content. And now, kind of with our safest and most capable model, a lot of new use cases sort of emerge. And some of the things that we recently introduced are the likes of Operator or Deep Research, which is sort of creating this more agentic way of working. And this is where, again, you can go from 5-minute tasks to 10-minute tasks, and in the future, think about 5-hour tasks or a 1-week task for these models to go out and do for you. The next piece I'll touch on quickly here is multimodal AI. And in the past, you've kind of seen us like stitch together multiple models to process image and convert it into meaningful text, and then vocalize it through text-to-speech. But starting with GPT-4o, like the idea of needing different models for text, audio, and vision and video started to disappear, right? And then just last month, we introduced Real-Time API, which allows for kind of that real-time video to voice-to-voice interaction as well, and also reduces latency for a lot of these use cases that people have in mind. And this kind of supports that speech-to-speech area where I think now we'll have different ways of interacting with screens. Today, you go up to a screen and the notion is to sort of tap into it and go through it, but in the future, it'll just feel natural that you want to speak to it and know that the latency will be feeling very, very natural to what we're used to today. And I think this will kind of continue to change the way that we interact with AI, knowing as well that the best part about leveraging this technology today is that we're seeing how it's continuing to improve in terms of performance, but also cost as well. And this has been the fastest sort of cost depreciation we've seen in technology, right? Over the last kind of year and a half, the price of intelligence has gone down by about 150 times alone. So if you think about that, can you imagine the cost of like anything that we use or see today going down by that much? And I think this is kind of where AI will continue to be different, right? And I think I kind of love this tweet here from Aaron Levine at Dropbox, where we kind of see that, since we launched GPT-4o Mini, right, usage on our API has sort of doubled off the back of that, and customers are pretty happy about it. And I think that's kind of where we'll start to see that the cost reduction will allow this to be more scalable and essentially something that's too cheap to even meter at any point in time. So again, this is to kind of just summarize some of the key themes here, right? We'll continue to see cost reduction, but without actually compromising anything around the speed, the quality, and/or the safety with the models itself. And again, I think today it's really just about you can ask anything of these models, but really what we'll start to see with, again, things like deep research and operator is you can actually make the model do anything for you. And that's very much a future that we'll probably start to see more of this year. One last thing is just to kind of bring this back to where are we actually seeing some of this in the real world today, right? And if I think back to some of the customers that we've been able to work with, one specifically to highlight here has been Klarna, a buy now, pay later company based out of Stockholm. And with Klarna being in the payment space to kind of operate an efficient sort of business, they need to kind of use AI to automate operations. And so we worked very closely with them over 4 generations of customer service solutions, where they're now saving about $40 million a year annually just leveraging AI. And in just a couple of weeks ago, they launched a new shopping assistant that knows all the details of more than 6 million products, right? All available through Klarna's app. And it can give things like personalized recommendations and help customers compare products and read reviews. And so with that, this is really just like one example of where we've seen this in the wild continue to scale. More and more of these will continue to emerge. And I'd like to call Kaveh back up to share one more quick piece that he's also happy to share with us.
Thank you, Farouk. So I'd like to walk you through one more example of how we've been embedding the capabilities that Farouk just walked through into an organization's actual operations, into other systems, into the core business. Now, if you're not already involved in real estate development or capital projects, and if you're not already familiar with the incredible amount of work and building being done here in the region right now, you would have noticed on your way out to the venue the amount of activity going on in the kingdom with giga projects and throughout the region. And unfortunately, real estate development, capital projects, and construction are some of the industries that suffer the most under the crush of the very complicated workflows they go through. Hundreds, thousands of documents, drawings, models, data that dozens and dozens of stakeholders across many different firms have to collaborate on. 90% of construction projects are over budget, and almost 2/3 of construction projects are late. And this not only costs money and effort, but in the process, accuracy is lost, mistakes are made, claims come to bear. These are areas that these AI models are fantastically well prepared to help with. So I want to walk you through the solution that we've been building in collaboration with some of our clients and partners, the Giga projects here in the kingdom, where we've built basically an AI-enabled collaboration layer on top of the workflow of design reviews and asset brief writing and assessing proposals that come in, comparing them, doing compliance checking. So what we've done here is allow all of the different people who are collaborating on a project, layered on top of their digital twin platform, to have AI-enabled commenting. These models can help you write the briefs. These models can help you review the submissions. They can compare them, score them, check to see if they're compliant with your engineering standards, with zoning regulations, etc. They can identify automatically changes in the different models that are coming in, one version from the next, and point them back to the comments that may have created them. Once you're looking at the performance of either your project or of the asset out in operation, this example is a hotel, these models do data analysis. They can dig insights out of the data that you have, let you know if that asset is not performing as planned, can make recommendations contextualized to your business, custom fit for your organization, and allow you to layer in all of those different capabilities to not only help streamline the operations, but help make better decisions that drive better outcomes, economically, environmentally, socially. So,
yeah,
just wanted to leave you with that. Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Kaveh and Farouk, thank you so much. It's so great to get those real world examples, really demonstrating how AI already is making such transformational change in industries where costs can be so heavy. I'd certainly like to see some of that technology being deployed in the UK, where it's notoriously very expensive to build anything. So really great insights there, and I really appreciate your time. Now, rapid change also brings risks to society. I mean, these are issues that we have already touched on here at DeepFest, but now we're going to have a bigger deep dive into the future of innovation and strategic transformation. We're going to look at the ethics and economics around artificial intelligence and take really more of a philosophical look at the potential impacts, good, bad, and transformative. It is really interesting to hear what Aidan had to say just now, really about what's ahead in terms of jobs, in terms of how AI really is going to collide with our lives in work, in home, and play as well. And now I'm really excited to get the insights right now from Omar Hatamli, who is the Chief AI Officer of NASA. And he's going to be in conversation with Isabel Kumar. You know Isabel, of course. She's been really hosting many debates here at DeepFest. Isabel Kumar, the former Euronews anchor. So please do welcome Omar and Isabel.
Again, everybody. I just want you to imagine for one moment.
Hey, that was great.
Come and stand with me.
There's particularly the construction
Sitting
example.
at the pinnacle of arguably the world's most advanced research and innovation centre, a place where the boundaries of human knowledge are constantly pushed, and where the most brilliant minds are working on the challenges that are basically going to shape the future of our humanity. And that's from unlocking the mysteries of the universe to developing life-changing technologies, transforming our world today and unveiling the secrets of new worlds tomorrow. So, as you heard, I am joined by Omar Hatamli, who is the Chief AI Officer of NASA at the Goddard Space Flight Center. I have to say, Chief AI Officer is probably the coolest job title ever. But what does it mean? What do you do? What's a day in the life of Omar like?
Yeah, well, it's different. At each organization, they have their specifics. At NASA, for example, we've been using artificial intelligence for decades. It's nothing new. What changes with the emergence of this generative AI, now these tools became in the hands of non-technical people. So we realized we had to establish new strategies, new foundations, find what are the roadmaps that we need to work with, what are the use cases needed in the organization. So this role was these functions and make sure we're going forward and have a proactive approach as well, because you cannot be reactive in the field of artificial intelligence. How do you see not what we have today, what's actually emerging in the next 1, 2, or 3 years, and just change and adapt the strategy to be able to leverage as much as possible on these incredible tools.
But it's an incredible thing, isn't it, to be proactive in a field like this? So how are you proactive?
Yeah, well, it's an interesting thing. In my opinion, if you're reactive in today's environment, you're going to be off. There is no room for reactive people. Everybody has to be proactive. And to see that, you find hints of what's happening in terms of where research is going, where investors are putting more money, how the geopolitical landscape, the technological advancements, everything else. And you try to develop a vision. Sometimes it's not very crisp, but you have to. It's an impairment. You have to actually you have to look forward and anticipate what's happening, and then put your resources. So actually, when these things become mainstream, you're already ahead of the curve. You've already anticipated what's going to happen, not being reactive and then trying to see what's going to happen, but always having a foresight, specific direction.
So having your sensors pretty much around the world and tracking those trends.
No, totally. And it helps when you're talking to people, talk to different perspectives, whether we're talking people from government, industries, academias, nonprofit, from different countries. And the more people you talk, especially people that think in an out-of-the-box context, it challenges your assumptions. Having these philosophical discussions, it gives you a very broad understanding of what's happening, and it gives you more capability to see what's happening in the future.
Absolutely amazing. I really want to quickly talk about what's going on in Mars, because I know NASA is planning to go to Mars in 2030. And what I'm wondering is, how can you prepare for a mission like going to Mars in 2030, where, as you're saying, you're using this out-of-the-box thinking, and you're going to be trying to maybe be thinking about implementing and using tools that don't necessarily exist.
Yeah.
So how does that process work?
Yeah. So we know mission to Mars is very challenging. Imagine there's cosmic radiation, human elements, propulsion systems that we need to develop. But most importantly, we need to develop autonomous systems that are on the next level. We need to send specific autonomous robots ahead of astronauts, of humans, to be able to get the fuel, using in situ resources to create the fuel for them to come back, to create hydrogen and oxygen. We need to send robots to be able to build the habitats autonomously before astronauts go there. So imagine, for example, you're doing a 3D habitat for people to go there. And when you're doing 3D, you start from the base and you start building up. And you make a mistake, the whole thing, the structural integrity could be jeopardized. So by using computer vision, artificial intelligence algorithms, we'll be able to see if there is a challenge and be able to adapt it and modify it, so actually continue to go forward. But something as simple as medicine, there's about 40 minutes lag, depending on the orbit, could be 20 minutes each way. If somebody's sick, somebody has a medical condition, then we cannot communicate with Earth because it doesn't make sense. You need to react instantaneously. So we're working on something called Doctor in a Box, where we have a system trained on medical domain and being able to provide to you some medical advice and be able to handle certain critical medical conditions. And then in the future, also we're going to have the humanoid robots that will be something from a whole different
And that's something we'll get to later,
yeah, we'll get to
which is another, thinking out the box and just taking us to another new world. But just a little pause now. I'd like to just try and understand better this technology. For example, when you're talking about being able to access kind of like medical knowledge and treat people on Mars immediately using AI, I suppose. Where are those systems in terms of development now? Because that will have real-world applications as well.
Yeah. So the cool thing about whatever we're doing on space has complete synergy on Earth. Imagine remote locations, for example, in poor villages and poor developing countries that don't have access to necessarily to this amazing technology. One of the technologies Google was developing, Verily, I think it was called, you can look at the retina, and from the retina scans, you can actually assess, make determinations about diabetes. Other companies are looking at it and telling you if you have chances of developing heart disease or even Alzheimer, just by having a retina scan. You can talk to a system today and in a few seconds tell you if you have diabetes without measuring your blood. And you can even wear a watch and tells you that you can have an arrhythmia maybe 30 minutes before you have an arrhythmia. So imagine an astronaut going on a critical mission and gets notification, hey, we're noticing there's something wrong here, so it's better to go back to a safe environment. And the same thing, this could be applied for a person driving a big truck on a freeway. It tells you a notification, hey, you're about to have something, just pull to the side and saves lives, right? And it's things like that is we need to continue to develop.
And something you said, Omar, on this vein, and I was watching many interviews of Omar, and they're absolutely fascinating, was, age is being classified as a disease. And that means, as it's a disease, it can be cured.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
So this is one of the most fascinating fields, the field of longevity. And for the first time now, we have identified what are the hallmarks of aging. So the hallmarks for aging, look, for example, there's the stem cell depletion, epigenetic noise, telomere shortening. There's a lot of these kind of things. For example, the epigenetic noise, everything is derived from a stem cell, and depending on epigenetics, this signal could be make it into a kidney, make it to a liver, and as we grow up, and with the environment, with radiation, with pollution, everything else, with age, they start having a lot of signals. Senescent cells, so cells are supposed to continue dividing, but on humans, because of the telomere shortening, it only goes to about 65. There is a challenge that certain of cells, they don't die, and they don't keep regenerating. They go into a state we call zombie cells or senescent cells. So we're finding ways how to remove these cells, because the more you accumulate, they cause chronic inflammation, they cause chronic diseases, and that interferes a lot with your age. So we're tackling each one of them, and AI is definitely having a huge impact, because it can look at vast amount of data and find trends and connections would have been impossible for humans to identify. So this one, and 3D printed organs as well, nanobots designed with artificial intelligence. It's
3D
crazy.
printed organs, that's just amazing.
And with your genetics, so there's zero chance of being rejected.
And so because when you're saying this, and we've been hearing so much about digital twins, and we're not there yet, what is going to enable us, the people here in this room, to have a digital twin?
Right.
What time frame are we looking at, and what impact is that going to have on our health? And for example, things like 3D printed organs.
Yep. So digital twin, when you look at how complex the human body is, the amount of cells, the differentiation between all these molecules, it requires incredible computational power. So with the emergence of quantum computers, hopefully soon, we'll be able to use quantum computers with advanced artificial intelligence, and being able to decipher your genetic system. So it will be creating a digital twin based on your genetics, based on your family history, based on your chemistry, blood chemistry, or profiles, your lifestyle, and being able to be like assess what diseases do you have, and go maybe simulations through thousands, 100,000 simulations until it finds exact cure, just for you, by the way. So this cure might not be effective for somebody else, completely personalized. And what I like about it is you can go a step further, and tells you that in 6 months you're going to have certain diseases, so it tackles it before it even manifests into a disease. So this is one of these transversal technologies that not only affect people on Earth, affect people in space, because if you send people in cosmic radiation and very microgravity environments, there is a lot of changes to the human body. So I think it's going to help us substantially identify what will the risk be, and try to address them way before they happen.
So AI is obviously going to have a huge transformative power in the world in terms of our health, in terms of everything. But should we allow, and this I suppose I'm kind of going into the realms of philosophy here, should we allow AI to have so much power over our lives? And when I'm saying this, I'm thinking really about the fact that it's only going to be a select few. When you're talking about these kind of game-changing kind of medical breakthroughs, is that going to be, open to everybody in the world?
So that's one of the critical things, because we don't want to create, new levels of societies. Like, for example, longevity. When people start living to 120, 130, 140 with these technologies by digital twins and so on.
And when is that going to be, by the way?
So I don't like to give it time domains, because human evolution, the modern human, has been existent for hundreds of thousands of years. So 5, 10, 15 years is not relevant. It's going to happen. I like to see it's going to happen or not. And when you give assessment of time, sometimes you might miss it. But it's going to happen in the near future for sure. There's no question. And the question is, these digital twins or these medications that addresses some of the hallmarks of aging, or creating nanobots, or creating digital organs as well based on 3D printed, we don't want to create them that become incredibly expensive where only a segment of society has access to it. That's not going to be success. Success is how do we make them, and we make them accessible to the entire population at an affordable price. I think, in my opinion, that's when we become successful.
How do you see society evolving? How do you see AI impacting the very fabric of what is holding our societies together?
That's a very, very important question that I think about a lot of the time. So in my generation, for example, when I grew up, we had discussions in person to person, or sometimes over the phone you call somebody. Today's generation, I think some estimates tells you that about 60% of the discussions and interactions happen by digital means, whether you're talking about social media or texting. The next evolution will be with the emergence of advanced artificial intelligence, where people will spend more time talking to AI system more than they speaking to humans. And the AI system will know more about you than you know about yourself. It's gonna have perfect adaptability with your personality, so people will go in that realm. But also, I think, even philosophically, about, like, for example...
I want to pause you there.
Yeah.
Just repeat what you were saying there. So AI, we'll spend more time talking to an AI system who knows us better than our friend, than our parents, than our children. Completely. Who feels comfortable with that? If you feel comfortable with that, raise your hand. So I would say a minority. And I find it interesting that the world is changing so fast, but we're not being consulted when it comes to those changes. Sorry, I just wanted to pause. So what about the fabric? So how do you see this kind of changing the fabric of our society, our relations?
Even the self, the meaning of self, our personality. If you look, for example, at Freud, the ego and the superego, look at Nietzsche, for example, the Overman concept, it tells you that your personality is formed by interacting with society, with your family, with your relationships. This is how your personality evolves and being built. So now when this shifts into spending more time with artificial intelligence, how is that evolved, right? And depending what artificial intelligence are you working with? Who controls this artificial intelligence? All these things are something we need to think about. But then the next evolution, the final one, is humanoid robots. So as we keep moving into the future, robots will look more and more like humans. They'll be incredibly smart. And you can design your own robot, either it's a male and female. You can design the personality. And look at that. I think in the near future, you'll be able to download, for example, I want my robot to be 3-star Michelin chef. I want it to be, a bodyguard. I want it to be a musician, a magician. I want it to be a medical doctor in certain fields. And each one will be subscription. So you buy the subscription, you get it, and your humanoid robot will be something that you leverage on. The challenge with that, and by the way, there's something called organoid intelligence. That organoid intelligence is basically taking stem cell and changing the epigenetic and make it a brain cell, and then have it do computational elements from a biological perspective. So these humanoid robots one day will be half biological, half technological. And so
when you say half kind of like robot, half person, to put it in very kind of like layman's terms?
There will be they will have elements, biological elements and digital elements. For example, we're looking at synthetic muscles that could be more biological. We're looking at, like I said, the computational systems with the organoid. And this is a field that's evolving very fast as well.
And would we be able to tell the difference between one of these humanoid robots and...
in the fast future, in the long future, I think it's going to be very challenging to be able to tell the difference. Obviously, in the next 5, 10, 15, 20, it's going to be hard, but eventually we'll reach a point where it becomes very challenging telling the difference between those. And then what's the challenge with this? So privacy. Imagine the robot is connected somewhere, so what is the privacy? And the most important thing, if this robot has an incredible influence on you, who owns that robot, right? So imagine now I control, if 10 million people, 100 million people have these robots, and I'm the company that owns it, and these robots have very intimate relationship with the people living with. Essentially, I can control all these people. I can convince them what products to buy. I can convince them to do this or that. So these are some of the challenges we need to really seriously think about and how to diminish that disadvantage. Because advantages are incredible, but also there's disadvantages. And the last thing is, so we're talking about deep fakes, digital deep fakes. So what about in the future having deep fakes that are robot? So imagine having suddenly a CEO comes out with a digital robot that looks exactly like him and making some announcement that could have a big impact on their organizations, right? But at the same time, imagine going to a classroom where Einstein is teaching you the class. Or, for example, you can't spend time with your family, with your old father or mother because you have to work. So having somebody like you with the same voice, personality, taking care of them so they don't feel lonely. So there's everything. There is advantages and disadvantages. The challenge with AI is advantages and disadvantages are substantially amplified.
This is extremely thought-provoking, what you're saying. And as you say, parts of it are almost comforting.
Yeah.
Other parts are very worrying.
Completely.
What would you say are the darkest sides of what you're seeing today, tomorrow, long term?
So there's multiple, there's good, bad, and the ugly. And one of the things I've been thinking about is, there's research recently that tells you that people stop driving after a certain age. Their mental capacity diminishes substantially. So now with the emergence of driverless cars, we're outsourcing a lot of decision making to intelligent systems. How is that going to affect our human cognitive abilities, in the future? How can that evolve? So another thing is, in my generation, when I want to learn about something, you go to an encyclopedia. There's volumes. You go get books. You go get articles, and you learn about specific topic. Today, we're going into search engines, and you still have options. It's categorized according to what search engine, SEO, and so on. But at least you have options. And we're going to a place where people are using these engines, asking questions, getting an answer, and this answer is what's going to go with. Again, we need to make sure we have critical thinking. And by the way, I think most of us, we're not using these tools to the maximum extent because we've been conditioned to use search engines. Well, we have a search bar, you put a question, and you get an answer. But actually, the best use of these tools is to ask a question, follow up, and challenge the answers that give you, having a dialogue. It's not zero shot where you ask a question, you get an answer. Use them as a dialogue and challenge things. Believe me, when you start doing this, it goes through a whole different level. You get substantially more value. And because we've conditioned to the search engine having a bar, I think we automatically assume that this is the way we deal with them. So we need to learn to leverage on them in a different capacity.
So we need to learn to challenge our technology, ask more questions. But, when we're thinking about the younger generations, you and I are kind of older. What about these younger generations? What are your recommendations for them as they're going to navigate this world that you're describing, which bears no resemblance, really, to what we've grown up in and lived?
So if you think about it, as humans, we were farmers, we were hunters, we were craftsmen, and everything changed very slowly. So our way of thinking, our mentality, we are adopting a linear way of thinking. And the problem is we're living in an exponential world today. So unless we learn how to fill the gap between linearity and exponentiality, that's going to be very challenging. There's multiple levels of intelligence. For some reason, we emphasize only on IQ. But IQ is only one of them. There's multiple dimensions of intelligence. We need to emphasize adaptability quotients, how to be adaptable, emotional intelligence, out-of-the-box thinking, constant learning, ability to change, the critical thinking. These are, I think, the foundations in which all the future generations should embrace, because that's what's going to continue making us relevant moving forward in this incredibly fast evolving field of technology and specifically artificial intelligence.
Wow, I have to say that is one of the most fascinating conversations I've had in a very, very long time, Omar. There's so much to take on board. I think what we need to remember amid all of this noise, as you say, is to keep our ability to think critically.
Completely.
But adapt to what is happening.
100%.
We've got 50 seconds left. As you say, things are moving at an incredibly fast pace. You've got your finger on so many different things. What do you think is going to be one of the biggest changes we're going to see this year?
Yeah. So this year, we're actually looking at domain-specific artificial intelligence, and then agentic systems are making a big impact. But we're very, very close to artificial general intelligence. I think we're going to be there close to the end of the decade. And by the way, artificial general intelligence, if you ask different people, they might give you different definitions. Some people tell you, well, it's an intelligence system that could have higher degree of reasoning, it have long-term memory, it can have problem solving to a different scale. Some people are saying it's a system that not only is expert in one domain, but expert in multiple domains. But regardless, it's going to reach it in the near future very soon, and it's going to have fundamental change on everything that we do. And I don't think it's going to be a binary decision where we've reached it or not. I think it's going to be gray, where some community people will say we're there, some people will say we're not there, but eventually I think everybody will be on board before the end of the decade for sure.
And they won't have a choice anyway. Thank you very much, Omar. I have enjoyed every moment of this, and I think you have too, so a big round of applause.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yeah.
Not surprising, we got the existential view there about the future for AI from Omar. Really interesting. We're entering a new era of critical thinking. I'm quite reassured because actually what you need to do is think like a journalist and just ask questions all of the time. So certainly maybe my old job won't be fully eradicated, because that is the crux of being a journalist, is that critical thinking. And that's why what we need to deploy going forward for AI models clearly. So let's move on, and we're going to take a closer look now at integrating AI into enterprise and examine how to unleash the full power of AI in your organization and learn really how it can streamline workflows, increase productivity, and even stimulate innovation. And we're going to look at this across a number of industries. Interestingly, we heard the view from NASA there. Well, the industry that we're going to focus on as well is potentially the space industry, but also healthcare as well, because AI is going to be transformative for so many businesses, with the platforms transforming business operations and potentially fueling growth across industries as well. That is certainly what we are preparing for. So Isabel is going to be back. Quick turnaround. Isabel Kumar is going to be back on stage with her panel. So please do welcome them. Oh, I gotta go.
This is very convenient. We all know where we need to sit because we've got our pictures here. Now, as you're ascertaining, we're getting a rough outline of what's going to be happening. It's kind of blurry, but there is a big picture emerging. Where we do have clarity today, and I think is what we've been learning a lot here over the last few days, is how we can leverage AI now, and we can assess its real-world impact across industries. So that's going to be the starting point of our panel. So we're going to take a cross-industry approach. Grab a seat. Sit down, sit down. And I'm not going to introduce everybody. Their names are here. But I'm going to start with you, Shelley, because we don't have a great deal of time. Now, we were talking about space with Omar Hatamleh. We're going to stay with this issue of space with you because you're at the intersection of space, aerospace, and then us earthlings down here. What are the most kind of exciting AI breakthroughs that you've been seeing?
Excellent. Well, what I'm going to start with is that all of you are in the space industry, you just don't know it. And space is part of every emerging technology there is, whether it's biohealth, it's artificial intelligence, it's VR. It's part of that industry, as well as space is part of every economic sector. So it's part of education, agriculture, healthcare, fintech. But what's happening is AI is just like space. It's part of all those emerging technologies. It's part of all those economic sectors. It's going to transcend everything. And then when we connect space and AI, which it is already connected, as you know from your last panel discussion, it's going to be even more exciting that gets unveiled.
Okay, thank you, Shelley. So it is an exciting future in some respects. But one thing, Cohen, I love, when we look at your title, it's a futurist and a delight thinker. Now, we all like a bit of delight. What is a delight thinker?
I had to create a delight thinker because introducing the future is sometimes very kind of confronting, scares people off. But imagine you can build experiences.
I don't think, hold one second. I don't think Cohen's microphone is working. Let's give it a go.
Thank you. No, doesn't work.
No, I don't think it's on. Which is annoying because I wanted to find out what a delight thinker was. Give it another go.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Better?
Can you hear?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So let's get back going.
So Isabel, delight thinking is building new experiences from a white page based on things you didn't realize, based on unknown unknowns. And that is something fascinating, because if you are able to start reducing frictions in your life, people are willing to adopt change. And that is what we need big time. We shouldn't bring tech into the citizen market. We should bring experience to people, and we find the technology to do that properly. That's what I do. So I try to build a new healthcare system where we die young, as late as possible, and still have all doctors, all hospitals being my friends. Which is scary, because I'm going to tell that AI, which I call anticipational intelligence, will find out before I get sick what I can do to avoid that. And that requires design thinking to bring that into the world.
Yeah, and reduce that friction, as you were saying. So, okay, Aku, now, for all this to work, there needs to be a sense of responsibility, because that has to underpin everything that's going to happen in the future. So do you believe that those principles of responsibility are actually being embedded in AI systems today, so that when Kun talks about kind of the medical arena, we can trust what's happening?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you. So responsible AI and ethics in AI is becoming an increasingly important topic, especially with trust and safety in AI as well. And one of the important things is, like, in the past, I've built products that target a brand new persona, that is the chief risk officer or the chief legal officer or auditing officer. Just think about it. There's a lot of tools available for machine learning engineers and data scientists, and not many available to these personas. And what this really does is it audits the machine learning models and makes sure that they're not biased. And when I talk about bias, it's bias in terms of, if there's a facial recognition model, we worked with Amazon, AWS, in a facial recognition model, and there was bias and discrimination in terms of color, race, etc. So how can we combat things like that? Another example is loan lending. Like, if I give an address of, say I live in an area which is, predominantly, like, I don't know, another race, which the AI is kind of biased. So it's really important to make sure that these AI systems are safe and not biased. And that's very critical, especially in these times.
Critical indeed. And AI systems are also going to be there if we can eliminate this element of bias. And obviously we're far from that at the moment. But they are, as we've been hearing in terms of industry, coming to our aid in many, many ways, sometimes working at night. And I would like you now, Jean, to introduce us to your new friend. And I think your new friend is called Marvis. What does Marvis do?
Yes, so Marvis is a virtual network assistant that can ensure that every network experience is amazing. So think about it like this. What are the fundamentals we hear? Food, water, shelter, Wi-Fi. Everybody wants to be connected. And if there's a disruption in your connection experience, and it could be as critical as a doctor-patient experience, or it can be as small as being on a Zoom call, or it could be a critical moment in any type of other healthcare or any situation whatsoever. But if that Zoom experience, that Teams experience, that network experience is faulty, you really miss the opportunity to connect.
So, and that brings us perfectly to you, Badr. So tell us what's happening here in the kingdom, because there are so many kind of search algorithms that are being put into place in terms of enterprise AI solutions. Google's a pioneer in this field. I know you've been super busy these last few days. Catching Badr has been impossible. What's going on here?
Catching more than some business in the AI. So it's actually the conversations here and the dialogues we have with our customers is like focusing a lot on the innovation, focusing a lot on what AI can do. I mean, in terms of actually enhancing the performance, reflecting positively on the balance sheet of companies, and doing better when it comes to operation, doing some repetitive work. We've seen that in a lot of sectors. If we go into the startups, where the average age is less, the savviness is really high, and the technology mostly is embedded with the core business that they do, then definitely the conversations and the dialogues are really advanced. When we go to some traditional business, they have definitely the ambition to drive better performance, better efficiency, and definitely impact the business they're doing. And for sure, they want to come up with new models and express or explore actually new business models. So these are the conversations. We at Google, we believe that we are at the forefront of innovation. So I'm sure that you all are using Google technology everywhere, touching and feeling the AI. So for example, we use Google Gmail. So since we applied AI and we have the prompt, I believe that my boss now thinks that I'm a Shakespeare whenever I write an email, actually. The emails is becoming really precise, to the point, and actually with no grammar mistakes. So that's basically what we do right now with companies and actually startups.
So as you see, we've got a really kind of broad picture here. We're kind of going from space to basically real-world applications, the medical sphere, social implications, industry, and obviously Google and what you're doing in that field, which is another whole world to itself, really, it has to be said. But, with this comes challenges and risks. It's not all a rosy picture. So, let's look at, Bedra, I'm going to stay with you. What about the regulatory landscape here in the kingdom? How do you navigate that to ensure that your innovation isn't being stifled?
We're actually proud of our partnership here with the government. I think we've well heard Google is partners with different regulators in the region to come up actually with the most basic, sophisticated, and balanced regulations. So we take it and we divide it into like 3 parts. The first one, it has to be balanced. So it shouldn't really impact the core business, and it shouldn't be like a hurdle, working like a hurdle for people not to innovate. It has to be aligned, meaning that if a business that's in country A is meeting the regulations, so it needs to be aligned also in country B in order to ensure actually some of the technologies that they need to apply, like the cross-border data and so on. And it has to be absolutely something that is in between, meaning that it shouldn't be too loose, it allows other businesses actually, or people, to take an advantage of the technology and not that reluctant and to act like a hurdle for innovation.
Go on, I know you're going to jump in.
What I find fascinating, if we work with healthcare companies, they're always afraid about regulation, right? Mm-hmm. And what I always advise to do, if they have to think about applying things, to build a physical room with above no compliance room. So that helps people to open their minds and see the future. Because we are so much into, we cannot do this, we cannot do that, that restricts our thinking. So sometimes you have to give people a wide space, and now you put the hurdles back in. And I think that's one of the things we need to bring AI forward into the enterprise, into our communities.
Yeah, well, that's a good question, because we've been speaking about the power of diagnostics. It's something you were bringing up. Medical preventative, the inroads that are being made into kind of preventative medicine, but also precision medicine. To what extent, from what you're seeing, is this concern, this fear cone, holding things back, development of what you would like to see change in kind of like healthcare centres?
Yeah, the thing is, I just heard the gentleman from NASA. All the things he mentions, I can adhere to. But there is a big issue. If you talk about the doctors who are currently being trained to become our doctors, their educational background is not up to speed. So we're not preparing the next generation to take care of us. So we have to start thinking about maybe using the current doctors to become teachers of the future. So how cool would it be, and that's how we do it in Belgium, in Europe. We started with a super simple WhatsApp community of doctors. And there's one really weird thing with doctors. They always think they're God. And all of a sudden, they have to agree that they don't have any technical background, that they don't know how to use ChatGPT and all these things. So they have to come down to earth. They have to be willing to start using these things, and that brings them slowly into becoming practitioners of AI.
Okay, so what about you, Shelley? You're working on the most cutting edge kind of areas, aerospace. Where is the need for upskilling there, and how is that being greeted? Are people in the aerospace industry, do they feel like gods like doctors do in the medical sphere?
Well, what I'm going to say is it all comes down to leadership, and that leadership is in 4 areas. You're in the boardroom, you're the C-suite, you're a frontline supervisor, or it's self-leadership. And what that means is if you're on a board of directors, you need to be talking about emerging technology. It needs to be on the agenda. Maybe you need to have an emerging technology committee so that you're talking about it, you have the foresight, the futurist look. If you're a C-suite executive, you need to be looking at the opportunities and threats of technology. How do you want to bring it in? What's the return on investment? How would you implement that throughout your organization? If you're a frontline supervisor, that's where the real rubber meets the road. That's interacting with your team day in and day out. And all 3 of those groups, the board, the C-suite, the frontline supervisors, need to be communicating, need to be transparent, and need to be providing the upskilling and reskilling for their team to be part of the future. And then, of course, that last component, self-leadership. You're responsible for yourself. You can be doing upskilling, reskilling all the time. You're here at DeepFest and Leap. You're learning about all these new emerging technologies. And from here, you can take the next step to continue to advance your knowledge and awareness.
Thank you for that pep talk. That's very good. But what about other issues? You know, Jean, what about issues of kind of privacy? Because, you know, where you're working in just an area of hyper-personalization in marketing, issues of privacy could be a major stumbling block and kind of take things basically off the road and crashing.
Well, if you think about the question about Marvis and how Marvis ensures that they can proactively be able to look at what issues are happening in the network, you know, a lot of times that data is available, but you may not want to have access to it because it may be a student trying to take a test, it may be a patient that you don't want to leave the hospital, it may simply be an employee that's on a meeting that you know you don't want to disconnect from. But at that time, you want to make sure you have the best and absolute exceptional experience. And so the ability to be able to take that data and leverage it for the experience, keep it anonymous, but at the same time, pinpoint exactly what the issues are in the network, the more and more reliable that network can be. And now, when we talk about doing that at Juniper, I want to make sure that we're doing it to where we're addressing customers and their needs of where they are when they need this type of technology. And that means that as a marketer, I have to collect this data to make sure that I understand exactly where customers are in terms of their needs. I have to be able to take that information and proactively be able to be personalized in how I communicate with them and how we're able to address the needs and where they are. Meet them where they are with where they want to be with the technology and how it solves their business problems.
See, that's fascinating. So, Aki, when we're talking about things like meeting them where they are, and we're talking about data, so in wider terms and wider societal terms, if we're talking about this issue of bias that you were talking about just earlier, what are we going to be doing with like these huge data sets which are biased, which, you know, when the data is predominantly being kind of created and for a kind of a specific class of people related to a specific part of the world? Where is the kind of action that needs to happen there to basically make these data sets more relevant to a wider audience?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, data is the holy grail of everything. So it's important to like have a bit of the human in the loop, but also, I mean, for instance, let me give you an example. Like back in 2020, at a time when a lot of the regulations were being changed, EU announced a new set of rules. There was a bunch of companies like Google, IBM, Microsoft, many others that banned facial recognition and a lot of things to combat bias in data sets. Like at that time, they launched a product that was focused on kind of collecting these data from such, you know, laws and ensuring that the data and the models were constantly, you know, they had a fairness score associated with it, to ensure that the data was not biased. And this was extremely helpful to save, you know, reputations of big companies we worked with, like a lot of the big banks, like the Wells Fargos, the JP Morgans of the world, because a lot of them had been fined for causes like, you know, discrimination, bias in data. So we're able to have these customers and combat the bias and ensure that the data was fair and the models were doing a good job. So that layer of kind of auditing all of this and ensuring that the output is fair, that's like something that we really need out there.
Yeah, on that topic, if I may, people who are healthy, they have 100 dreams. But once people get sick, they only have one dream, to get cured. Yes. And then it seems that all of a sudden people are willing to share data, health data, which are the most sensitive ones people consider to have. So what we do in my country, in Belgium, we provide every citizen a data store on the internet, completely, it's based on Solid, a new iteration on the internet. And every citizen defines what goes in the safe and defines who can see the safe. And that is for us the way to put, well, data accessible, edible, and usable into healthcare.
Okay, so that's a very interesting thing. The data has to be accessible. It has to be non-biased. What I would like to pick up on is something you were talking about, Beda, is how kind of actual countries, kingdoms like Saudi Arabia, are positioning themselves to be leaders in this space. What are the different elements? We've heard a lot of the rubs that are taking place, but how do you take a kind of countrywide approach to kind of smooth the path ahead?
So Saudi has been working really, since a long time on having a different position on that. Different position. Like we started with the regulations. Actually, we made it like more of a friendly regulations. The other thing it could be things related to actually having some more of a stimulus packages for the public sector, for the private sector, in order to attract people to use advanced technology. The third thing, which is really essential here, is the human capital aspect. So we at Google, for example, we partner up with the government. The first thing actually we have done as Google Cloud in Saudi is we started our Center of Excellence. So our Center of Excellence focused on cultivating or nurturing the Saudi talents, the techies, to be ready for the tech market, embracing the advanced technology, getting into their businesses, and of course make a use out of it. Definitely regulations like from the demand side helped a lot, like applying the cloud first policy, which definitely will apply some more efficiency in the spending, some efficiency even in the time to market for different products in the private sector. So I think Saudi is really ambitious on that plan, and to be on the global, not only on the regional front, but even on the global front. We've seen His Excellency Swaha yesterday talking about a lot of achievements. 2 years back in Leap, it was more of dreams that we wanted to have in the country. Look what's happening today. It's happening, and I think the future will bring a lot more.
Thank you so much. So over to you, Gene. So let's just take this now back to an industry perspective. What do you see as the boundaries of AI autonomy in business decision making? So if we're thinking about an agent like AI, how much responsibility are you going to give Marvis?
I think we give Marvis as much responsibility as it can handle. And part of that is, if something is really simple, like it's a repeatable thing we see happening in the network, it happens over and over and over again, we know that Marvis can proactively go out and solve that problem. We even have a digital twinning where we can be able to proactively go out, even if no one's on the network at all, and be able to find where there may be a glitch in the network. And if it's something that we can solve, Marvis Minis basically solves it in real time. But if it's something that is not as repeatable, we see it's the first time, we want to make sure we have a human in the loop to be able to understand exactly what that problem is and to solve it with Marvis. Marvis is a virtual assistant. It's not just doing it on its own.
And so then what about you, Aku? You've got your finger in so many different pies, because I know you also work at Juniper. So can you tell me where you see the kind of biggest and most, I suppose, the most vast untapped potential of AI to disrupt industry? Where do you think that is, and where do you think should be developed now?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I mean, it's been interesting because over the years, like 10 years ago, or more than 10 years ago, I worked at IBM Watson. That was a big era of AI. Fast forward 10 years now, we're like in Gen AI. The world of Gen AI. I feel like next it's going to, agentic AI. So we're entering new eras constantly. Gen AI has already disrupted the market and
added a lot of value to our lives, made us more effective at our jobs. Many people say AI is going to take away people's jobs, but I think it's more of like something that helps you do your job better and helps you focus on more of the strategic things rather than the mundane tasks. So yeah, I think what's the most untapped potential, it's probably the next level now. Since we've already tapped Gen AI, it's going to go to, agentic AI and other spaces from now onwards.
Okay, well, Shelley, thank you. Let's take this to space then, because as you were saying, a lot of the technology that's being developed for kind of space exploration, for what's going on there, is being brought down to Earth and having real-world applications. So what are you seeing in the next 5 years that's being developed in aeronautics, NASA, that we'll be seeing in our everyday lives?
So right now, I'm watching all of you in the audience, and you're all holding this, right? All of you hold up your phones, because when you hold up your phone, you're holding space technology in the palm of your hand. So you're already using space technology. You're already using AI. So the biggest things about space is, yes, we're going to have autonomous navigation. We're going to have predictive maintenance. We're going to have real-time decision making. We're going to have astronaut health monitoring. But all of those applications that I just mentioned that you're thinking about, well, that's for space, that's for every one of these areas as well. We can use astronaut health monitoring here on Earth, predictive and preventative maintenance so things don't break down. We can use all of those on Earth now. So what we're doing, for every $1 that NASA invested in the Apollo program, it had a $7 return for commercialization. In 2012, NASA's $1 was worth $40 in return on investment. So if you're thinking about investing in the space industry, you want to be in the space industry, you want to be in artificial intelligence, the return on investment is there, the future is there, and before you know it, you'll be holding it in your hand and not even realize it.
Amazing. Okay, so all right, then over to you. What are you going to be? Where are you going to be? So let's think about in terms of the progress that we've been talking about already. We're talking about AI personalized medicine available in a few years' time, pretty much on our doorstep. We're talking about healthcare professionals that are supported in terms of diagnostic discoveries and helping them in those diagnoses. We're talking about drug discovery and development that's supercharged thanks to AI.
Yep.
What's next? What comes after that?
Yeah. I think what people forget is why we have to change healthcare. So now we wait till we get sick, right? And on average, in every country on the planet, for every $100 you spend, we spent $98 to the last 2 years of our life and less than $2 to prevention. That's the biggest power of AI. That it will be able to go back to a very old Chinese model where more than 2,000 years ago, the doctor was paid as long as people in the village remained healthy. And once you got sick, you no longer had to pay. So what I think is that all of us are going to have an avatar doctor, which is there before we get sick and which we pay. So we're going to pay to stay healthy. And that will have a global impact because that will change a way on how we deal with life in a complete fashion. And that's the big dream.
And that is turning kind of medical science on its head in some respects, but
that's
it's where we're going.
Completely reverted it upside down. Yeah. And so for instance, with regard to privacy, we always hear, well, I'm predisposed to get cancer. No one should know because my insurance company will insure. That's absolutely nonsense because all of us are predisposed to get something. So imagine that an insurance company is not insuring you because you have X and you have Y. In 10 years, there is no one left to insure. So you better make sure that you turn the glass half empty into a glass half full. And that is what AI is really going to do. It's going to make us more human.
Make us more human. Okay, some might dispute that.
And I'll come back to that at the end.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Well, listen, we are getting to the end. So, we've got such a diverse panel here. We're kind of spanning, as we were saying, from health, aeronautics, marketing, diversity, experts, and big tech. What I want to know is what can you guys learn from each other? If you had the best piece of advice you could impart to somebody in this panel that would be relevant to people here, what would that piece of advice be? And I know it's a horrible question to throw on you, And unfortunately, I'm going to start with you, Beta, because you're over there. So what's your best piece of advice?
So I've been astonished actually by what I heard, things related to the space. I know that Saudi is part of the digital economy platform or the digital economy front that they're trying to play in. Definitely space is a new arena. Healthcare would be something really amazing. Now the infrastructure and what sort of intelligence is bringing is something also really needed here. I would assume that we are moving from the experimental phase of the AI onto actual day or the actual day where we can see AI being embedded in our businesses actually.
Absolutely.
And with that, I would like to invite everyone to come to our booth. We have a lot of technologies that we're showing. Some of them are a bit futuristic. So it's going to be really amazing. So consider this as a teaser for everyone here to come.
Oh, we'll come and visit your booth. This place is enormous. Where is your booth?
Yeah.
Is it in this hall?
Sorry?
Where is your booth?
It is in Hall 1, actually.
Okay, so let's all head to Hall 1 after
Yeah.
this. You'll be flooded with visitors. Jean, what's your best piece of advice to somebody here on this panel, also in the room?
I mean, I think what I would advise is that to be employable, everybody needs to embrace AI. And it's now, and it's into the future, but we're seeing that with real use cases that we are seeing an impact on real life scenarios. One, in the network space and then Wi-Fi, we know that if we use Marvis and we use AI, better experiences occur, and we can actually reduce the number of trouble tickets that go into having to fix the network because it's proactively solving the problems. I also see that in being able to use AI in a function like marketing, that we can deliver 5x the results of what we did when we were not using AI. And these are things that if we embrace the small use cases, it can get larger and more substantial, but we have to embrace it now to be able to build onto that into the future.
Thank you so much. And what about you, Aku? And I'm just going to say one thing. I've been ending every panel, bar one, with your prediction for 2025 for this year. So while everyone's talking and you're listening, be thinking about that, and that's going to be my last question. Aku, so what's your best piece of advice?
Yeah, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, so what I was saying, we've got such a diverse panel here. If you had a best piece of advice for somebody on this panel that was relevant to somebody here, what would it be? Or is it a general piece of advice that you would just like to throw out here in the room?
Yeah, best piece of advice, really, embrace AI, as Jean mentioned, and also, stay up to date with the latest technologies. I think things are being released every day, and it's helping us boost our productivity. I could imagine a future where we have our digital twin and AI that helps us do everything better, our own personal assistant that looks just like us and talks just like us and helps us be 2x more productive. We could imagine a world like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, industry, these kind of twins are already existing in the industrial level. So, and soon we'll be kind of having them in terms of like the medical field as well. But Cohen, you're thinking about so many things when it comes to our health. What's your best piece of advice then? Should we be thinking about prevention? Should we be thinking about precision medicine? Should we be thinking about getting our digital twin and just kind of holding out for that?
Yeah, I think, and that's something we learned the hard way, prevention is not sexy. I mean, you have to do this, you have to do that, boring. But imagine you can make prevention super sexy by finding out what really people dream about. What is my purpose? I would love to climb the Kilimanjaro with my grandchildren, but I don't have grandchildren yet. So you have to keep me healthy till I reach that potential. And that's a completely different narrative. So I think that AI helps to build new narratives. And that's something I would like to invite all of you to do. Try to think about a day in your future, right? And ask ChatGPT to give you the path to that future. And all of a sudden you will discover that maybe you're not a soccer player, you're a dancer. Maybe you should not work in space, you should work at Google, whatever. But it gives you a glimpse of a future to go to. And that is, I think, the power of AI. It shows us futures which we couldn't predict based on unknown unknowns.
And helps you build a new story for yourself or a different story. Okay, well, what about you, Shelley?
Well, I'm going to share with the audience, as well as our YouTube followers, from my recent book, What Space Got to Do with It.
Well done. She got it
10
in.
life lessons for personal growth. Lesson number 3, don't fear the unknown.
I've heard it again and again.
Emerging technology has been here since the dawn of humanity. It will continue to be emerging technology. We can all be lifelong learners. We can all continue to upskill, reskill. Don't be afraid of it. Embrace it. Control it, own it.
And I'm just going to be mean again. I'm going to start with you, Beta, because you've had probably more time to think about it. What's your top prediction? We've got like 30 seconds each. Top prediction for 2025 when it comes to AI and its development.
Prediction, like you will get to see it more, as I said, you will get to see it more into business, and we'll start making money out of AI.
Which I think a lot of people here will like to hear that. What about you, Jean? Is Marvis going to be just like with me every day holding my hand? Or?
Well, I'm going to build on food, water, shelter, Wi-Fi, AI. So there we go, the top 5.
Okay. What about you, okay? What's your prediction for 2025? Sorry, that made me really laugh. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, like AI for sure, and just having being productive, and being there for people I love, and
yeah, absolutely. And as Beta was saying, it can be profitable as well while you're at it. Okay, what about you, Kern?
I think in every domain, 2025, we will see how AI is going to make us more human. And if I may give you one example.
Go for it.
During Corona, I gave my father a loudspeaker to tell him, Daddy, it's time to take your medication. But he didn't like that Siri voice or that Alexa voice. So he used a piece of Gen AI, we didn't call it Gen AI at that time, where I could talk to my computer for 2 minutes, and after 2 minutes I could type whatever text which got pronounced with my voice, which we added on the loudspeaker. And all of a sudden my father at 5 o'clock heard me saying, Daddy, it's time to take your medication. So I used technology to make myself more human to be with him, and that he liked. And I think that's something, a message for all of us. Let's try to see how we use AI to become more human. And the real thing people look forward to before they die, 3 things. You want to leave legacy. You want to be part of the community, but you want to have had experiences where someone else benefits from as well. And that is why I think we should embrace AI to get there.
And making us more empathetic humans in some respects. Okay, what about you, Shelley?
Well, what I'm going to say is that the sky is not the limit. There are no limits. And I'm looking forward to seeing all of you around the galaxy.
Okay, so look, there's been a fascinating conversation. I think if we're going to draw it all together and all these elements, because it's, again, as I said, everyone comes here from very different fields, and it's sometimes quite difficult to draw these ideas together. But there is a very strong message that I think is coming through. It's being proactive. You've got to be proactive with this. You mustn't fear it. You've got to, as Aku was saying, make sure that the bias is basically beaten out of the system if a future which is equitable is possible. But you also have the possibility to turn a profit. We're going to have food, water, AI, Wi-Fi, or Wi-Fi AI. But more than anything, and I think this is something you're both saying, the sky isn't the limit. And this is a time to build our own stories. And we've got to implant ourselves in these stories, start creating our narratives, and make sure that we're part of this story. So thank you very much for imparting your knowledge, your expertise. It hasn't always been easy hearing you, but I think I've kind of got the general gist, and you certainly have heard very well in the audience. Thank you very much. A very warm hand of applause for our fantastic speakers.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to Isabel and the panel there. Really superb insights into the potential of transformation right across a whole range of industries. And what I remarked on just there is the fact that Isabel was talking about how we've got to implant ourselves into these new stories. And this is where AI avatars come in. This is a session that I've been super interested in, how to build an AI avatar. I have all these dreams of a SusaBot being able to really complement me and answer questions from investors on financial markets in real time, really taking some of the pressure off me because there are so many demands day to day. So we are going into a deep dive now into how you go from code to clone and the possibilities that are already out there. We're going to discover what happened when YouTuber and founder of JVBD Studios, Jordi van der Bush, went on the creative and technical journey to build his own AI avatar. He is here, he's waiting in the wings, and I am told that it is the real Jordi, it's not a fake, but he's going to come on and tell us more. So a big welcome to Jordi.
Hi everyone, my name's Jordi van den Bussen, and this is me. Here's a little bit of my resume. I started 12 years ago as a so-called influencer, a content creator, and 12 years ago, no one thought that it was a real job to be an influencer. No one said, you know, go make YouTube videos for a living. I did. I was crazy enough to take this risk, and I started my company called JVDB Studios. With JVDB Studios, we did something absolutely insane. We tried to tackle some of the hardest problems in the content creator space, and the problem is the so-called keyman problem. By solving this problem, we managed to create a virtual AI influencer, a photorealistic AI clone. But what is an AI influencer? How does it work? And also, what does it look like? So starting at the problem, this is what your ordinary company looks like. If you're the CEO, often you are the leader. You are the top of the pyramid. You have a bunch of people who work with you. You delegate a bunch of the responsibilities and the tasks. And the beauty of this is that when you are the CEO in your typical company, you can take a day off, you can travel, you can go on holiday, you can call in sick. And if you run a good enough company, the company will continue. You know, if you're the CEO of McDonald's and you call in sick, it's not like all the McDonald's will close down. That would be a terrible business model. And this is exactly what my business looked like for many, many years. And for a lot of content creators, this is still what it looks like today. If you are an influencer, the entire business revolves around you. Every shoot, every video, every partnership that you do, often even every creative decision, it's centered and it leans on the shoulders of the content creator. So how do you solve this? If you are the brand, how can you possibly solve this near impossible keyman problem? Well, here's one solution. This is Blue. Blue's not a real person. Blue's not a real influencer. Blue is a virtual influencer. And Blue has over 2 million subscribers on YouTube. That's just YouTube alone. Blue grows with about 100,000 subscribers every single month and does about 25 million views every single month. Blue has billions of impressions. And the beauty of Blue is that Blue is an influencer. Blue makes videos just like I did for many years and maybe like your favorite content creator does. However, we can swap Blue out for anyone. You can be sitting in the studio and people will believe that you are Blue. Blue doesn't rely on one person. And therefore, Blue can continue forever, years and years and years. Blue cannot get a burnout. Blue cannot go into the world and do something stupid. Here's an example of what we can do with Blue for brands, for example.
This could be your product featured in our videos, promoting to millions of Blue fans worldwide. Looking to reach a passionate, engaged audience that loves video games, superheroes, and all things pop culture? We've got the perfect way to make that happen. We can put your brand on the side of a car, make your product as big as a skyscraper, consume your snack, or even create your own customized superhero to play a part in our videos. Your brand could help Blue on his adventures, be part of the most hilarious, unforgettable moments, or even be worn by Blue himself. Sounds exciting?
I think you get the idea. But we wanted to take it a step further because Blue doesn't look that real, in all honesty. Blue appeals to a certain demographic. However, Blue is not photorealistic. So we said, okay, well, can we grab my face and can we make my face a virtual influencer or an AI influencer? And we started off with a version 1 that was a bit of a Pixar cartoon version. And we ended up upgrading to version 2. And what you see in the top right here, that's version 2. That's not me. That's not even me playing Minecraft. It also has audio and it sounds like me. But everything that's being done over there is being done by AI. And this is what made me big for all these years. For 12 years, I would play video games. I would film myself playing these video games, and I would just have a good time and react to it. Here's a video one more time. So everything you see is generated by AI. There's no human involved in this process. So we managed to do this on a technical level, but does this also convert? Does this also drive views? Can we also get impressions? Can we entertain people? And will they engage with the product? Yes. After a lot of mistakes and errors and us improving the model, we managed to, and by the way, the number, it says here 20 million views a month. This is when we submitted the presentation. Right now we're at 50 million views a month. Okay, so once again, what you see here is 100% generated by AI. Even to my surprise, and maybe your surprise too, the car driving into the pool of spaghetti, that's AI. The reaction, the face, that's AI. The voice, which you can't hear right now, but it is all generated by AI. This video in particular had an 8.5% engagement rate. That means that 8.5% of people who saw this video decided to share it, favorite it, bookmark it, or comment on this. And through this process, we realized that there's so many steps in the creative process of making videos and making social media content that can benefit from AI. Literally everything from concepting to editing to analyzing and to uploading the videos can be either improved or automated through AI. For example, if you are brainstorming concepts for what could be a viral video, you can use AI systems to help you in this creative process. Or maybe you have come up with a few ideas, you can have these AI systems improve on your concepts. Obviously, it can write scripts, which is one of the most straightforward, but also one of the most important tasks these AI systems can do. But it can also edit your videos. It can provide feedback on the final product as a consultant. It can generate graphics. It can generate the entire video. It can generate the entire audio. It can come up with a very in-depth and long-term strategy on how you want to reach a certain demographic. And throughout this journey, we realized there's a few key areas you want to focus on when you're using AI in this creative process. You need to ask yourself a lot of questions. And one of the most important one is, why are you doing this? Are you doing this because you want to really make sure everyone can understand your purpose, or maybe you're just trying to save some money. Maybe you're trying to speed up the process and trying to get your, for example, news out to the consumer faster. To really understand why you're doing this is extremely important. when we realized, okay, this is what we want to do, we had to figure out how can we really make it seem like it's me? How can we copy and identify a few key personality traits which we can convert into the system and really serve to the audience? One fun lesson was that when we were gathering training data, we thought, okay, you know what? I'm going to sit in front of the camera and I'm going to read out a script so that it can perfectly capture my voice. And when we did that, we constantly kept getting these outputs after each training run that wasn't accurate. It sounded like I was reading out a book. So instead of using that data, we said, you know what? I'm just going to have a conversation with a friend. It's just going to be me and my friend, and I'm just going to press record. And what happened was that because I was so relaxed while having a conversation with my friend, the output of the training data was much more relaxed. The output of the training sounded way more natural. So distinguishing these key personality traits is something that is, I would say, extremely, extremely important. And then we have visualizing the design, which is, I would say the hardest part, and it's something that's ever evolving. If you're working on this creative ecosystem, and when you're working on something creative, you should never feel satisfied. You should always be innovating. You should always be improving. You want to analyze every aspect of it. Maybe it is the look. Maybe it's the brand feel. Maybe it is the AI architecture behind it that needs to be improved. Maybe it's the animation. Maybe it's the voice. Maybe, well, we went from a cartoon-looking character to a photorealistic-looking character. And then the number one thing is once you have a system that's up and running, figure out what your audience likes. We like to measure the comment sentiment, and then we also like to measure the engagement rate and the total views, the total growth. And these are great indicators on, what does the audience like? What do they want to see? What do they not want to see? And as mentioned before, AI can be used in every step of the content creation process. Everything from pre-production, concepting, coming up with video ideas, writing scripts, preparing everything. It can even do set design. It can do concept art for the sets. Then during production, you can use AI. In the recording process, you can even have it join calls as an assistant who can help you, who can walk you through it, who can whisper in your ear, maybe some suggestions on things, what to say. And then in the post-production, the editing, the analysis. One of my favorite new additions to our suite of tools is that we have an AI consultant, which is trained on 300 pages worth of our internal training data. And this AI consultant, you can feed it a video and you can ask it, hey, could you please provide us some feedback on this edit or on this final video and give us some suggestions on how we could reach even more views. And then there's the impact. Right now, we are really at the start of a content creation revolution. More and more companies, more and more teams, more and more creators are starting to use AI in their process. And it's still very basic. It's not flawless. But compared to last year, we were also showcasing some of our AI stuff here. We've made some massive improvements. The possibility of unlimited creativity is, to me, it's phenomenal. You only have to come up with an idea and dream of an idea and say this to an AI system, and these AI systems will fully generate a piece of content for you simply based on your idea, simply based on your prompt. Then there's the content consistency. Our AI system doesn't really get worse. It doesn't have a bad day. Every single day, whenever we want to, we can spin up a new instance and we can send it some information and say, you know what, generate me 10 videos on Saudi Arabia today. And it will generate 10 videos. Or we can ask it, generate me 100 videos. And it'll generate me 100 videos. And we can expect it to take anywhere from 10 to 30 minutes for it to generate all of these videos. We can even ask it to generate us 1,000 videos. And they will all be from a certain level of quality, a level of quality that we can expect from our system because it won't have a bad day. When I go and ask a team of individuals to generate or create 1,000 videos on Saudi Arabia for me, at some point they might lack the creativity. Maybe they're having a bad day. Some videos might be worse than others. Maybe they haven't had enough training yet, or they've delegated some of the work. The quality of the content can fluctuate. With an AI system, this won't happen. You can expect a certain level of quality, and this level of quality will always be there or better. And then there's the brand-safe collaborations. My AI clone is programmed in a way so that it cannot do anything stupid. It cannot even curse, unless we really want it to. But it cannot do anything stupid. We know the rules that we've baked into the system. This way, it's much more brand safe. Me, as a real person, I could do something stupid. I can go out and say something stupid. With these AI systems, they can do exactly what you ask them. They will do exactly what you need, and they will listen like no other. But there's also a few challenges. There's the ethical considerations. I am doing this in a very creative space, and a lot of people say, you know, what you're doing is you're taking out the creativity, the one thing we don't want AI to automate. That's what they say. What I say is, I'm using these AI systems to really take my creativity to the next level. This is my vision, and this is a new tool in my creative arsenal. I'm telling these stories, I'm telling the stories of my AI clone, but I'm doing this in a completely new and redefined way. Then there's the technical issues or the technical challenges. Then again, these are really fun to tackle. No one has tackled these creative challenges that we're trying to tackle here with these AI systems. But it's really fun. It's something that, you know, you can wake me up in the middle of the night and force me to solve one of these challenges. I'll happily do it. There's a time and resources. Developing, researching these systems is not cheap. It's also not fast. It takes a very long time. You're generating a video after you've designed a new system, which you had to set up, which you had to train. And then you can go and test it. You can share it with the public. You can gather data. You can try to figure out, okay, this idea that I had, does it actually work? And there are the creative challenges. How do you get a computer to be and feel as creative as a human? How is that even possible? Well, thankfully, we've managed to solve a lot of these challenges, but every single day, we are forced to try and solve even more of them. And then there's the question, what's next for Quabblecup AI? What is next for the system that we are designing? Well, we're at a point where we're reaching 50 million viewers every single month. The goal is to reach 1 billion viewers every single month, and we expect to do this somewhere within the next, I would say, 24 months. Because what we've seen is that the technology and the tools, they're getting better and better and better and better. Every month, every week, there's a major new breakthrough in the field of AI, and we can use these breakthroughs to elevate our systems and take them to the next level. We're looking to make even more amazing experiences. We're trying to make longer videos, more engaging videos, and videos that are so realistic that when you see it, you will be 100% convinced that it's actually me in the video right there. And most importantly, we're just trying to have fun tell some amazing stories, and entertain as many people as possible. Thank you.
Just before you go, Geordie, as I said at the beginning, what is the potential for an interactive AI avatar in the future, which could, for example, be able to react to questions from investors about the latest on financial markets? Is that possible yet?
It's already possible to have a robot on this stage where you can interact with. That's also possible. So dream big and go and do it.
And so what is your next dream?
My next dream is to be here at Leap with a massive robot on the stage and have a talk with the robot.
Klepokop, Geordie, robotic system coming up. We'll have to see whether that's going to be possible. But just final question. You've done this for YouTube, for your brand, helping your studio. But what's the potential, say, for example, for e-commerce and enabling these avatars to interact with customers? Do you think that could soon be a reality?
Very much so, yes. And hyper-personalized ads. I think that's also something that's really, upon us very soon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Geordie, thank you so much. It's been
Thank you.
absolutely fascinating, and it is the real Geordie here on stage. So well done, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So unlocking AI's potential in a whole new world there. But obviously this does rely on managing massive, scattered, unstructured data. I mean, Geordie alluded to that there in what he's trying to do. So how can you make sense of all of this unstructured, scattered data? Well, that is what the next guest and the next company we're profiling here on the stage is doing. This is NetApp. NetApp delivers intelligent infrastructure to really power the full AI lifecycle, from management to deployment. And here to explain exactly how and how it can be transformational is Matt Watts, who's the Chief Technology Evangelist for NetApp. So please do give Matt a warm round of applause.
So thank you to my marketing folks for creating such a wonderful picture of me on the screen. Every so often, you come across a story that fundamentally stops you in your tracks. It doesn't happen very often, but it happened to me back in November. I was fortunate enough to be at an event, and I met a lady called Sarah de Lagarde. Sarah was on her way home from work one evening. She got to the High Barnet tube station in London. She slipped on the tube station, and she fell between the train and the platform. She called out for help, no one heard her, and the first train left the station, and it took her leg with it. She continued to call out for help, and no one still heard her, and the second train pulled in, and it took her arm. The bravery of that woman, because I've met her, is just second to none. A company called Covey heard about Sarah and wanted to do something to help her. Sarah's a young lady. She has a young family. She just climbed Kilimanjaro, and now she was left with life-changing injuries. Covey produced bionic prosthetics, and they actually create a hand which learns from the ways that she uses it. It's communicating data back into Covey to help them understand how can they make her life better and better and better. And I got the opportunity to meet with Sarah, to talk to her about this. And she said it will never give her back what she had before, but technology has given her something back. She says, I can now hold my children again. That's a story that simply stops you and makes you think fundamentally differently about who you are, what you do, and why you do it. And there's a common thread. I've walked around the event hall here, and there's an autonomous vehicle, there's robots, there's all sorts of AIs, there's all sorts of technology in this space, and there's one thing that links all of those threads together. It's data. We are living in a world where we are creating vast quantities of data. NetApp as a company, I'm not here to do the sales pitch, I will just put up who we are. We're a company that helps our clients build intelligent data infrastructures. We're a 6.2 billion company with about 12,000 employees across the world. We work with some of the largest financial services, manufacturing, healthcare organizations, and everything in between. And I'm Matt Watts, and I'm the Chief Technology Evangelist. So what are some of the challenges as we think about this world of AI that we're embarking on? Other people will have talked about this. Power. In the US at the moment, in Ohio, there are 50 companies looking to build 90 new data centers. There's been a lot of challenges around this about how is it going to be paid for, how much should they pay up front. It's been solved. 90 data centers, mostly to fuel the AI ambitions that those companies have in that region. The reason it was such a challenge was those 90 data centers at peak load will consume 30,000 megawatts of electricity. That is the equivalent of 21 million households. That is for 90 data centers in Ohio. The US currently has 11,500 data centers. How many more are we going to need to fuel this AI ambition that we have, this arms race that we're all on? In Saudi Arabia, you're fortunate that power is not the problem for you that it is for other parts of the world. I think that puts this region in a very, very strong position. A lot of regions are going to suddenly realize they do not have the power or the infrastructure to fuel their AI ambitions. Data centers and technology. We're already seeing supply chain challenges. There is a race for who can bring the companies in that will build the data centers that we need. How do we get the technology into those data centers in a timely fashion when everybody's after the same technology? We can't wait. That's something we're going to have to think about. And sustainability. The Saudi Kingdom have committed to creating 130 gigawatts of renewable electricity by 2030, which I think is a fantastic achievement, and I think that will really help to make sure that as we build these data centers, we're building them in a sustainable way. But how much data are we talking about? Right now, or by 2025, right now the estimates are we will create 175 zettabytes of data. That puts us on a path to hit the yottabyte problem by 2030. Now, you're all technical people, you all know exactly what a yottabyte is, right? Maybe not. A yottabyte is 1 trillion terabytes. 1 trillion terabytes is the equivalent of every single human being on the planet carrying 300 iPhones each. That is the amount of data that will be created by everything that can create data. We can't directly influence that, but what can we influence? Data centers currently consume about 2% of the world's electricity. The forecasts are that that could grow to about 8% as we look out towards 2030. If you think that that sounds high, go and speak to the Irish, where 21% of their entire electricity supply currently goes to data centers. But I'm about to get back to data. Storage as a percentage of the power consumption inside data centers is currently about 20%. Those same forecasts think that could go out to 38% over that same 2030 time period. What does that mean? Play the numbers through. If 2030 says 8% of the world's electricity is going to data centers, let's go low and say 30% of that is data. 2.4% of the world's electricity powering storage devices, of which 2/3 of the data we store is single-use data, a giant landfill of garbage that we do nothing with after it's been created. Technology will be part of the solution. Creating more efficient technologies, creating technologies that help us store data more efficiently will be part of the solution. But a bigger part of the solution is we have to get on top of the data management challenge. Do you do it because of sustainability? I hope so. Do you do it because 2/3 of the storage that you're spending significant amounts of money on is storing data that you simply don't use? I think both of those are good reasons to do something about it. And then we have the other challenges that we've got to think about. Security. You could, and please don't do this, don't take my advice too literally. If you wanted to, you could go and download the Tor browser. The Tor browser is a fairly untraceable browser. That's what it was designed for. And with some cryptocurrency, you could launch an attack against any company in the world. In the dark web, these sites that you can go to for ransomware as a service, it really does have a name, are so sophisticated, they give you a user interface that tells you how many attacks you've launched, how many files you've encrypted, and how much Bitcoin you've been paid. Everybody in the world is now an attacker, and everybody else in the world is now the attacked. And then we have to think about skills. We have to have the skills to power this. There is a skills shortage in the world right now, and we have to think about how do we approach this technological marvel that is AI, and how do we think about educating the next generation? How do we build the skills that we're going to need? You have an ambition here in Riyadh to grow from 8 million, I think, to 14 million people. How are you going to make sure that those extra 6 million people have the skills you need to meet your ambitions when you think about what it is that you want to do with AI? And all of this stuff is complex. And what happens is every time some new thing comes along, like AI, people rush out in their enthusiasm to embrace technology. And it's often very unstructured. It's often not as strategic as we think it is. And whilst businesses see real value from this introduction of AI into the business, over time, what was once new becomes normal. What was once valuable becomes part of what we have to do on a day-to-day basis. And at that point, we typically look out across what we've built and realize we've built a monster. Because the different teams that went out to do the things that they thought were the right thing to do, using the right technologies for their particular application, were all done in isolation. And what was once new and valuable becomes normal. These are all things that we have to deal with, all challenges that we have to consider. And AI is a data challenge. 85% of AI projects fail. And they fail because we haven't dealt with data. We haven't thought about how we're going to manage data up front. How are we going to make sure that the teams that are building the AIs have the access to the systems they need to get that data from? How do we give them the security? How do we make sure that it's classified? Before we embark on these huge projects, solving that AI challenge or making sure that we've laid the appropriate foundations for that AI challenge will mean that we're less likely to be one of the 85% where it fails. So what do some of those challenges look like? Well, the first one is governance. How do we make sure that we're giving the right people access to the right data? How do we make sure that as we release the teams that are going to be working on these AI projects, they're not sucking in data that could be sensitive, personally sensitive, corporately sensitive? How do we put those tools in place to give people the freedom they need to be able to do things whilst making sure that we're not putting them in a position where they could expose data and cause us all sorts of other challenges? How do we deal with availability? It's not just availability on premises, it's how do we deal with the availability of data when we will have people increasingly looking to Google Cloud Platform, AWS, Microsoft Azure, and other specialist AI-driven data centers. How do we make sure that that data does not go away? This is now a critical system for us. And then finally, I talked about data security. There's a new dimension to security now. And by the way, most people do not have adequate protection in the one layer of their environment which is the most critical, the storage layer. You would be amazed at how many companies I talk to that says, we're okay, we use snapshots, a mechanism for triggering a sort of an instantaneous replica of data. Guess what? The attackers know that, and they know how to breach that, and they know how to break that. That is not an adequate form of protection. So most companies don't protect data in the most adequate way or in anywhere near the most strong enough way to be able to deal with things. And now we have a new phenomenon. Maybe I don't want to encrypt your data. Maybe I don't even want to steal your data. Maybe I want to poison your model such that I can bias it towards giving me the answer that I want it to give me as the attacker when I ask it a question. Data poisoning. We have to think about all of these things in that much grander context. Shameless NetApp plug. We work very closely with NVIDIA, with Lenovo, with a whole bunch of different vendors. Part of our job is to make sure that we can be that storage foundation, that intelligent data infrastructure that works with all of these. Our technology is a first-party service in Microsoft, Amazon, and Google. When I say first-party service, I mean you can go to their websites, to their dashboards, and say, I want to use NetApp-driven technology as a first-party service. What that means is that we're intelligent and integrated. What if you could have a single way of storing, managing, encrypting, protecting data, classifying data, the same way on premises and across any cloud? That means that we're not building complexity in up front. We're projecting forward and saying, actually, when we do get to a point where these projects become normal rather than new, we've avoided some of that complexity that we could have introduced up front. How do we make sure that they're scalable and performant? We've worked with technology companies where the demands are off the scale. The certifications and the level of performance that we need to deliver are everything from the biggest companies in the world down to companies who are just experimenting with AI. This is not exclusive to a particular group. This is for everybody. And then finally, trusted and secure. We have autonomous ransomware protection built into our systems. We are every minute of every day looking to make sure that there is nothing happening to your data that could be a symptom of a ransomware attack. And if we detect one, by the way, we get 0 false positives and 99% detection accuracy. We will trigger a tamper-proof snapshot to make sure the data is protected. We will alert you to the fact that it's happened, and we'll give you tools to be able to instantly get that data back if that makes sense. Our mission is to give you that enterprise-grade data foundation for AI, an intelligent data infrastructure that can solve not just for some of those problems that you'll have today, but some of those problems that will happen to you as you go downstream. It's been a delight just spending a little bit of time up here talking with you. But one of the things I want to ask you, because I think you should always ask people to do something at the end of a presentation, the minute I walk off this stage, I'll think about the things that I should have said that I forgot to say. That always happens. I'll think about the things that I did say that I shouldn't have said. That's usually a longer list of things. But I do it for one simple reason. This is a learning opportunity for me. I will think about one thing after this event that I'll do because this event. And I want to ask you to do the same thing. Taking the time out of your diary to be here at LEAP in DeepFest is a huge commitment of your time. If you leave here and do nothing afterwards, why did you come? You could have watched the YouTube channel. You could have downloaded a copy of the presentations. So my ask is really simple. Think of 1 or 2 things that you'll do because you were here at this event. Maybe come and see us on booth G68. I don't care what they are, because the reality is, whether it's a week, a month, 6 months' time, you'll do those couple of things that you thought of because you were at this event, and you'll look back on them, and you'll look back on this event, and you'll think, that was a really good use of my time. And that's the only reason we do this stuff. Thank you very much for your time. I hope to see you on booth G68. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Matt. That's fascinating stuff. Certainly adding simplicity to what is a very complex world. So
I hope to.
thank you very much.
It was a pleasure.
Thank
Take
you.
care. Thank you, everybody.
Now, we've already talked a lot about what kinds of jobs Gen AI could replace. AI could replace. I'm talking about Gen A jobs or Gen B jobs. There is a big worry about job destruction, and job creation is a big part of the story as well. But the question we're looking at right now is, what will the future hold for the CIO? Will this role potentially become obsolete? We'll find out about how all of this transformational technology really is reshaping leadership and decision-making and IT strategy. And it's really put this role under question, perhaps, or has it? Or will this role just evolve and shapeshift into something completely different? Well, here to discuss all of this is Anil Cherian, who's managing partner at Phase 4 Ventures and a former CIO. So he's very well placed to talk about all of this. So do welcome Anil.
Great. Thank you so much, Susanna. Thank you, Susanna, for that great introduction. And I'm really happy to be here. This is the second time running that I'm speaking at LEAP and DeepFest. It's amazing to see what's going on here. It's an amazing conference, the vibrant nature of it. There's so much activity going on, and you always feel good coming here and seeing all the wonderful stuff that's happening. Just by way of introduction, Anil Cherian, I'm a former CIO, CTO. I spent 30 years in consulting. I was a partner in PwC, worked with IBM. CIO at SunTrust, which is now called Truist. It's one of the large banks. I worked for the White House for 2 years, running technology transformation for the federal government, and worked as a CTO in Cognizant. Right now, I'm just on boards. I'm doing some investments on my own. I'm doing some advisory work for some private equity firms. So one thing I should point out is my hand. I was trying to find a good joke to say, but it was really nothing funny. I was running. I run a lot, and I ran and fell. There's a broken pavement. I fell down around about mile 2, and there's a little broken hand there. So don't worry about it. It's not painful. There's some pins in there. There's a cast, so I'm all good. So I just want to get that out of the way. So if you see my hand, you know what it's all about. Okay, so all of you have been hearing the stuff about AI and all the wonderful things that AI is going to be doing. And I'm going to talk about it a little differently, because it's not so much what is AI, but what is AI going to do to the organization, and most clearly, what's it going to do to the CIO, the Chief Information Officer? Are there any people here who are CIOs or in the IT department at all? No? Just wave. Okay, there are some CIOs. Good. So my fundamental question is AI going to make the role of the CIO obsolete? And that's kind of what I'll be talking about. So here's the structure of what I'll be covering. One is, what is Gen AI going to do to the technology landscape? What are all the things that are happening? And then what are some of the factors that Gen AI is creating that is going to basically bypass the CIO? And I'll go through 4 of them. And if that were to happen, what happens to the CIO? Is it just going to be a back office person, an order taker? And as a result, you don't want that, right? You don't want CIOs to be that. So what does the CIO have to do to stay relevant and to start leading and becoming more of a strategic partner? And then lastly, what conclusions can we make as a result? Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the landscape. So when you talk about Gen AI, everybody's all excited about Gen AI. They start talking about things like ChatGPT and Perplexity and Claude and now DeepSeek. All of that is on the top layer of what's happening. But if you look at the traditional stack, the technology stack, it was a pretty cumbersome technology stack. There was data infrastructure, network layers, software, there's a whole bunch of things that were there. What Gen AI is doing is not just fixing the top layer, it is radically changing the full landscape of technology. And frankly, the change in technology that's happening is what's making Gen AI so useful. So if you start from the bottom, the whole compute infrastructure, the network layer, all of that is now going into the cloud. And you've got so many software-defined networks with embedded security. Data is changing. You no longer have large data warehouses. Data is a lot more federated. You've got data mesh architectures. All of the application layer, people are working on applications and they're driving into creating horizontal applications, vertical applications, more like platforms. And then what's most important is what's happening to the UI layer. The UI layer is going to change completely. You've heard about agentic AI. The whole workflow, the UI, agentic AI is going to take over that UI layer. And the UI layer is all about multi-agentic workflows. And that's fundamentally what's happening to that. So that's a huge shift from a technology perspective. So let me take you through the 4 trends that are going on that are really going to start bypassing the role of the CIO. So you all talk about the transformation opportunity here. So BlackRock did a pretty good study, I think last year, where they said 50% of the jobs in financial services are going to be halved in terms of the effort. I think in the retail space, that's 31%. Healthcare is about 40%. All of those jobs are going to change completely. And if you just look at your own organizations, the biggest opportunity is in customer service. You hear about customer service bots, we're using generative AI. In the sales side, in the contact center side, all of that client interaction is really going to change. The people are beginning to ask questions, do we really need a legal office, a legal department anymore, especially when you can have Gen AI doing a lot of the contract work? Do we really need a marketing function? You can do a lot of the stuff from a digital perspective, creating copy, creating the whole interaction layers and so on. AI is changing the supply chain with digital twins. R&D, especially in the pharmaceutical space, is drastically changing. There's a whole opportunity to change the hire-to-retire processes from an HR perspective, and on and on. There's a greater number of M&A opportunities, but you get the point. It's a huge transformation that's happening over and over again across all of the enterprise. So if you're a CEO, you're sitting there looking at this and saying, I got to go figure out what to do here. And you look around to your leadership team and say, who's going to lead this for me? Who's going to drive this? And that's where you get to the point where someone says, well, maybe we need to hire a chief AI officer. Or maybe you need to hire a chief transformation officer. As soon as you do that, it's a great idea, by the way, but as soon as you do that, then you start creating role clarity issues between the chief AI officer and the CIO. What does the chief AI officer do? What does the CIO do? And the CIO tends to become the person that does the implementation work, does the execution work, not really the strategic work. The chief AI officer will say, let's go do this thing in the contact center. Oh, by the way, just go and implement these systems, Mr. CIO, right? So that's an unfortunate thing, but it's a massive transformation and a possibility that CEOs are going to start looking at it. There's also a demographic shift that's going on. If you look at the digital natives that are out there, and by the way, I had a definition of what's a digital native, anyone born after 1980. So if you're less than 45 years old, you're more than likely to be a digital native. You've been using iPhones and the internet and so on. More and more digital natives are actively involved in the C-level in many organizations. The whole pandemic has forced us to drive digital transformation and really change the functions that are out there, whether they're business unit heads or chief marketing officers or head of sales. All of those functions are changing, and these digital natives are more likely to say, I don't need the CIO. I can go work directly with an AWS, or I can work directly with a Deloitte or a PwC or an Accenture and go figure out what it is I need. Why do I need the CIO? The CIO used to be the person going and making those connections happen. But digital natives are so much more connected to what's happening that you really don't need the CIO in the middle. And so they're dealing with these technology companies, all of the technology companies, and I've got a bunch of them over here. I'm sure I missed some, but all of these technology companies are grabbing that new technology landscape and becoming more and more relevant. So NVIDIA is going into the software business. AWS, Azure, and Google, they all started in the infrastructure space. They're now creating platforms, more industry vertical platforms. For example, your Azure connected with Nuance, and they're creating this whole clinical data repositories, getting physician information directly on dictaphones and putting it down in Word, so physicians don't have to retype everything. Palantir, all of those guys, ServiceNow, they're all beginning to get into the agentic workflow layer. And by the way, the GSIs, the global systems integrators, they're all coming down here and they're all starting to build these platforms. So if you sit in the meetings with any of these leaders, in any of the people on the left-hand side, guess what they're talking about? They're talking about, we don't need to sell only to the CIO. We need to sell to the business head because that's where the money is. That's where the real opportunity is. Let's deal with the CIO, but let's go around the CIO. There's a whole opportunity there. The fact that digital natives sitting in the C-levels are eager to have those conversations, guess who gets bypassed? The CIO. And another issue is budgets. The whole technology budgets, and I did a study with a company, a research company that I'm working with, and I said, what are the technology budgets looking like in 2025? About 80% of the people are basically saying, it's going to be flat to a slight increase. There's not a lot of increase in budgets, not a lot of increase in IT budgets. So CEOs are talking to CIOs and saying, I want to do all the sexy Gen AI stuff. Why don't you save some money in the legacy platforms so that I can spend the money over here? Or why don't you use Gen AI to streamline all the legacy work so that you can free up capacity to do some of the interesting stuff? So there's a lot of questions being asked, and the IT guy is sitting there with a diminished role and lower budgets and more pressures on them. So pretty bad story, right? If all of that's happening, and all of that is beginning to happen in a big way. So what is the remaining persona? CIOs still got to do stuff. They've got to go implement the data infrastructure. They've got to manage the legacy infrastructure. They've got to go and execute on an M&A deal. They've got to administer vendor contracts. They've got to manage the IT spend. All of that still needs to happen. But that's all back office stuff. That's all backroom stuff. It's non-strategic. It is not, it's more of an order taker kind of thing. It's more of a, typically the CIO, and if they're reduced to that persona, they become like naysayers and they really don't have much control of what's going on. So what does a CIO need to do to not be in that position? Because that's the position that most CIOs were feeling that they were in the 80s and 90s. They wanted a seat at the table. They wanted to be more strategic. Guess what? This Gen AI trends is really going to push them away from that. So in my mind, if a CIO really needs to be relevant, there are 5 things that the CIO must do. And these 5 things are about driving value, taking ownership of responsible AI, taking ownership talent and evangelization of AI, managing the architecture and the orchestration, and the last one, most importantly, is investment prioritization. These are the 5 things a CIO must do. Now, if you talk to a CIO, they'll say, yeah, I do all that stuff. What's different is that, what I'm trying to say is that it's not just do all that stuff, it's lean in, take a leadership role, and really drive that stuff. Don't do all that stuff means you're participating. Lean in and lead, right? That's the fundamental piece here. So let me take you through each one. What does it mean to lean in for value, driving value? Who's established the Gen AI Enterprise Council, bringing all the C-levels together? The CIO needs to do that. The CIO needs to work through and really define what is the art of the possible. There's a lot of stuff that's been going on. Everybody, all the CEOs are out there saying to their investor community, hey, you know what? I'm doing 35 POCs in Gen AI. There's a POC hell that's out there. You've got to drive out of that POC hell and scale up and really make a difference. So getting out of the POC hell and really driving the change management issues. This is what I mean by leaning forward. The CIOs typically are order takers, receiving the demand. They need to be driving and owning the value aspects of it. Responsible AI. Now this is something that is like a hot potato. You know, this is what happens if you have your issues with the AI in terms of privacy, in terms of security, in terms of hallucinations, in terms of bad quality. All of those things typically is a hot potato. There's the internal audit guys will say, well, I need to do it, but you guys take care of it. Legal will take a view on it. Risk will take a view on it. None of them really understand the underlying technology. The CIOs needs to bring that together, establish an enterprise AI risk committee, drive a real enterprise risk governance structure behind it, and really start defining how do you communicate the risks to the board, to the CEO, and to the rest of the executive team. All of that needs to be orchestrated and managed, and who best to do it than the CIO? Evangelizing and developing talent. Now, this is not just about the talent within the IT organization. This is the talent within the company itself and really driving the evangelization. The CIO cannot be the person who says, Gen AI is just another fad. I don't think it's really going to take off. They need to be the evangelist behind it. They need to be talking about the art of the possible. One of the key points here is they need to make IT the client zero here. Really have IT being the first group that's really making it all happen. That way you learn in IT, establish it in IT, and then then you have more credibility. Managing and forging vendor partnerships. The workforce strategy, you probably heard about this, digital twins, agents and humans and so on. In the future, there's going to be employees and agents. And those are just additional employees. Who defines who those agents report into? Who defines what access those agents have? Who defines what capabilities those agents have? All of those things need to be established. The CIO needs to drive the workforce strategy as a result of that. Architecture and orchestration. This is a critical piece that the CIO needs to take on. Data is key, managing the data architecture, establishing the governance, what is the provenance of data, what is the security behind data, then really owning the data governance for the enterprise. But then, you have multiple LLMs, you got multiple architectures around it, you got multiple agents. Who's orchestrating all of that? Who's making sure that you don't buy hundreds of LLMs that don't all work together? That's the role of the CIO. And the last but most important piece is managing the investments, which is establish an investment prioritization council. When I was the CIO at SunTrust and Truist, I ran this council, and it had the CEO, myself, and the CFO. We decided where the investments needed to be. So defining based on the art of the possible, really starting to prioritize what gets done first, what gets done next, balancing it against the legacy infrastructure. All of those things are things that need to be handled. And this is a critical piece because guess what? All of those big investments that the infrastructure firms are now putting in. You heard AWS is putting $80 billion. Microsoft another $80 billion. I think Amazon is close to $100 billion. They're going to try and recuperate that money. Who's going to pay for that? All of the users, all of the businesses. Who's going to have to manage that expenses and really have a good total cost of ownership point of view? So investment prioritization is key. So in a nutshell, just to summarize, yep, Gen AI is going to be transformative. Gen AI is going to be huge. It's going to be, it's going to make a lot of difference. And CIOs will become obsolete and will be bypassed by all those other factors that I mentioned. Digital natives, technology companies, business leaders, a chief AI officer, all of that's going to happen unless they do these 5 must-dos, the stuff that's in the pyramid. Got to do those 5, and not just do them, but really lean in and own it and drive it. And if you're sitting on the board of a company, or if you're the CEO and you're hiring a CIO, I would encourage you to look at the competencies of the CIO and say, can the CIO really do those 5 things? Can the CIO really take any of those items on the pyramid and really own them? That's a critical piece that needs to happen. And the last takeaway really is there's going to be an AI divide over time. That's fundamentally, there are going to be companies, there's going to be winners and losers. The winners are going to be those companies that really have CIOs who are really going to be doing those 5 things, and losers are those companies that don't really pay attention to those 5. And that AI divide is going to continue to grow as we speak. Okay, so that's in a nutshell. The whole idea is is the CIO going to be obsolete? Yes or no? I don't think so, if the CIOs start doing these 5 things. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Anil, thank you very much. Evangelizing the role of the CIO as the art of the possible. And I think that point as well about, if you look at the billions being poured into AI spend and how budgets really have to be monitored and managed ahead as that pass on takes place, absolutely crucial for the role going forward. Now, let's move on. And if I say city to you, what springs to mind? For me, it's kind of high-rises, traffic-clogged streets, mountains of rubbish sometimes, and not really enough places for children to play. But will AI be a game changer for all of this and for the concept of smart cities? Well, it certainly does look like this is going to be the case. And in this next session, we are going to delve into the really game-changing innovations that are turning cities already into dynamic, responsive ecosystems which are really poised to meet the challenges of tomorrow. This is going to be a super exciting discussion and really relevant for all of our lives. So please welcome back Isabel Kumar, who's going to be leading this discussion, and her panel.
Welcome everybody, well done for staying here, and we've kept the best till last. So we're going to be talking about smart cities that are really being taken to new heights, not least here in Saudi. So if you haven't, I'm going to do my bit of tour operator. If you haven't, I really do advise you to check out what's going on with Neom and Diriyah, which I pronounce wrong every time, but also the Amala and Red Sea resorts, which we're going to be finding out about in just a few moments. But we're also going to be taking a closer look at some other exciting developments in the Gulf region, as well as insights from Istanbul and Europe to find out firsthand how smart cities are transforming lives. We're going to get a little insight in what is happening in cities that have just taken a very different approach to smart cities and at different stages of that journey, but people who are taking those cities to new levels. So thank you so much for being with us. You can see who everybody is here, but I'd like to say special thanks and thank you to Leila, to Geza, to Sultan, and to Errol down there at the end. Thank you very much. So it's the end of the day, and I think we should start with a game. And this game involves our speakers. And I was just trying to imagine what it was like moving into a new smart city. And that was my starting point. So Leila, I've moved into my new home. It's a smart home in an AI-driven smart city. How is this home different from my old house? My old house in France, which dates back from like the 19th century and everything breaks all the time. What's this home like?
Thank you so much, Isabel. And first, I want to say thanks for the audience for being energetic and staying here. Thank you so much. And when it comes to the smart home, you just remind me with the story of my niece, because they just moved recently to a new house, a smart home. And usually, my niece is 10 years old, and most of the time, her mom is complaining that she's staying longer inside the bathroom. And as soon as they moved to the new house, and I was asking her, now she has like a fancy room with her own toilet and so on, and I was asking her, how is it, the new house? She said, I don't like it. Why? She said, every time I go inside the toilet, it turned off the lights because there's sensors, IoT sensors. And her dad is finally happy. Her mom and her dad, they said, yes. This is why we are making the home smarter, because they want, to make it as a habit for the kids, because they were making some, let me say, bad habits. So the technology is also helping to improve some of our habits. So when it comes to the smart home, we have to design it upon our needs. And why I mentioned, the story of my niece, because it was, let me say, based on the requirement of her parents. They want to change her habits. What about the others? Do you want it to be safe, secured? Do you want to make, for example, sustainable for your garden? Because you don't want to get panic and say, I'm traveling and who's going to water my gardens and so on. So you can have all of these IoT sensors just, let me say, automated upon your request. And that's how we can make our smart homes, which is the same scenario to the smart cities.
So that's so interesting. So you can personalize your smart home. So I've got teenagers. So what I would like to do is to stop them being in the shower for about 20 minutes every day and kind of save me in terms of my gas and electricity bills. So Errol, I'm in my lovely smart home and I'm enjoying all the things that Layla's been describing. But I'm like, I want to get to know my city a bit better, and I'm going to jump on one of the transport solutions. But what are the transport solutions that I've got in my city? How am I going to get from one side to the other?
Thank you very much. Of course, there are so many possibilities. First of all, metros underground and like tramway on the ground. And some autonomous metros also, because metro lines are very well-defined tunnels and the lines. Because of that, for autonomy control is very suitable for this technology. And also in Istanbul we have metro buses. It's like a metros, but it's a bus actually. But there is spare lines on the road for those buses, because Istanbul is from east to west almost 130 kilometers. So it is, when you think that traffic jam in Istanbul, it is not easy to handle if you are driving a huge buses which is carrying more than 200 citizens. So every time some people come in front of you, try to pass you, something like that. So metro bus private lines, and we have metro buses too. We are a little bit lucky because we have Black Sea, Marmara Sea, and the Bosphorus. So we have Seaway too, from Asia to Europe or Europe to Asia. So we have ferries, boats, and some sea taxis. If you are 5 or 6 person, you can call a sea taxis. They are coming where you are. They are taking you from the one part to other part also. This is another solution of us. And of course, scooters, shared bikes, rental cars, private cars. These are the alternative transportation solutions in Istanbul.
Okay, so then I'm in my smart home. I've picked my transport solution. I'm going to take one of these metro buses because I like the idea of it, because I guess in some respects you can change the destination. Unlike a metro that goes underground, you go, okay, metro bus, more people are traveling from here to here, so I'm going to grab the metro bus. But then after that, Geza, I'm going to jump off the bus and I want to walk around my smart city. What does it smell like? What does it look like? What am I seeing?
I think, first of all, I see a lot of people in the streets. I see a vibrant community. I see many different people in the streets, many women, kids, people with very different backgrounds, respecting each other, having a peaceful, communicative time to each other. So they don't stare into their mobile phone, they talk to each other, they take care of each other, they look at each other. And I think I see a lot of urban space which is accessible for a lot of people, not only for the privileged people, also for people with wheelchairs, for example. Many, many people should have access to open space. So this is what I see, first of all, a very open, democratic, peaceful society. And when we speak about technology, I don't see technology. I hope that technology is not very visible in the street of the future, but the technology that we are using must be very simple. So I think we should put a lot of energy into simplifying technology that work in the city. If I want to rent a bike, my app should work and I shouldn't be annoyed of my app. If I want to rent a car, it should be easy. And I would like to see a lot of people also walking. So I hope that we get rid of the private cars from the city centers. The walkable city is something that should be very, very important.
Which is very good, because I decided to go on foot. But Sultan, you know where I'm heading? You know, this is a special day for me. I've worked very hard at DeepFest and I've decided I want a treat. And I'm going to be heading to a resort. So I want to know how the people of this dream city, which does sound quite utopic, how are they relaxing? And how has AI improved their experience?
Having spoken about a place to relax, we need to always understand that you were already overwhelmed by the AI technologies that you are suffering from every day. Not suffering, actually experiencing every day. So when you go to relax and you go to the Utopia, you need to have a little bit detox from AI and from technologies, and you need to have a personalized experience. However, where AI comes into the picture, I like the term I just heard, which is AI should be invisible but visible. So it's invisible for you as a guest. You come to the resort, you have a personal experience, you see a lot of people welcoming you, a lot of people, you are surrounded by people that will support you and will cater your needs. However, those people are all supported by AI. Supported by AI in what sense? With regard to security of that utopia. As I like to say it, it's all supported by AI to measure out the security level within the city. We are speaking about your preferences as an individual and as a guest. The minute that you come, the AI should learn from the orders that you are having that you have certain preferences, and the individual who's supporting you will know about that, where he supports you better. Not only that, we are speaking about also the city itself. The environment within the city is all supported by an AI monitoring devices to make sure that we have the right level of sustainability within the city. The city also should be supported by, or the city that you are coming to is fully supported by solar panels. The power of the city is generated by solar. We do not use the typical means of electricity within that. And the data center of the city is fully supported by it. So, as a guest, I would love to feel that I'm being supported by personalized experience, but behind that experience, AI is going to be everywhere to make sure that we have an efficient and effective communications and also operations.
I love it. So that's really given us a lovely kind of picture of what this city is like from my home, which is personalized, as you were saying, where I feel safe, but I can choose what I want in my home, to the transport solutions that are available, which are a myriad of transport solutions which are sustainable but adaptable, and then to the walking aspect, as you're saying. So it's a walkable city, it's a democratic space, but a place where you can also relax. And as where Sultan was saying, there is the technology, but it doesn't feel visible. It's not in my face, but it's making my life more simple. As Gaze was saying, it has to be more simple. So how do we get there? And I think one of the ways that experts like this have got there is by having a people-centric approach to what they're designing. They're actually listening to the yous and me's here, and that is basically infusing their thinking and then basically creating the framework for their cities. So I know that you say, Layla, that one of the cornerstones of your vision is empowering smart communities to drive smart cities. What does that mean in practice?
Thank you so much for bringing this question that's very close from my heart. Yesterday, how many of you tried a Riyadh metro? Raise your hand. Not so many people yet. I encourage you to take this experience because all of us, when I say all of us, because we are visitors, but every time we are coming to Riyadh, we know how it's really so much traffic. So all of us, we were waiting the metro to be launched. And as soon as I launched it, I just arrived yesterday, and I wanted to try one of the smartest, let me say, metro in the world. So I said, Layla, let's go. And when it comes to trying something new, it's a user experience. It's about my experience. Is it going to be an easy experience for me, or is it going to be very much difficult? Because every time traveling, I'm trying metro stations in different countries, different cities. So as soon as I went inside the metro, no need even to search for something. Excuse me, how can I help you? Let me guide you here. So they take care of the user experience. And I found old people, kids, women, everyone is using the metro. This is how they are really succeeding. So when it comes to the communities, because sometimes we are building cities, but we forget the people. And I was so much proud to see that they are taking care of this. Because you might have the technology everywhere, but people feel afraid of using anything new. So I was so much happy to see a lot of young, Saudis everywhere, helping everyone so they cannot get lost. And this is how they can encourage them. And when it comes to the community, it's all about how the community will drive people to use the technology. It's not the opposite. It's not about technology to be used by the people, but the people, how they're going to drive it. In Oman, recently, we have a very successful stories. So now, we are focused mostly in the communities to drive the cities, because we have two scenarios. Sometimes you're going to find some projects which are fully sponsored by the government, but projects are failing because there's no people in these projects. But when it comes to the community, they can be the champions who are leading, let me say, the city and make it livable, healthy, safe. Nowadays, for example, some countries, for example, when it comes to the crimes, someone is hacking your house, Isabel. Now people, they don't go to the ROP, to the police. They will ask their neighbors who are like part of the community, can you please check your cameras? So now we are creating communities who can now use the technology for their safety, for the collaboration for a community. And recently, we have launched one initiative because we are speaking a lot about AI. And we know what is AI. We understand how we use it. But so many people, when it comes to the AI, they feel afraid. What is AI? No, I'm not interested. So recently, I started working closely with women. And I conducted a workshop outside the capital. I drive around 7 hours outside the capital. And as soon as I arrived to that city, it's a city next to the coast. And women with their kids were attending the workshop. And I was asking them, why you are attending this workshop? And they said, we heard a lot about the AI. We need to know how it can be related to us. So recently we launched one initiative just for women so we can empower them when it comes for the use for the AI. And I'm so much proud that women now are coming and they say, we know how to use now AI related to our lives.
And that's amazing. So really the strong message that comes through everything that you've just said is empowerment, isn't it? It's you people are empowered to use the metro here because they feel that they're helped and they want to come back. You're empowered in the home because you feel safe and you have the technology in your community around you. And that's such an important message. What about you, Geza? Because we're now going to travel right over to Europe and find out about a really modern regeneration project in Hamburg, Germany. Citizen engagement's been key to that and has been prioritized in this regeneration project. Can you tell us how that's worked?
Yeah, it's quite interesting. Citizen engagement for city planning is very important in Germany in general, but also for many European cities, but also for African cities. We have done it also in Latin America and many, many different countries, because the government wants to speak to the citizens and the citizens want to speak to the government. And we are, for example, in Hamburg, we created a software. It's the digital participation system. It's open source. It's a geospatial software that we programmed. And we do a lot of citizen engagement when planning comes up. So new areas for housing, new mobility systems. If the city wants to build new schools, so there's a routine in the city to call for citizen engagement. An engagement process is open usually for 6 to 8 weeks. And then citizens can use the software. It's very easy to use, and you can comment on the planning topics that are going on. And when we call for citizen engagement in Hamburg, for example, extending the bike lanes, the cycling lanes, for example, sometimes we have like 3,000, 4,000 people commenting into the software. So it's huge, it's a lot. So we have a lot of citizen data in the software, and then you have to evaluate on the data, of course. It's not easy, and you cannot do it in an analog way anymore. So we use artificial intelligence, large language models actually, to cluster the citizen comments, so you can understand, do people talk about water, do they talk about safety, do they talk about whatever. And then we evaluate on the data, and the data goes to the city planners, and they take care of it and use the data, and also take a lot of ideas from the citizens. So we take citizens as local experts, because they have another view on their neighborhood. They know the neighborhood better than planners do, because they have a bird's perspective on it. So it's very helpful, and it works very well. And we have a lot of experience also in other countries that it makes a lot of sense, because you don't get resistance then for planning topics, which happens sometimes in countries when you don't speak to people right at the beginning.
Yeah, and I love the concept that the citizens are the experts and you're tapping into their knowledge, but AI has enabled you to actually use that knowledge and that data in a really effective way. But Errol, you're in a very different position, I think, because when we're talking about Istanbul, there's 20 million people. It's a huge, huge city. So we're not talking about a regeneration project, in a part of Hamburg. We're talking about a massive kind of metropolis, one of the biggest cities and oldest cities in the world. So how can you engage with citizens at that level?
Yeah, for example, we have an Istanbul card. Normally, Istanbul population is 16 million and 2.4 million refugees and 1.5 million visitors every day in Istanbul. So totally, we are hosting 20 million people per day. So we have an Istanbul card. The unique owner of Istanbul card is 24 million. So to manage the data with the AI driven, it's very important for managing these issues. We are collecting data from Istanbul card. We have a super app which is covering all the most used municipal services apps of Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality, which is called as Istanbul is Yours. So most of our citizens are using that super app too. So we are gathering data from there too. So what I want to say, we have so many data sources. So the main thing to gather all the data, make them unique, and then participation of the citizen, for the participation of the citizen to serve and present some services for the citizens is very important. For example, we will increase the number of taxis in Istanbul, and we choose 6 different types of taxi models. And we open a survey for the citizens, so they use their vote for this from our super app. And our citizen chooses which model should be new taxis in Istanbul. Or Taksim is the main square of Istanbul, so we will renovate the Taksim Square. So we are opening a call for the architectural point of view. So we are choosing 3 architectural square plans, and we are asking to our citizens. So as much as possible, we are trying to keep our citizens inside the city-based decision.
And are they engaging at a level? So it's amazing, because Taksim Square is like the main square of Istanbul. Yep. So you're giving them the power to shape that square What's the engagement been?
So with the super apps or with our web pages, but parallelly, we know our citizens very well. So who is keen on this with the AI? So we are pushing them with the notification or sending an SMS to them because we know that normally SMS take-up ratio is 2 or 3%. Push notification is a little bit bigger than this. So we know who is answering SMS or who is answering push notifications. So we are using this channel. So to define this is very important for managing data, for citizen engagement.
This is interesting because, everyone's doing something very similar in a very different way to a degree, but there are a lot of similarities. So what about you, Sultan? Because both the Red Sea and Amala projects prioritize people and the planet. There is a really big focus, obviously, on sustainability, but also community concerns that are shaping them and wanting to respect the local community, the local culture, and the environment. How has that helped you develop a project that basically began from scratch?
Because we began from scratch, the strategy of our group CEO and the top management is to involve and engage the community of Red Sea, not the Red Sea, the cities around Red Sea, within the belt of Red Sea, and also to make sure that Red Sea is becoming an incubator for them to come and thrive within Red Sea Global. We invested a lot in educating the youth. We invested a lot in making sure that the people are living within the cities are already getting the required knowledge to support in the build of the city. That's the vision of our group CEO and also the management of Red Sea. And that also cascades to us as a technology people. We in technology are making sure that all the community or the people within the community of Red Sea and Amala are equipped with the tools that will help serving and solving the use cases that we have within the city and Red Sea. We just today signed an MOU with one of the global partners to educate 5,000 locals in the Red Sea and Amala. And that's how we are trying to make sure they are supporting us because this is their city. We are there to build, and one day we will leave. It's going to be for them. It's going to be them who serves the guests, and it's going to be them who make sure that the city, meets all the standards or the global standards that we have. So it's not only in technology, it's in everything, but we in technology, we are taking that extensively. We are really building those, trying to push those trainings and learnings to the youth and to the community because we know that at the end they are going to add value to the project, and we can see the outcomes of that by the newly hired individuals that were trained to serve the Red Sea and Amala.
But one of the amazing things about Amala is, it's not only aiming to preserve nature, it's looking to regenerate and actively regenerate the environment and become a net positive force. So, how is AI enabling that and taking it to impact?
It was in the vision from the beginning. From the beginning, environment were one of the core elements of building Amala, and not only Amala, and Red Sea as well. So we have a smart destination strategy that involves environment that's having also an environmental systems that monitors everything within the city, sea, weather, and so on and so forth. You name it. All the sensors are feeding our data platform that give us actually the statistics that will trigger any change in the nature. That's not it. We have built our city based on solar panels, so we are taking consideration of the environment and that. The data center of the city is powered by the solar panels, which is taking consideration of that. And imagine that all the transportations within the city itself are all electric. So we are taking this from the bottom to top, and that's as a city. However, coming to the environment in specific, we are not touching that at all. If there is any single environmental impact of any development that we have or any technology that we are introducing, we simply avoid it and find something else.
It's amazing. So you're embedding that right from the start, which is kind of so essential. So let's flip this round then, Errol. How do you start embedding sustainability in a city that is one of the oldest in the world? How are you doing that? What are some of the key projects you're involved in?
for sustainability, like Istanbul, some of the metropolitan cities, there are some key issues. Mobility is one of them, how to add or extract some values from sustainability criteria. So we are working on with the AI smart traffic management. This is very important because every morning, nearly 5 o'clock in the morning, we are sending a report to our transportation department. Each minute of each meters of Istanbul, what will be the traffic density today? And then we are sending if there is an anomaly, 10%, 15% in the daytime, when we real-time measuring it, we are directly warning these guys, so directly focus on that and solve the traffic density from there. So the integration of the transportation and life services for the municipality, Istanbul Card, as I mentioned, this is one of the key issues. We are also working on the transformation of petroleum buses, diesel buses to electric buses. This is one of the key elements for now. We are working on it. We are focusing on more to use sea in the transportation for the Istanbul. Bike and scooter, also another alternatives for those. And smart waste management is one of the key issue also, because we are collecting all the garbages of Istanbul, then waste management and to produce electricity from the garbage is one of the key issue. So for now, almost 6% of all Istanbul's electricity spent is getting realized by our waste management factories. So we are getting electricity from there, and directly with the grid-based, we are serving that electricity to, first of all, to required municipal services, then to citizens. So, but in the course of time, the number of the elements will increase, depends on new technologies, depends on new requirements, and depends on the other issues.
Gosh, it's incredible. It's incredible kind of imagining this on a city the size of Istanbul and the level of complexity and all the layers that you have to kind of take on board. Now, one technology you've been using, Layla, which I found so interesting, is the metaverse. And you've been using the metaverse to try and kind of envision new kind of transportation solutions. Would that work for a city like Istanbul? Could you explain to us how that works?
Definitely. When it comes to the metaverse, you know, I have been in the metaverse since 2006. And when it comes to the metaverse, it started as a learning platform because I used to be a virtual learner because there's two types of learning, online learning and virtual learning. And the metaverse became very much popular during COVID-19. How many of you use the metaverse? I'm sure that all of you are using because most of you are in the gaming. Because most of the, let me say, gaming platforms are part of the metaverse, Roblox and others and so on. So I'm sure that you are using these platforms. But for me, you know, when it comes to the metaverse, I love the metaverse for the interaction. If I'm going to learn, I prefer to be virtual through these metaverse platforms because online is not that much interesting. And I'm sure that most of the parents, when it comes to be online learning, because sometimes they have to say, because of the forecast, your kids should not go today to the school. So they transfer to the online learning. I'm sure most of the mothers, they suffer a lot because kids, they don't focus a lot when it comes to the online learning. So how can we activate, let me say, the power of metaverse today? I like it mostly when it comes, let me say, in education, in medicine, and when it comes to the transportation. At least you can visualize, so you can go virtually, and you know how to use the transportation system. So nowadays, it's becoming a very powerful, let me say, weapon where you can know how to use it and utilize it. So it's very important that we know how to use it for our own sake. Because recently, so many government organizations, they were coming to me and they said, Layla, we need metaverse. And I said, why you need metaverse? So this is the first question I'm asking them. It's not just about a trending technology and I'm going to implement it. It's about how you're going to use it, how the people going to use it and utilize it for the good. So this is how we can, you know, it's not just about the metaverse, let me say, for every technology, we have to ask ourselves, who's going to use that technology at the end?
Yeah, absolutely. There's no point throwing a load of technology. It's a bit like what Sultan was saying. You know, you want technology, but you don't want it to be in your face and making your life a nightmare. You want it to be invisible and make your those kind of transitions that you're going to have in life seamless. Now, something that intrigued me about your title, Geza, is that you at Unitac are an accelerator. You're an accelerator of technology for cities. That's what you do at Unitac. So give us a broad idea of what that means in terms of a city. How are you accelerating this transition?
Yeah, maybe I come a bit from a different angle, because when you look at cities from an international perspective, there's one big future topic, and this is informality. We have a lot of people in the world who live in informal settlements. You can call them slums, favelas, old neighborhoods. There are many different names in countries. When you look at India, Latin America, the African continent, Southeast Asia, that's a huge topic. 30% is the official number. And we have, at the moment, one of our big projects is that we created an image recognition tool with drone images, satellite images, and also aerial photography that can understand and count rooftops of informal settlements, of shacks, actually. So this is a tool for city planners. It's an AI-based tool. You feed the AI with a lot of images of those rooftops, and then the city planners understand a little bit better how the informal settlements grow. Because very often they grow into areas that are not safe. You have a lot of heavy rainfall, then they just wash away. So there are a lot of also sustainability issues when you look into informal settlements. And this is a tool that will be scaled up now to the world, actually, because many, many people use that. And it's very interesting that such a tool doesn't exist. And it doesn't exist because image recognition and AI is very, very, very complex, because every city looks so different, every informal settlement looks so different. It's not something that you can easily scale up to the world. You have to be very site-specific. You have to have good partners on site. You have to have good quality of images. And I want to say one thing when we speak about AI in cities. Very, very, very often, the data quality is still very, very, very bad. And the prediction that we make with AI is wrong, and it doesn't help people. It creates wrong forecast. And this is something, a city is a very complex system. It's much more complex than a company, or, I don't know. I would also say as a mobility system, a city is really, and when you look at informal settlements in Mumbai, they look completely different than in Namibia, and in Namibia they look very different from Mexico. So we need such tools, and they really help, because city planners can understand a bit better how they grow, and they can help people not to get washed away from the next heavy rainfall. But on the other hand, it's very tricky, and there's still a lot of work that we have to do to make it really good and helpful, and also the predictions then should be right and not wrong, of course, because political decisions rely more on AI in cities, and if then the data is wrong, then it's, of course, a disaster.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think everybody on the panel will agree with that the data has to be of good quality, and as Leila was saying, and then you have to extrapolate the right decision from it, and whether what you're going to do is needed. Now, we've been talking a lot about technology. We've just got a little bit of time left, a minute each, in fact. I want to know is, as you're working on a transition of cities at very different levels, as we were saying, what is the most human thing that you have to keep in a city to keep it feeling like this organic kind of vast or small place where people will continue to thrive and be happy? So what is that human thing that's the most important thing, other than humans, obviously?
Creating, let me say, smart communities. Because I always believe in the power of smart communities. You empower a community, they will drive the whole city to be safe, secured, and happy for all the citizens.
Thank you so much. And safety and security do make people very happy. Geza.
Yeah, I agree. And I would also add social equity is one of the most important things when we speak about cities. We have to keep social equity or create social equity, and we shouldn't create biases. And so far, AI still creates a lot of biases because the data is not representative. There's a lot of data. We have a lot of missing data also. Social data is very often missing. We don't have data against, for example, like violence against women. It's a huge topic, but we don't have data about that. So it's not represented in the AI. So let's avoid creating biases and create social equity.
Yeah, absolutely. And that for a real smart city, that would be something that would really be taken on board. Sultan.
I think the best thing or the most important thing that you should do is always think about the individuals, think about the systems when you introduce AI. Do not introduce AI to replace people. Introduce AI to make their lives better. Introduce AI to make their job efficient. Introduce AI to make the quality of whatever they deliver is better. If you have that within your DNA when you introduce AI, I believe you will find the perfect recipe of success and making the city as human as you can.
And final word to you, Errol.
Actually, the technology is growing up so rapidly, and the population of the world also increasing. What I want to say, the cities where we are living should be more inclusive and more accessible. As Giza mentioned that, I will add one more thing. When the technology is growing up so rapidly, and when the population of the world's age is getting older, the digital gap is being bigger and bigger. So I think when we are managing cities or countries, no one should be left behind.
Absolutely, and that is a very important word to end on. So we can see that there is kind of like, I suppose, a quiet revolution taking place when it comes to the integration of a lot of technologies in cities to make them kind of more accessible, we hope, for people, more personalized, safer, more secure. But as Geza was saying, we need that data. We need that data, and then we can achieve some of the heights that Sultan is aiming for, which is having cities where we're really listening to our citizens, but we're making cities that are not only nice places to live, where we're more efficient, but also ones where citizens are at the middle of it and they're making the decisions. And that place is personalized, not only personalized, but also sustainable. So you've got a lot on your plate. Thank you very much for your insights and those very intelligent comments. It's been a pleasure talking to you. Thank you very much.
That was a really fascinating debate to end the day with, wasn't it, Isabel? Because we are still getting back to those themes. The very fact that there are gaps in data, and that means that actually all these grand plans simply can't move forward in the way that so many dream of because certain groups will be left behind.
That's exactly right. And that's what Geza was pointing out so clearly, because if you're going to have equity in a city and you want to have this kind of democratic space, if you don't have that data and you'll be able to leverage the data to make the right decisions that's going to include everybody, you're not going to get the outcome you're looking for, really. So it's really important lessons there to be kind of taken on board.
Lots of work still to be done there. What else really caught your mind today?
Do you know one? I've had lots of really great discussions, but one that really got me thinking was the one with Omar Hatemleh. So obviously the kind of chief AI officer of NASA. And what really got me thinking, and I don't know if any of you were here, and if you weren't, do kind of find that interview and listen back to it, because he was talking about the day where we'll have humanoid robots that will look so much like us that we won't be able to differentiate if that robot is a person or another human like us. And the implications of that are vast.
But that's interesting because that plays back into another discussion we had yesterday, and that real concern raised that the problem is who is creating these humanoid robots and which image are they being created in. And the very fact that, depending on who is creating them, in the future they will not be diverse enough to represent us. So maybe there will just, again, there's going to be these gaps within robotics, within the data for our cities, and it just goes on.
That's the thing, I think. You know, we've seen there's so many answers to so many solutions, but every answer kind of presents another conundrum. But one thing I wanted to know, we were chatting a little bit earlier. So I was talking to Aidan Gomez, who is the co-founder of Cohere. What did you make of that discussion?
Yeah, it was absolutely fascinating. And I think one of the things that I took away from it, actually, there was so much, but it was another theme that we're hearing, is just how much the human has to be at the center of the decision making and the driving force. Because the previous speaker, Natalie from EY, well, she'd been talking about the fact that we really need to have mastery, almost, mastery that is mandated of humans and their use of AI. But Aidan pointed out, look, it's actually got to be driven by humans, and the humans are going to want to have to, they're going to want to have to use the tools. You've got to get their buy-in. So it's absolutely crucial that the products being created are created with the human buy-in right at the beginning. They are designed with the human in mind. So, there's a lot to take away from what Aidan said. He's a founder, he's an entrepreneur, he's a real thinker about this. But that kind of human-centric development, I think, is going to be absolutely crucial going forward.
I think you can see that we're really enjoying ourselves. I think you're really enjoying yourselves too. It's just so many amazing conversations, and I think we're so lucky to be here.
Absolutely.
Listening to them, participating in
Groundbreaking.
them.
We are on the cusp of such rapid change, and we're right here experiencing it.
What's happening tomorrow?
It's a real privilege. Tomorrow, we are going to dive even deeper into the future of AI, looking at quantum computing, what that may mean, and really expanding on many of the themes that we've had already today, but just pushing it further, looking further ahead, looking to see how our lives are going to be transformed in all sorts of ways. Healthcare in particular is one to watch. So I do hope you're going to be back tomorrow, day 3 and day 4. So much more to discuss. Isabel's going to be here as well. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Have a nice evening.